Chapter 1, The World of Dragons and Magic. Hiss, it hurts so much. Where is this place? Why am I here? Yunfei looked at the surrounding environment a little blankly. Looking at the unfamiliar environment around, Yunfei always felt that something terrible happened, but the constant pain from all over his body made Yunfei unable to calm down. It took a while for Yunfei to get used to the pain in his body, and he managed to get up from the hard board with a few holes. Of course, it is not impossible to talk about the bed. I glanced at the unfamiliar room for a while. There was a rotten wooden bed, an extremely dilapidated small wooden table, 2 small wooden stools, and a broken box. Other than that, there was nothing else. The room was very simple and very humid at the same time, and there was a weird smell in the air that was not smelly but definitely not fragrant, which made Yunfei frown involuntarily. Judging from Yunfei's years of experience in the society, even if a beggar just finds a dry place to sleep directly, it is better than sleeping in this dark, damp, and smelly room. Perhaps the only advantage of this room is shelter from wind and rain, that's all. Looking at this strange room, feeling the constant pain coming from his body, Yunfei felt an unknown fire burning. Anyone who is sleeping one moment, will not be in a good mood the next moment, as if he was beaten by dozens of people. If he wants to let Yunfei know who dares to fuck like this, Yunfei must let him know the flower of the motherland. Why are you so red? But having said that, Yunfei remembered that he should not have offended anyone recently. Why would someone beat him up? Before Yunfei could continue to think, Yunfei suddenly felt a pain in his head, like the feeling of not sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, the feeling of being tired, and his head was about to explode. I felt a strange message appear in my mind. To be honest, Yunfei doesn't really want to pay attention to the sudden extra information in his head, but Yunfei seems to feel that there is an invisible hand pressing his head forcibly, forcing himself to clean up the sudden extra information in his mind. This feeling really made Yunfei want to vomit blood. After a long time, Yunfei finally felt that his headache symptoms were relieved, and Yunfei also knew the fact that he had traveled through time by sorting out the inexplicable information in his mind. It seemed that his soul had traveled to a world of dragons and magic. It's just that maybe because of his relatively young body, Yunfei didn't learn more through the information or memory fragments that popped up in his mind. The current world or continent where Yunfei is located is called Ishgar. P.S. Fairy Tale was under the rule of the Dragon Clan. Fairy Tale's continent was not called Islant, but Ishgar. Humans are not the rulers of this continent. Even on the contrary, the status of human beings on this continent of Ishgar is quite embarrassing. Pigs. That's right, it's pigs. Humans are not weak on the Ishgar continent, but they are still as powerless as ants in front of the dragons who rule the Ishgar continent. The powerful magic of human beings is of no use to the Dragon Clan. Although it can't be said to tickle it, at most it can only slightly hinder the progress of the Dragon Clan. Dragons of the dragon family are also quite interested in humans, a group that can fiercely resist themselves and bring them fun without hurting themselves. Come to the gathering place of human beings to wreak havoc, just like human children would play with ants when they are bored, playing with human beings. Do human children worry about whether the ants will lose their lives because of their own play? No, human children will never care about the death of an ant or a nest of ants. Perhaps human children will be particularly happy about the struggle of ants. Therefore, the dragons also don't care about whether human beings will lose their lives because of their own playing, and even feel happy because of human beings' struggle and despair, just like human children playing with ants. All along, the Dragon Clan brought only despair to human beings, the kind of despair without any possibility of resistance. Hey, it's too bad. It seems that we have come to a very dangerous otherworld. Humans here will be hanged and beaten by dragons. How can there be no dragon slayers in the world of dragons and magic? Instantly, Yunfei felt his head hurt even more. Such a dangerous otherworld. Yunfei felt that he must be the kind of cannon fodder who would kneel after 2 steps. At the same time, the following information further confirmed the fact that Yunfei was a cannon fodder. Because Yunfei suddenly discovered that the body that his soul wears is actually a weak chicken without a name, who has been living a muddle-headed life. But before Yunfei crossed over, this unnamed guy had a weird obsession with magic, and he always wanted to learn magic, but his predecessor didn't have the qualifications to learn magic, so he was rejected by Mildian Academy of Magic, which made the predecessor very unwilling. The injury on Yunfei's body was also caused by the students of that magic academy who stubbornly wanted to join a magic academy called Mildian. In the end, it seemed that the students of that magic academy did not have serious attacks. Not long after his predecessor came back, he died from his severe injuries, and Yunfei passed through him not long after. As for why he wants to learn magic so much, Yunfei doesn't know. The information in Yunfei's mind is not complete. It's just a piece of memory, here and there. It's all about luck. All in all, Yunfei finally understands his current situation. Those high-end goals are not something Yunfei can consider for the time being. Yunfei has a problem that needs to be solved most, that is. Chapter 2, Recognizing Reality and Finding a Job. Second update. At any rate, Yunfei graduated from university and has been in the society for a while, and he can still see the reality clearly. Now Yunfei himself, let alone meeting gods and killing gods as a dragon-slaying warrior and marrying otherworld by Fume, even eating is a very serious problem. If he doesn't find a way to find a job, Yunfei feels that he may die again soon, and he doesn't know if he can go back if he starves to death here. Although Yunfei really wanted to leave this dangerous otherworld right away, but Yunfei didn't want to go back in this way of starving to death. Who knows whether to return to the original world or the end of the game over here? God knows who to cry to. There was no other way. After tidying himself up a bit and trying to make himself look clean, Yunfei pushed open the damp door and came outside. The glare of the sun made Yunfei's eyes narrow slightly. Then what caught Yunfei's eyes was a dilapidated stone house, and Yunfei came out of such a stone house. From the fragmentary memories in his mind, Yunfei knew that this was the slum area of Daner City, the king's city of Lord Aaron. The slums are where the most down and out live. The people living in the slums are basically the kind of people who live day by day, and no one cares about them. The predecessor before Yunfei crossed belonged to this kind of people. Perhaps the only thing that makes Yunfei a little relieved is that it may be because there is no future relationship at all. Basically, unless there is an interest relationship between people in the slums, there will be no negotiation at all if they refuse to let go. So although Yunfei's predecessor is here, I have lived in the slums for a while, but I still don't know many people. Moreover, Yunfei's previous behavior of wanting to learn magic without the aptitude to learn magic is a complete fool in the eyes of other people in the slums. Just ask, who would have anything to do with a fool? In fact, even Yunfei himself felt that his predecessor was a bit out of his mind. Even if he wanted to learn magic, he didn't have to go to some magic academy to learn magic, and he paid the price of his life for it. After all, it's better to die than to live. Anyway, at present, Yunfei will not pay the price of his precious life for a certain goal, which is too worthless. Besides, it's not that Yunfei has never been an ordinary person when he traveled through the previous Earth. He has already gotten used to it. There is nothing unacceptable about being an ordinary person. But having said that, it is really good news for Yunfei that the predecessor does not have any interpersonal relationship, social circle, or even parents and relatives. A very troublesome thing. After all, Yunfei is not a professional actor or actor. How could he act out a perfect predecessor by relying on the fragmentary and incomplete memories of his predecessor? Yunfei shook his head helplessly. He must be enjoying himself now. No matter what he can do, he can't hide the fact that this other world is a very dangerous other world. As an ordinary person without power, Yunfei really doesn't know what he can do. How long to live? Thinking of this, Yunfei smiled wryly, and walked towards the direction of the slums leading to the real Daner city. It is impossible for Yunfei to find any job in the slums. Only the prosperous places can let Yunfei find a job at least able to survive and go to work. Anyway, Yunfei's first goal for himself is to at least survive in this strange other world before going on. If he does nothing and waits for death, then he is truly dead. After walking for a long time, Yunfei finally passed through the slums and came to Daner City. Looking at the endless broken stone houses behind him, he didn't expect that there is such a big slum in just one royal city. The slums are big, but they can't cover up the prosperity of Daner City. As the royal city of the kingdom of Lord Aaron, Daner City is indeed extremely prosperous. The streets are full of people coming and going, and the kingdom of Lord Aaron, the most powerful magic academy, the magic academy that Yunfei wanted to join in his previous life, the Mildian Academy of Magic, is also in the city of Daner, which attracts all the young people in the kingdom of Lord Aaron who yearn for power. Yunfei's predecessor was attracted one of them that came over. Of course, Yunfei is not going to think about such things in a short period of time. If he does not give up on the past, Yunfei feels that he will definitely fix it again, so he should honestly find a job that can survive. Going to work just fine. Soon Yunfei found a very good target. It was a pastry shop that seemed to have a lot of customers and seemed a bit busy. Yunfei's eyes lit up instantly. A shop like this probably needs a cheap part-time worker. Thinking of this, Yunfei hurriedly joined in. Hello, do you still need manpower? If you can. If you don't buy anything, get out of here. Didn't you see how busy I am now? Get out of here, get out of here. It can be seen that they are very unfriendly, but this is not incomprehensible. After all, they have a lot of guests to entertain now. So Yunfei was not discouraged by his bad attitude. The busier he was, the more he needed a cheap migrant worker. So Yunfei still stood beside him and asked with a deadpan face, "No, I think you seem to be a bit busy here, so I want to ask if you are recruiting people here? I just need a job that can survive." Yunfei's cheap request instantly attracted the store manager. Daner City is the royal city of the kingdom of Lord Aaron. Apart from the slums, the economic conditions here are very good, so if it is just to ensure that they can survive, that's really cheap. Oh? Young man, what's your name? Chapter 3, Work and Strange Icons Part 3. After seeing that the uncle who sells snacks is interested in him, Yunfei is a little relieved. It is really good to be able to find a job for subsistence as soon as possible. My name is Yunfei, and I very much hope that you can hire me to stay and work, uncle. I don't want a high salary, as long as I can survive. Yunfei looked at the uncle selling dim sum with a sincere expression on his face. Request. Because it took a long time for Yunfei to rush from the slums to Daner City, the sky is getting a little bit dark now, and I can use my butt to know that those shops and stores should also be off work after dark. If Yunfei can't find them as soon as possible with a job that can fill his stomach, Yunfei thinks that he may go to bed hungry because he is penniless. If you just go to bed hungry, it's not that Yunfei hasn't tried it, and it's not that he can't bear it, but the fatal thing is that Yunfei has to go back to sleep in his den hungry, and the next day he has to go back to the poor again hungry. It's unbearable to go to Daner City to find a job. I don't know why, when Yunfei had the idea of simply sleeping on the streets of Daner City for a night, Yunfei's fragmentary memories began to remind Yunfei what not to do, as if Yunfei did this what terrible things will happen, but Yunfei's fragmentary memory doesn't know what will happen. There is no way. Yunfei is not a very curious person, so he can only find a job as soon as possible. Yunfei? Don't you have a surname? Forget it, if you just want to survive, then I will hire you, uncle. My name is Caleb Gladstone, and I will be your employer from now on. The uncle selling snacks also, that is. Uncle Caleb pondered for a moment after hearing Yunfei's words, then looked at Yunfei and said with a smile on his face. It can be seen that Uncle Caleb is very happy that he can recruit a cheap labor force. If he only needs to pay a very small price to let himself completely relax, everyone must be willing to do it. Today, you just stand by and watch what I do, uncle, learn it well, and then start working here officially tomorrow. Of course, the uncle said the ugly thing before, if you are not proficient in 3 days, uncle will be fine. I'll fuck you off. After looking at Yunfei carefully, Uncle Caleb exhorted Yunfei, and then started to work next to him. After all, there are still many customers who want to sell dim sum waiting for him to finish his work, but it is different from usual. The most important thing is that Uncle Caleb will introduce the types and prices of fruits in his store to Yunfei, who is standing next to him while he is busy. Of course, Yunfei cherishes his first job in the other world very much, and he listens very carefully while watching from the sidelines. At the same time, he will do his best to help Uncle Caleb with some physical work. For a while, Yunfei knew that he must reflect his own value as much as possible. If Yunfei has been watching Uncle Caleb's busy work, then is Yunfei the boss or Uncle Caleb is the boss? Regardless of whether Uncle Caleb cares or not, he must do his job first. Yunfei's help within his capacity really made Uncle Caleb nod slightly and added a lot of influence points. All in all, Yunfei should barely gain a foothold in this other world. Although it is just a pastry shop similar to the job of a waiter, Yunfei at least has the ability to survive. In this way, time keeps passing in Yunfei's honest work, and there are endless guests to entertain every day. The repeated work and life make Yunfei forget the passage of time. Yunfei directly eats and lives in dim sum shops every day, and at the same time, he is paid a full 1000 J every month. After a period of understanding and comparison with the surrounding prices, this 1000 J is at most equivalent to 200 yuan in RMB, a little. Even if you eat the cheapest food, Yunfei can't last 10 days. If it wasn't for Uncle Caleb's food and lodging, Yunfei really doesn't know what to do. Okay. Unknowingly, Yunfei's small treasury already has a full 6000 J, which means that Yunfei has been working in Uncle Caleb's pastry shop for half a year. Because he can't do anything with this little money, so Yunfei has been working for half a year. The time has not moved a dime, and everything has been saved. Every day when Yunfei entertains guests, he can hear more or less all the news about dragons. Which town was destroyed by a dragon's breath casually? A certain city was destroyed by a dragon very casually. Anyway, about dragons the news is all negative. Or it could be the news about how long a certain magician lasted in front of the dragon before he escaped. All in all, it was all news that made Yunfei feel extremely insecure, as if Yunfei himself might do whatever he wanted because of a certain dragon passing by at any time. It's like dying in a breath. For this situation, Yunfei has nothing to do, because this world, the Ishgar continent, is ruled by the Dragon Clan, and human beings are really just lingering in the shadow of the Dragon Clan's rule, and besides, Yunfei is just an ordinary person, and he can't make any changes at all. All Yunfei can do is follow the trend. It's just that since this morning, Yunfei has felt that something is wrong with his eyes, and from time to time, several icons flash in front of his eyes. Originally, Yunfei thought he was dazzled, but the continuous flickering of inexplicable icons made Yunfei feel a little strange, because the icons flickered a little fast, so Yunfei himself didn't see clearly. This also led to Yunfei rubbing his eyes non-stop since the morning, and Yunfei's slightly unusual behavior was naturally noticed by Uncle Caleb, who was sitting on the side watching Yunfei entertaining guests. P.S. 3 changes every day, please collect and reward. Chapter 4, A Chance Encounter 400 years ago. Yunfei, what's the matter? I've been rubbing my eyes here since this morning. Uncle Caleb looked at Yunfei and asked with a little worry. Yunfei has been working here for more than half a year, and Uncle Caleb didn't think he was right. Yunfei expressed concern about any difficulties. After all, it is not easy to find someone as cheap and affordable as Yunfei, and Uncle Caleb caring about Yunfei more verbally without losing his own interests is really a trivial matter that cannot be more trivial. After hearing Uncle Caleb's slightly concerned words, Yunfei rubbed his eyes and said, Uncle, I don't know why, but my eyes have been dazzled since this morning, and there are a few from time to time. Something flashed in front of me. After finishing speaking, Yunfei felt something flash in front of his eyes again, and rubbed his eyes again. After rubbing his eyes all morning, Yunfei felt that his whole body was not good. Uncle Caleb carefully looked at Yunfei's eyes. It was indeed a little red, although it was caused by Yunfei rubbing his eyes all morning. Dizziness? It seems that something flickered in front of my eyes. Maybe it's because you, Yunfei, are a little tired from working these 2 days, so that's it. Uncle, I will give you half a day off today, so go out and have fun. Paid vacation. Uncle Caleb pondered for a moment, as if he had made some particularly important decision. He patted Yunfei on the shoulder vigorously, looked at Yunfei and said with a smile. To be honest, Uncle Caleb, as a relatively stingy uncle and the boss who hired Yunfei, was willing to give Yunfei half a day off and take over the job for Yunfei himself. For Uncle Caleb, it was indeed a very important decision that required careful consideration. Hey! On holiday? Yunfei looked at Uncle Caleb and said, a little afraid to relax. Yunfei has also worked with Uncle Caleb for more than half a year, so he naturally has a certain understanding of Uncle Caleb. The uncle is in such a good mood today, he actually gave himself half a day off. The sun really came out from the west. However, since Uncle Caleb has said so, and it is still a paid vacation, luckily Yunfei agreed, and then took this opportunity to take a good look at this other world. It's been half a year since time travel. Although Yunfei can't say that he hasn't been anywhere, but because he doesn't have much personal time, he just walks around Uncle Caleb's dim sum shop. The royal city of the kingdom is not small at all. You know, the most powerful magic school in the kingdom of Lord Aaron, the Mildian School of Magic, is in the city of Dan, but Yunfei can't see the shadow of the Mildian School of Magic from Uncle Caleb's snack shop. It can be seen that it is conceivable how big Daner City is. Thinking of this, Yunfei directly put the 6000J he had saved for half a year on his body, thanked Uncle Caleb, and then walked towards the direction of Mildian Magic Academy in his memory. It has been half a year since he came to this other world, but except for ordinary people, Yunfei has never seen the legendary magic at all. Of course, Yunfei is going there to see what the legendary magic looks like. Although Yunfei didn't like Mildian Magic Academy very much, after all, he lived to say that his predecessor was severely repaired by the students of Mildian Magic Academy, and finally went to get a box lunch after the game because of his serious injuries. Hey, it's such a bustling city. Until now, I can't believe that I actually crossed over. It's really out of place. Yunfei sighed as he looked at the otherworld-style streets and shops around him, as well as the crowds with colorful hair. Because he had a whole afternoon of leisure time, Yunfei was not in a hurry, so he wandered along the route he remembered in the direction of Mildian Academy of Magic. Maybe it was because Yunfei paid too much attention to the relationship between the surrounding environment and people, but Yunfei didn't pay much attention to the things in front of him. He accidentally knocked over something, or a child with red hair. Hiss, it hurts so much, uncle, what are you doing? You are so reckless. The red-haired child looked at Yunfei, who was a little dazed, and complained a few words. It could be seen that the child didn't mean to blame him. He patted the dust on his body and stood up again. The kid with hair is very optimistic and cheerful. Hey? Big, uncle. Am I this old? By the way, I'm sorry. I didn't believe I knocked you down just now. You didn't get hurt. Yunfei was slightly stunned, then looked at the red-haired man. The kid just said a little apologetically. But having said that, Yunfei feels that he is still very young, and he can definitely be called a handsome little fresh meat. There is definitely 1,000 miles away from the word uncle, and Uncle Caleb can be called a real uncle. Of course, maybe in front of children, Yunfei might be regarded as an uncle in front of him. By the way, I almost forgot to introduce, Yunfei's body is about 15 or 16 years old. Although he can't be called the kind of peerless handsome guy, he can definitely be regarded as the kind of handsome sunny boy. Are you kidding me? How could I, Natsu dragged Neil, be injured by such a small fall. Uncle, please don't break your bones. The little boy, that is, Natsu, hurriedly turned his back after hearing what Yunfei said, putting away the painful expression on his face. He looked at Yunfei and said stiffly. It can be seen that this little boy named Natsu dragged Neil is very strong, but Yunfei's attention was instantly attracted by the name of this little boy. Natsu dragged Neil. P.S. 3 shifts a day, I beg all the judges to collect it, it may become 4 shifts a day at any time. Chapter 5, This is the era of 400 years ago. How could Yunfei not remember this name? Before the time travel, Yunfei had no other hobbies. He just liked to read anime novels and play games. Among them, Fairy Tail is Yunfei's favorite anime, and the name of the main character in Fairy Tail is Natsu dragged Neil. Could this be the world in Fairy Tail? After hearing the name of Natsu dragged Neil, Yunfei will inevitably think so, because Fairy Tail is the world of dragons and magic, but Yunfei feels that the world he is in now does not fit the world background of Fairy Tail world. Because Yunfei remembers clearly that the continent where Fairy Tail is located is called Island, not Ishgar, and so on. Yunfei suddenly felt that the word Ishgar was very familiar. Aren't the top 4 wizards of 10 wizard saints the same as the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar? Could it be? As a loyal follower of Fairy Tail, Yunfei has read Fairy Tail's manga well when Fairy Tail animation is temporarily suspended. Yunfei thinks that his understanding of Fairy Tail is still very good. Originally, Yunfei didn't connect with this aspect at all, but after hearing the name Natsu dragged Neil, Yunfei immediately connected everything he knew. The Ishgar continent was named after the Dragon clan ruled the world, and the Island continent was named after the Dragon King ceremony when the human clan became king, and through the analysis of the comics and post-bar, Yunfei also knew Fairy Tail. The protagonist Natsu dragged Neil actually lived in the era when the dragons ruled the world 400 years ago. Thinking of this, Yunfei immediately became a little excited. He didn't expect that he would actually come to the world of Fairy Tail, but soon Yunfei calmed down, because Yunfei would never survive the beginning of the plot. Thinking of this, Yunfei became a little depressed. What 10 wizard saints? I've been saying some inexplicable things since just now. Uncle, you look so strange. I have something else to do. Uncle, you can just be in a daze by yourself. Natsu looked at Yunfei in a strange way said. Natsu feels that Yunfei is a bit weird, but fortunately, he is not going to ink with Yunfei. You must know that Natsu has many very important things to do. How could Yunfei just let Natsu leave her side like this? Now Yunfei is not completely sure that the world he is in is really the Fairy Tail world as he imagined, so Yunfei still needs to confirm with Natsu. Hey, Natsu, why don't you go in a hurry? Do you have something important to do? If not, how about I treat you to dessert ice cream to express my apology for knocking you down just now? By the way, my name is Yunfei Yunfei Alsace. Quickly pulled Natsu, who was about to leave. Yunfei looked at Natsu and said with a smile, Yunfei still has a lot of questions to get out of Natsu's mouth. Because Yunfei was asked a question about not having a surname when he applied for a job at Uncle Caleb last time, so Yunfei thought for a long time and decided to use the name of a character he once liked very much as his surname, Lich King Alsace. I think Yunfei was attracted by this tragic character when he played Warcraft Frozen Throne for a while. Oh! Dessert ice cream. Originally, I was busy with many important things. Since you want to buy me dessert and ice cream, Uncle Yunfei, then I will accept your apology, Uncle Yunfei. Natsu, after hearing Yunfei's words, his eyes lit up, and he said with a little expectation, even stopping the steps that were about to bypass Yunfei just now. It can be seen that the desserts and ice cream mentioned by Yunfei really have an unparalleled temptation for Natsu. After all, Natsu is just a 3 or 4-year-old kid. Afterwards, things became easier. Although Yunfei felt sorry for the wallet he had saved for a long time, it was worthwhile to be able to confirm some news from Natsu, so Yunfei gave up and planned to go to the legendary Strongest Magic. The idea of the Academy of Magic and Magic. I chatted with Natsu in a nearby coffee shop for most of the afternoon. From Natsu's mouth, Yunfei knew that Natsu had a genius brother Ziref Dragneel who studied at the Meridian Academy of Magic. When Yunfei knew that Natsu's brother was called Ziref Dragneel, Yunfei was completely sure that the other world he was in was fairy tale. If there is no accident, it should be the era when fairy tale ruled the world 400 years ago. How could Yunfei not know who Ziref Dragneel is? Ziref Dragneel is the legendary existence in the magic world in fairy tale, the only strongest in the history of magic, whose name is almost called forbidden language by later generations, the ancestor of the Black Mage, descended on the ancient continent. The black magic was raised to the extreme to create the dark magic of the warrior and the demon, which plunged the world into chaos, and possessed almost invincible power to destroy the world. This is the Ziref that Yunfei knows. At the same time, Yunfei also knows that Natsu is Ziref's younger brother. Since Natsu has an older brother named Ziref, then this world is the world of fairy tale 400 years ago. Get up, and don't continue talking to Natsu. Natsu is also happy that Yunfei is thinking next to him. Those who are always asked by Yunfei don't have much time to eat snacks and ice cream. Now of course they have to eat while Yunfei is thinking. This kind of person can eat ice cream and snacks casually. The opportunity is very rare. At this moment, a voice that seemed a bit calm came from behind Yunfei. Natsu, why haven't you come home yet? Chapter 6, First Sight and Change, Kneeling for Collection, Third Update. Yunfei and Natsu were both stunned after hearing this voice that seemed a bit calm. Yunfei subconsciously looked behind him curiously. This was a little boy with short black hair and grey eyes, wearing a black clothes and a long white cloth. Although Yunfei saw this black-haired little boy for the first time, Yunfei still recognized this black-haired little boy as Ziref. After all, although Ziref is only a child at present, the clothes on his body are similar to those of Yunfei. In the past, the clothes I watched in anime didn't change much. At most, the clothes were smaller. Elder brother! Natsu shouted happily when he saw that it was his brother Ziref, put down the ice cream in his hand and ran towards Ziref. Basically, many younger brothers and sisters have a kind of admiration for their older brothers and sisters when they were young. Of course, Natsu is no exception, and Ziref is a student of Mildian Magic Academy at a young age. Qualifications to be worshipped. Really, Natsu, why did you come to this kind of place? Don't run around alone in the future, and Natsu, you can't just ask others to buy you ice cream. Ziref looked at Natsu and said slightly complaining, and at the same time he smiled apologetically at Yunfei who was beside him. Although Ziref doesn't know how Natsu and Yunfei got together, but Yunfei invited Natsu to eat snacks and ice cream. Ziref can still see it. Ziref is a very talkative and kind-hearted person. Of course, Yunfei treats his younger brother to eat dessert and ice cream. People show kindness. It can be seen that Natsu is usually a mischievous existence in the eyes of Ziref, otherwise Ziref would not give way. It is Natsu who asked Yunfei to treat him to eat snacks and ice cream in the cafe. Of course, none of these can deny Ziref's care and concern for Natsu. No, it was Yunfei who accidentally knocked me down before, and then Yunfei was sorry and insisted on buying me snacks and ice cream here. It's not what I asked Yunfei to do. Natsu heard Ziref say to himself after pressing the pot forcibly. He said with an unhappy face, after all, it was Yunfei who strongly asked him to have snacks and ice cream here, otherwise Natsu was going to go home and said. It's just that what Natsu said was not wrong, but no matter how you looked at it, it seemed to be lying. Naturally, Ziref felt that it must be his incompetent brother who was making trouble for no reason. I'm really sorry, my brother Natsu is a bit ignorant, I've caused you trouble, I'll pay the fee here. Ziref rubbed Natsu's hair vigorously, and said apologetically to Yunfei. How come? Natsu is not wrong, it is true that I accidentally knocked Natsu down, it is not a big deal to treat Natsu to a snack and ice cream, okay, let's leave it at that, I will settle the bill first. Yunfei shook his head quickly after hearing what Ziref said, and said to Ziref that he was just refusing. How could Yunfei make Ziref, a kid who looks like only 4 or 5 years old, pay for it, and in the future, Yunfei might even pay for Ziref's thigh. Yunfei knows how crazy Ziref will be in the future, so don't take advantage. How can I make a little insignificant request after getting the relationship better now? Ziref couldn't refuse Yunfei, and Ziref's economic conditions were not very good, so under Yunfei's repeated insistence, he didn't insist on it. Let Yunfei settle the bill. It cost a total of 1800J, but it made Yunfei a small meat. It hurt for a while, and the salary of the past 2 months was gone all of a sudden. But it's nothing to be able to have a good relationship with Natsu and Ziref, 2 big dicks. One is the most powerful person in the future, and the other has the protagonist's halo Zioqiang's unbeatable existence. Now I dare not enter and hug my thighs. When? After that, things became easier, because the sky had turned slightly dark, so Yunfei dispersed after casually chatting with Ziref and Natsu. I told Ziref and Natsu about the matter and invited them to come and play when they are free. Seeing Ziref and Natsu walking away slowly, Yunfei suddenly remembered that Natsu seemed to die one day 400 years ago, and the next series of upheavals also started because of Natsu's death. So being able to become that kind of terrifying existence has something to do with Natsu's death. Things seem to be getting a little worse. Seeing Ziref and Natsu walking away, Yunfei felt a little headache. Yunfei didn't know whether he should tell Ziref about Natsu, because even Yunfei himself only knew that Ziref's younger brother, Natsu Dragneel, would die 400 years ago. Yunfei, who died on a certain day, the specific day, and the specific reason for his death, didn't know anything. The author of Fairy Tale didn't explain Natsu's death 400 years ago at all before Yunfei crossed. Just as Yunfei hesitated for a while, Ziref and Natsu had disappeared from Yunfei's sight. Fortunately, Yunfei gave up the idea of reminding Ziref and Natsu. Forget it, the boat will naturally go straight up to the wall. Damn it, something is flashing in the eyes again. Hey, what's going on? Seeing the direction where Ziref and Natsu disappeared, Yunfei shook his head helplessly, but before he finished speaking, something like an icon flickered again in Yunfei's eyes, and at the same time rubbed his own eyes vigorously. At this time, Yunfei also felt that something was wrong, because the icon-like things in his eyes flickered more and more frequently, and Yunfei also felt that he needed something very urgently, and that thing Yunfei felt that it was true to him. Very important. Chapter 7, Picking Up and Weapons. Yunfei glanced around in a daze. The icons flashing in his eyes hurt Yunfei's eyes a little. There is nothing Yunfei needs to pay attention to. Because the sky has turned slightly dark, the surrounding grocery stores, shops such as clothing stores and blacksmith shops are about to close, etc. While scanning a blacksmith's shop not far away, Yunfei suddenly felt that what he wanted was there. Thinking of this, Yunfei subconsciously walked towards the blacksmith's shop that attracted him. This is a very ordinary blacksmith's shop. When Yunfei walked into the blacksmith's shop, he could hear a series of iron strikes, and no one came to entertain Yunfei. Fortunately, Yunfei also curiously observed the blacksmith's shop. Before traveling to the world of Fairy Tale 400 years ago, Yunfei read many online novels, so after the time travel, although Yunfei himself was an ordinary person for a long time, but sometimes Yunfei subconsciously puts himself in the role of the protagonist. Maybe one day I will encounter some adventure and rise up. Just now, after Yunfei felt the attraction towards him in the blacksmith's shop, that's what Yunfei fantasized about. After observing for a long time, Yunfei didn't find anything special about this blacksmith shop that attracted him. The counters were filled with all kinds of household furniture. At first, Yunfei was a little disappointed, feeling that the blacksmith shop was not what he imagined, but Yunfei still walked along the place that attracted him, and when he reached the innermost part of the blacksmith shop, Yunfei finally stopped, and at the same time the fiery breath and the noisy sound of blacksmithing also came over the surface. What appeared in front of Yunfei was a huge iron furnace and a very capable blacksmith sitting in front of the stove. There are many ready-made weapons beside the blacksmith, such as hammers, giant swords, and short swords. Like weapons like Taideo, every weapon Yunfei thinks is very powerful. Oh, it's so hot, hey! Is this a weapon? And this one is a Taideo. Yunfei looked at the scene in front of him and said with a little surprise. At the same time, Yunfei's eyes were attracted by a Taideo. Subconsciously the only thing he wanted was to go to the blacksmith's side and pick up the Taideo. The moment Yunfei picked up the Taideo, the icon that had been blinking rapidly in Yunfei's eyes also froze. It was not until this time that Yunfei could see clearly what the icon looked like. It was like a sword or a knife. The icon that the weapon hits upwards forcefully, and when Yunfei focused on this icon, a bunch of information also appeared in Yunfei's mind. Pick up, send an attack from the lower net to the enemy, an attack with a certain degree of sword energy to make the enemy float in the air. The degree of floating depends on the user's strength. It's just that the pickup icon is gray. Judging from Yunfei's many years of experience, gray definitely means that it cannot be used. When Yunfei was curious about how he should be able to use this skill, Yunfei's mind was the same as before. A few pieces of information surfaced at a time. Thinking about the initial use of upward picks, the necessary condition is that Yunfei uses his full strength to use the katana or other weapons to pick up 1,000 times from the lower section. Any room for a pickup? As a good boy in the 21st century, how could Yunfei have never played Dungeon and Fighter? Moreover, the pickup icon that appeared in front of my eyes was exactly the same as the pickup skill icon in Dungeons and Warriors that Yunfei played before, without any change, so Yunfei naturally made this pickup icon popular all over the country. The underground city and the warriors are associated. Before Yunfei could continue thinking about it, there was an impatient voice next to him, interrupting Yunfei's thinking. Hey, I said, little brother, don't casually break into other people's rooms and hold other people's weapons in a daze, okay, little brother, did you come to my blacksmith shop to buy something? Uncle Blacksmith looking at Yunfei, he said impatiently. It can be seen that Uncle Blacksmith is quite unimpressed with Yunfei. But thinking about it is also true, an inexplicable person suddenly broke in when he was concentrating on forging, and stood beside him in a daze with the weapon he had just built, which made the blacksmith concentrate on forging. There was no other way, the blacksmith uncle could only stop his work, entertain Yunfei, a reckless guy, and continue to forge. Hey? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come in to disturb you, uncle. I wonder how much the weapon I have is. Yunfei was slightly taken aback when he heard Uncle Blacksmith's words, and then apologized to Blacksmith, smiled and asked a little curiously. Yunfei also felt that it was a bit embarrassing for him to run into other people's private space recklessly, but it would be better to solve his own weapon problem first. After all, with the skills in Dungeons and Warriors, weapons are also needed. Let it out, not to mention that you need to go through a lot of practice before using the skills. Yunfei has even started to imagine that one day in the future, he will use Phantom Sword Dance and Extreme Ghost Sword technique to advance like a storm. Just thinking about it makes Yunfei feel a little excited. Brother, you are right, these weapons are not magic weapons. They are just semi-finished products. After hearing Yunfei's words, Uncle Blacksmith was stunned, and suddenly became a little strange, because the reason why Uncle Blacksmith wanted to make these weapons was because he had a cooperative relationship with the magic weapon shop. Uncle Blacksmith was responsible for making weapons and sending them to the magic weapon shop. Then the magic weapon shop will process it again. No one wants weapons without any magic blessings and magic circles. In this world, magic is the kingly way. That's why the uncle will be so strange after hearing Yunfei's words. Chapter 8, This is just a toy, for collection, second update. After hearing Uncle Blacksmith's words, Yunfei just shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Of course, Yunfei knows that magic weapons are better than dragons, but that requires Yunfei to be able to afford magic weapons. Even the cheapest magic weapons are expensive. If 10,000 J goes up, Yunfei can't afford it at all. Uncle, just don't worry, I'm not wrong, I want this weapon in my hand. Uncle, tell me how much it is. Yunfei looked at the blacksmith uncle and said with a smile. I, Yunfei, can't afford magic weapons. Can I still afford such semi-finished weapons? 4500J. Since Yunfei insisted so much, the blacksmith had no reason to push the business outside, and the blacksmith had already explained the situation of the weapon to Yunfei, so if Yunfei wanted to buy it, he would buy it. However, 4500J is not a small amount, which is equivalent to nearly 1,000 yuan in RMB. Uncle Blacksmith wonders whether Yunfei has such a large amount of money. After all, Yunfei only looks about 15 or 16 years old. In fact, Uncle Blacksmith really has no doubts at all. Yunfei really couldn't even afford such a semi-finished weapon. In fact, Yunfei could have afforded it. Invite Natsu to eat dessert and talk to ice cream for 1800J, so Yunfei only has 4200J left, which is not enough to buy weapons. After hearing Uncle Blacksmith's words, Yunfei was stunned. Originally, Yunfei could do it with a maximum of $1,000 or $2,000, but he didn't expect it would cost a total of 4,000–5,000. Hey! 4,500J. Yunfei looked at Uncle Blacksmith and said with a guilty conscience, and at the same time looked at Uncle Blacksmith suspiciously. After all, this is almost half the price of the cheapest magic weapon. That's right, it's 4500J. Also, brother, don't look at me with that kind of eyes. It's the price. If I travel a little longer and take it to the magic weapon shop, I can sell it for 4,800J. The suspicious expression on his face suddenly became angry, and he said impatiently to Yunfei. You must know that Uncle Blacksmith's blacksmith shop is very famous in the surrounding generation, otherwise there would be no magic weapon shop in Uncle Blacksmith's blacksmith shop to customize weapons. Even if the weapons made by Uncle Blacksmith are not magical weapons, the weapons themselves are all rare high-quality goods. Originally, the high-quality weapons that could be bought at 4800J were sold to Yunfei for only 4500J. They are definitely full of conscience. This is already a conscientious price that can no longer be conscientious. Of course, Uncle Blacksmith is a man who has lived for dozens of years. Of course, it can be seen that Yunfei may not have enough money on him, or even a little bit, but it is impossible to ask Uncle Blacksmith to drop a penny. Does it make Uncle Blacksmith find Yunfei very unpleasant? However, in the end, Uncle Blacksmith couldn't get in the way of Yunfei's obsessive energy, so he sold the Taidao in Yunfei's hand to Yunfei at a price of 4200J. In general, today is a very good day for Yunfei. Not only did he meet the two big dicks of the future, but also his gold finger has officially awakened. Yunfei feels like he is really going to fly, the expression on the face couldn't be suppressed at all. After returning to Uncle Caleb's dim sum shop, Uncle Caleb naturally noticed it. Oh, Yunfei, you seem to be in a good mood after going out for an afternoon. It seems that the problem with eyesight is gone, and you bought a semi-finished weapon. Uncle Caleb walked away happily holding the Taidao. Yunfei who came in just said with a smile, but at the end Uncle Caleb was a little strange why Yunfei bought a semi-finished weapon. Just as I said just now, in the world of fairy tale, whether it was 400 years ago, when the dragons ruled the world, or 400 years later, when the human race ruled the roost, magic is king, and anything that does not match magic is very important. Weakness, including weapons. It is very obvious who wins and who loses between a tornado or flame or other magic weapons and ordinary weapons that can only be used for slashing. In the eyes of Uncle Caleb, it was a waste of money for Yunfei to buy such a semi-finished weapon. In addition, Uncle Caleb is pretty good, but he is so stingy, so in the end, even if he didn't spend it on himself for the money, Uncle Caleb inevitably felt a little pained. The worst thing to see a stingy person is a prodigal. Haha, Uncle Caleb, what are you talking about? Isn't this a magic weapon? I can't afford it even if I want to buy it, so I feel that I can just buy a semi-finished weapon and play with it in my hand. Yunfei heard Uncle Caleb's words after that. He laughed dryly twice, and said a little helplessly. To be honest, Yunfei also wanted to try out what it was like to use the legendary magic, but to be polite, in this era 400 years ago, magic was not as popular as it was 400 years later, and he had no magical qualifications. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people who cannot become magicians to use magic. Forget it, Yunfei, as long as you are happy, it's your own money to spend anyway. Uncle Caleb looked at Yunfei and said with a little helplessness, since Yunfei was so happy, Caleb didn't bother to scan Yunfei's nature, so he did not say the next half sentence. Here, semi-finished weapons also have this very delicate nickname, that is, toys. In front of real magic or magical weapons, the semi-finished Tadeo in Yunfei's hand is not a toy. After Yunfei got acquainted with Ziref and Natsu and awakened Goldfinger, Yunfei still worked honestly in Uncle Caleb's pastry shop, and did not prepare to do a big job just because he awakened Goldfinger. After all, Yunfei still needs a lot of practice if he wants to use Goldfinger. Chapter 9, The Last Calm, Kneeling for Collection, 3rd Update. What was Yunfei in the past, so what is Yunfei now? Time has passed slowly in Yunfei's ordinary life. Every day, Yunfei can always hear some news about dragons. There are dragons in a certain city and town. Haunted, how many powerful magicians fought with dragons, how many magicians died heroically forever, and so on. All in all, he looked like he might be killed by a dragon's breath at any time, which made Yunfei frightened for a long time, fearing that the game would be over if he turned into ashes for no apparent reason that day. Later, Yunfei was relieved after learning about the situation in detail, because Yunfei suddenly found that there were news about dragons everywhere around him, and the dragon didn't seem to mind if someone ran away, as long as someone could bring some fun to the dragon, then it is not unacceptable to run with some ants. Just like human children playing with ants, as long as they have fun, will human children care whether they have killed them all or eradicated them? No, human beings don't care how many ants they run away from their hands, they just need to have fun and have fun. At present, human beings are equivalent to ants played by human beings to the dragon clan. Like ants, there is no need to care no matter how many people run away. This made Yunfei a little happy. After all, as an ordinary person, those dragon dicks probably wouldn't care about him. Although Yunfei felt a little ashamed to be so happy, it's better to die than to live. 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Anyway, Yunfei thinks that saving his life is more important. Yunfei asks himself that he still can't achieve the state of facing life and death, at least for now. Yunfei is like this. Of course, Yunfei also knows that one day in the near future, the dragon clan will experience what it is like to be treated as an ant. Like Ziref and Natsu, Yunfei also has a very fresh memory of the name of the black dragon Aknologia. Compared with the dragon news, there is another thing that makes Yunfei a little unhappy, and that is about the Goldfinger Ghost Swordsman skill improvement. It has been a whole year since Yunfei traveled here, and it has been half a year since he opened Goldfinger, yes, but the unlocking of the top pick has been advancing at a very slow speed. For half a year and a full 180 days, Yunfei had only completed more than 500 attacks from the bottom to the top with all his strength, and there was still a long way to go from 1000 times. At first, Yunfei thought that even a full-strength blow would be impossible after a day. It could be 30 or 40 full-strength blows, but it's just 1000 full-strength blows, and it can be done within a month. In fact, there is nothing wrong with Yunfei thinking this way, but Yunfei forgot the most important point, that is, Yunfei's own physical fitness. Yunfei's physical fitness is like a weak scholar, and he has to use his katana to use all his strength from the bottom. An upward blow is definitely an overload. Moreover, the upward slash itself is more laborious than the downward slash. Sometimes Yunfei thinks, if it is the downward slash, maybe he has already successfully activated the skill. The result of this is that after Yunfei's arm hit with full strength, there is no doubt about the muscle strain. You must know that the muscle strain itself is a protective mechanism for the muscle to the body. In the case of muscle strain, if it weren't for the extraordinary perseverance, it would be impossible for him to use his full strength again. Yunfei is not talented, just an ordinary person without extraordinary perseverance. Even if Yunfei once gritted his teeth cruelly and wanted to forcefully use the upward pick in the case of a muscle strain, he failed. The use is out of use, but because of the state of muscle strain, Yunfei subconsciously withdrew part of his strength. The result of this is that Yunfei not only did not practice well, but also made his muscle strain more serious. After that, Yunfei be honest, and didn't try to forcefully practice upward picks when the muscles were strained. However, continuous practice of lifting is not without benefits for Yunfei. At least Yunfei feels that his body has become stronger with each practice, especially the muscles in Yunfei's arms, which look special. Lean. Of course, this lean body is a delicate body. Yunfei doesn't want to look like a muscular freak in the future, that would be too ugly. At the beginning, Yunfei could only practice once a day and his arm muscles were so sore, but now Yunfei can easily perform 5 or 6 times of all-out push-ups every day. Yunfei can feel that he is making continuous progress every day. Yunfei thinks perhaps the remaining 400 or so full-strength attacks can be done in less than 2 months. If the progress is faster, it may only take a month. At the same time, the relationship between Yunfei and Natsu has also become quite good. Whenever Natsu is free, he will come to visit Yunfei to play. Sometimes Yunfei will sneak some snacks for Natsu when Uncle Caleb is not paying attention. There is no wet shoes when walking by the river, and you will be found if you steal too much. Uncle Caleb found out Yunfei and Natsu once they didn't pay attention, and they were reprimanded. Of course, Uncle Caleb is not the kind of person who is stingy to the extreme. As long as it is not too much, Uncle Caleb doesn't care too much. At most, he just snorted at Yunfei. A few snacks are not worth much. And Uncle Caleb also likes Natsu very much. It's just that many things always come so suddenly. As the body gets stronger day by day with the practice, and as the time to unlock the skill is getting closer, Yunfei has forgotten everything except working in the dim sum shop. It's been a while since Natsu has come to look after his business. The wheel of fate began to turn slowly. Chapter 10, The Beginning of Great Changes. To be honest, Uncle Caleb still likes that kid Natsu, otherwise, Yunfei would not let Yunfei secretly give Natsu some snacks every time, so when Natsu didn't come to his dim sum shop recently, Uncle Caleb still liked him. I'm a little concerned. Uncle Caleb always wondered if it was because he acted a little aggressive that he scared Natsu, otherwise Natsu would come to play with Yunfei almost every day. Why has Natsu not come for several days and almost a week? I said, Yunfei, have you noticed that Natsu hasn't come here recently? Is it because I behaved a little too much last time that made Natsu a little unhappy? Uncle Caleb looked at Yunfei with a little hesitation. He asked, if he didn't know why Natsu didn't come to his dim sum shop, Uncle Caleb really couldn't sleep. After hearing Uncle Caleb's words, Yunfei realized that Natsu really didn't come to the dim sum shop to find him for a while. Hey? It seems that Natsu hasn't been here for a while, but it's definitely not what you imagined, Uncle Caleb. That kid Natsu is definitely not so easily scared by you. Yunfei looked at Uncle Caleb just said with a smile. No matter after time traveling or before time traveling, Natsu in the anime or in reality now gives Yunfei a carefree image. Anyone can be angry with Uncle Caleb, even including Yunfei himself, but Natsu is the least likely to be angry. Uncle Caleb is angry, after all. Where is Natsu's quick-talking personality? In Yunfei's image? Well, in the images in the anime, Natsu is never angry, or someone who will not be angry behind the scenes. If Natsu really wants to be angry, he usually vents it on the spot. Whatever happens afterward, he will still be like that. After all, in the anime before Yunfei crossed, Natsu had a pretty good relationship with the Iron Dragon Gajeel. You must know that the Iron Dragon Gajeel destroyed Fairy Tail's guild building in a mess, and turned Fairy Tail into Levy. It was badly repaired and Levy was hung from a tree. Then after Natsu successfully repaired the Iron Dragon Gajeel, he completely dispelled his anger towards the Iron Dragon Gajeel. Finally, Natsu did not show any hostility after the Phantom Lord destroyed the Iron Dragon Gajeel and joined Fairy Tail. All in all, Yunfei doesn't think that Natsu will not come to the dim sum shop because he is angry with Uncle Caleb, and it is even more likely that no matter how angry Uncle Caleb gets, Natsu will still come to the dim sum shop for free dim sum. It turned out to be like this, so, Uncle, I will give you half a day off today. Yunfei, go and see Natsu, and tell Natsu, by the way, you should come to my place often, and I won't be too angry if you secretly eat my snacks. It's fine. Uncle Caleb was slightly relieved after hearing Yunfei's words, but Uncle Caleb still said to Yunfei a little uneasy. Once a person is entangled in one thing, he has to figure it out. Obviously, Uncle Caleb is like this now. If he doesn't clearly understand why Natsu doesn't come to his dim sum shop, Uncle Caleb will definitely would be in that very depressing state. At any rate, Uncle Caleb has known Natsu for a while, and he barely knows the basic situation of Natsu. Uncle Caleb knows that Natsu's parents died a long time ago, and he usually lives with Ziref, a genius brother who studied at Mildian Magic Academy. Together. But Natsu's older brother Ziref has to stay and study in the Magic Academy every day, so he usually doesn't have much time to take care of Natsu, and even Natsu's older brother Ziref is just a 4 or 5-year-old brat child only. That's why Natsu would come to Uncle Caleb's dim sum shop to play with Yunfei every day before, because Natsu has a good relationship with Yunfei besides his brother Ziref. Knowing that Natsu usually lives alone, Uncle Caleb is going to ask Yunfei to visit Natsu. An paid vacation? Yunfei immediately asked with a little expectation after hearing Uncle Caleb's words. It would be even better if it was a paid vacation. After that, things became very simple. Uncle Caleb kicked Yunfei out. Of course it was a paid vacation. Then Yunfei went to the place where Natsu and Ziref usually live. Natsu told Yunfei about himself, the location where he lives, so Yunfei won't have a dark eye and wonder where Natsu's home is. However, before going to Natsu's house, Yunfei took a look at the progress of the upswing. As early as yesterday, Yunfei had already practiced the upswing to 999 times, so when he went out, Yunfei brought the Teideo that he had spent a full 4200J with. On the body, as long as the muscle strain on the hand is healed, then Yunfei can practice the last full blow to open the skill gold finger at any time. Yunfei has been practicing for 7 or 8 months, and he has already waited a bit impatient. Soon Yunfei came to the place where Natsu and Ziref usually lived, a small building that was a little cracked, although it didn't belong to the slum area, but it was almost the same. Of course, although it is dilapidated, it is much better than Yunfei's small broken stone house in the slums anyway. I don't know if it has been occupied by others since I haven't gone back for more than a year. Excuse me, is anyone home? Is this Natsu's home? Yunfei gently knocked on the door of the small building and shouted into the small building. For some reason, Yunfei suddenly felt that things were really starting to get a little bit wrong, because Yunfei could feel a very depressing, extremely depressing aura coming from the direction of the small building, which was suffocating. Chapter 11, Confusion Between Life and Death. Second update. Before Yunfei could continue to wonder, the wooden door that Yunfei knocked on twice just now was opened, revealing Ziref's gloomy face, and at the same time Ziref's face was full of uncontrollable confusion. Seeing Yunfei, Ziref smiled very reluctantly, as if he didn't want to show his bad side, but some things can't be hidden if you want to hide them. Although Ziref tried his best to let himself see it's not that abnormal, but the pale complexion and gloomy expression on his face immediately made Yunfei aware that something was wrong. You know, although Yunfei usually has more contacts with Natsu and less with Ziref, Yunfei still knows that Ziref is still the same as Natsu in essence, a very kind and optimistic person, but he is not quite like Natsu in appearance. Just the same. It's brother Yunfei, what's the reason why you came to see Natsu? Ziref looked at Yunfei and said with a smile, but the smile was unusually forced, and there was a sad look in his eyes from time to time. Judging from Ziref's address to Yunfei, it can be seen that Ziref still feels pretty good about Yunfei, at least he regards Yunfei as a very good friend, and Yunfei is also Natsu's only friend, knowing that in the era 400 years ago here it is. Yunfei looked at Ziref, who was very different from usual, with a terrified expression. Yunfei knew that Ziref was usually studying at the Mildian Academy of Magic during the day and was not at home, but now Ziref is at home during the daytime. His face is so ugly. Originally lived in the world of fairy tale 400 years ago for more than a year, Yunfei's gradually forgotten memories suddenly surfaced. The only strongest Ziref Dragneel in the history of fairy tale magic, the reason why he is so strong is entirely caused by the death of his younger brother Natsu Dragneel. If Natsu Dragneel did not die 400 years ago, then he would not have died. There will be the only strongest Ziref Dragneel in history. It is only from here that one can imagine how much the accidental death of Ziref's younger brother Natsu 400 years ago had dealt a huge blow to Ziref himself. Confusion and earth-shaking changes. Subconsciously, Yunfei connected Ziref, who was not feeling right in front of him, with the information he knew. Thinking of this, Yunfei frowned a little. If this is really the case, to be honest, Yunfei doesn't know what to do up. Before Yunfei crossed over, even the author of fairy tale mentioned the death of Ziref's younger brother Natsu 400 years ago. He didn't say in detail why Natsu died. 100 years ago, Natsu would die once, but Yunfei didn't know exactly how and where he died. Originally, Yunfei wanted to get his gold finger done first before thinking about other things, but he didn't expect Natsu to kneel before he got his gold finger. Ziref, why is your face so ugly? Is something wrong? Yunfei looked at Ziref's abnormal expression and asked hesitantly, although Yunfei probably knew what happened to Ziref in his heart, but Yunfei didn't dare to be 100% sure that Natsu was dead if he didn't confirm it from Ziref's mouth. Ziref didn't seem to want to answer Yunfei's question, and at the same time, the doubts on his face became more and more intense. Brother Yunfei, why are there life and death in this world? What exactly are life and death? Ziref looked at Yunfei and asked with a puzzled expression. At this time, Ziref can ask only Yunfei is the only one, but Yunfei is destined not to give Ziref a clear answer. After all, in terms of talent alone, Yunfei is absolutely inferior to Ziref, the future Xian. Of course, before this, Yunfei also confirmed one thing, that is, Natsu is really dead, otherwise Ziref would not ask himself such a question. Yunfei remembered that Ziref would be crazily plunged into the study of life and death. Yunfei still remembers that the Black Dragon Aknologia had an unclear relationship with the future Kielf. All in all, Yunfei suddenly felt that maybe the Dragon King festival 400 years ago might not be long before the world changed. But before that, Yunfei has to take care of Ziref. What is life and death? I don't know, Ziref, what happened, can you tell me? Yunfei squatted in front of Ziref and asked seriously. If it is possible, Yunfei really doesn't want Ziref to study life and death, because in that case, Ziref will not have any fun even if he becomes the world's top to the extreme powerhouse. Brother Yunfei, don't you know what life and death are? Brother Yunfei, Natsu won't move anymore, so he's dead. Ziref looked at Yunfei with a disappointed face and said, with his usual shining eyes it also became dark and lifeless. It can be seen that Yunfei's consolation has no effect on Ziref at all, and Ziref is still in the endless confusion of his own, and he doesn't pay attention to Yunfei anymore. There is no way, Yunfei can only tell Ziref that if there is any problem, go to Uncle Caleb's dim sum shop to find him and then go back. Ziref can't listen to any consolation at this time. Ziref must revive Natsu. Come here, you only need to control life and death and you will be able to do it. In fact, in the original book, Ziref did it, but he fell into the despair of eternal life. P.S. I beg all the judges to give you a favorite, hwawa, and comments and rewards. Starting tomorrow, there will be 4 updates every day. Chapter 12, The Last Calm Before the Storm. 3rd. To be honest, Yunfei still wants immortality very much. After all, it is immortality. It is such a perfect thing to be able to live forever without worrying about lifespan. However, Yunfei suddenly discovered that although there is no immortality in fairy tale, none of them is immortality in a positive sense. All of them achieve the effect of immortality because of a certain curse. The taboo of death got eternal life. But this kind of immortality often needs to pay a huge price. For example, Ziref wants to enjoy the inner condemnation forever. In fact, at the beginning of the fairy tale plot, Ziref was schizophrenic because of hundreds of years of self-blame, divided into grey pupils and red pupils, and the red pupils are Ziref distorted by strong self-blame. Yunfei has always borrowed a sentence from fairy tale's original book: he is more kind than anyone else and cherishes life, but it has caused the crime and destruction that even clear water will beat. It is not so much eternal life as eternal torture. For such a immortal Yunfei doesn't want it. But the time is getting tighter and tighter. If I guess correctly, Ziref will start to come into contact with the taboo of life and death soon. While walking on the way back, Yunfei thought seriously. I don't know why, the more peaceful and ordinary the day is, the more Yunfei feels that the rain is about to come, especially when seeing Ziref today, which is very different from usual, and Yunfei has never heard of it in fairy tale before crossing. Speaking of the kingdom of Lord Aaron, Yunfei finally connected all of this with the Dragon King festival that will definitely happen, and Yunfei made a bolder guess, that is, the kingdom of Lord Aaron may be destroyed before the Dragon King festival or the Dragon King festival. In this case, Daner City, the royal city of the kingdom of Lord Aaron, is extremely dangerous. Thinking of this, Yunfei instantly had a headache. The 4 things Yunfei knew there are so few news from 100 years ago, each of which is just a few words. Yunfei has no way of guessing when the Dragon King festival will be held. At the same time, Yunfei also kept complaining, why didn't he travel to the era when fairy tale's plot officially started 400 years later? Yunfei felt that if he traveled not 400 years ago but 400 years later, he would definitely mess up very open. Even if there is no force value, to pretend to be a prophet is still a very good thing, and you can also hug your thighs in advance. It is so perfect that it cannot be more perfect. It is a pity that the cruel reality is in front of Yunfei. It is impossible for Yunfei to go back 400 years later, so what Yunfei needs to consider now is how to survive the Dragon King festival in the near future, and even if he does not meet the Dragon King festival, however, it is also very possible to meet some dragons who treat humans as the first floor. No matter what, Yunfei has to make sure that he has a certain degree of resistance. Thinking of this, Yunfei tightened his grip on the stage. Regardless of his slightly strained arm, he just pulled out the Taideo with all his strength and pointed it up at a tree not far away, as if Yunfei felt the pain in his heart. All the uneasiness will be vented out along with this note. In an instant, the grey bulge in Yunfei's eyes suddenly turned into gold, and at the same time, Yunfei entered a very strange and mysterious feeling, as if Yunfei had become a Taideo in his hand, feeling indomitable and sharp momentum. At this moment, Yunfei felt that everything he was worried about just now became insignificant, as if anything that dared to block in front of him would be cut in half by himself, and at the same time Yunfei also felt an invisible force coming from the edge of the sword when it was revealed. It rushed towards the tree not far away like the sword energy in a martial arts novel, and finally the tree fell down under Yunfei's stunned expression, and the wide mouth was as smooth as a mirror. God! 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 Looking at the situation in front of him, Yunfei spit, and it was Sparta in an instant. Yuntian couldn't believe that it was caused by himself. How could this be overkill? Before Yunfei could continue to think about it, Yunfei just felt his body trembling and weak. Although it can't be said that all the strength and physical strength of his whole body were exhausted, if Yunfei continued to come back so many times, it would probably be the same. Although Yunfei's body was shaken and weak because of the sudden release of the real upward relationship, Yunfei was still quite excited, which means that if Yunfei encounters magic in the future, he will not have the slightest resistance up. By the way, Yunfei summed it up. Yunfei found that the upswing he released just now didn't seem to be the existence of Yunfei playing games according to skills before crossing. It's like Yunfei's instinct. As long as he has enough physical strength, how many times Yunfei wants to swing the sword, there is no problem with raising chi, it only needs Yunfei's physical strength to cover it. All in all, Yunfei feels that the feeling of controlling his own power is quite good, which is completely different from the feeling of not having any power before. Afterwards, things became easier. When Yunfei returned to Uncle Caleb's dim sum shop, he told Uncle Caleb about Natsu. It was a pity for Uncle Caleb for a long time. After all, how can such a cute child? It's like saying that death is death. Uncle Caleb likes Natsu very much. The days are back to normal again. Yunfei is doing what he should do every day. Yunfei can feel that a strong storm that has not yet broken out is constantly gathering, and the current calm is just the last calm before the storm. Forget it, this last piece will pass anytime and anywhere, and when the time comes, Yunfei will not have such a leisurely time. Chapter 13, Touching the Taboo. After successfully opening the gold finger, or successfully lighting up Yunfei's own skills through a lot of practice, Yunfei suddenly found that there were actually two icons floating in front of him, one of which was the pickup icon, and the other one of the Yunfei lit icons does look a little weird. It is a pattern of black flames burning on a mass of green stuff. Looking at it gave Yunfei a bad feeling, and at the same time information about this weird icon also appeared in Yunfei's mind. The devil's contract of the master's contract is like a devil sacrificing his life to control a powerful force for a short period of time. The minimum is 1 year and the maximum is unlimited. With only 50 years of lifespan, Yunfei can instantly master the sword technique of the gods, and become a legendary existence in 5 minutes. Even with a lifespan of 1 year, Yunfei can perform 2 slashes of unknown strength. All in all, Yunfei is the feeling this icon has a kind of magic quality. If you keep staring at this icon like this, Yunfei feels that it is really possible for him to sacrifice his lifespan of 10 or 8 years for fun. Thinking of this, Yunfei quickly forcibly took his attention back from the magical icon. After 100 years of life, Yunfei didn't want to waste his youth on this. But having said that, Yunfei suddenly wanted to see if he got the kind of curse that Ziref will get in the future and get eternal life. He didn't know if he could still use this magical icon. He had unlimited life and could squander it. No matter how he thought about it, he felt like a RMB warrior with unlimited RMB. Just thinking about it makes Yunfei a little excited. Of course, it is unlikely that Yunfei will have this opportunity to try it. After all, Ziref is such a fucking guy who wants to die and has schizophrenia all day long. Yunfei doesn't want to try this kind of taste. For immortality, he should use another way to find eternal life, at least not because of being cursed. Then Yunfei once again fell into unlimited practice and work, because Yunfei felt that his ability to use had a great relationship with his physical strength, so Yunfei resigned from his job at Uncle Caleb and found a new job outside. Uncle Caleb complained for a long time that he would never find a cheap wage earner like Yunfei, which was a hard work for him to exercise his strength, which made Yunfei smile bitterly for a long time. Uncle Caleb's deepest impression of him is the cheap wages. Anyway, Yunfei feels helpless, and the boat of friendship is really capsized. There is one thing that makes Yunfei very speechless, that is, regarding the progress of Goldfinger, Yunfei has once again fallen into the situation at the beginning. Yunfei needs to swing the upward pick with sword attack 1,000 times before he can activate the next skill. You must know that Yunfei's current physical strength will be lost after 3 sword qi attacks. But in order to continue to be strong, Yunfei can only fall into this kind of life of struggling during the day and sleeping off at night. Occasionally, Yunfei will go to Ziref to see what is going on with Ziref. Ziref was beyond Yunfei's expectation, and quickly returned to his original appearance, but he became even more reticent. At the same time, Ziref Dragnil's reputation as a genius and monster began to spread slowly. Basically everyone in Dale City knew more or less the existence of Ziref Dragnil. Moreover, this trend of discussing the genius and monster Ziref Dragnil puts forward the conjecture of the R system and the eclipse gate in Ziref. In Ziref's conjecture, the R system can resurrect dead things. As for the eclipse gate, the door is able to travel through time, between the past and the future. At the same time, Ziref also handed in a thesis on life and death to the senior management of the Mildian Academy of Magic. This news immediately attracted the attention of people outside Daner City and even Daner City. Throughout the ages, who can control life and death, who can control time, let alone human beings, even the dragons who rule and ravage the world are not so perverted, all right. If this is just Ziref's fantasy of wanting to revive his dead brother Natsu, it's okay, but the senior management of Mildian Magic Academy found through the information submitted by Ziref that the R system and the eclipse gate proposed by Ziref actually it is really feasible, and the thesis on life and death also thoroughly analyzed the mysterious 2 words of life and death. At this moment, Ziref Dragnil, the young evildoer, is completely on the cusp. Whether it is the R system that can be resurrected or the eclipse gate that can travel through time, it has a temptation that cannot be ignored by everyone, including Yunfei wants to pass through the eclipse gate and leave this era where dragons are everywhere and dangerous. Although Yunfei really wanted the eclipse gate, but as one of the few friends of Ziref, Yunfei told Ziref about Angsel Ramel, the god who controls life and death. Yunfei was very serious. It was said that Ziref continued to study the consequences of the R system and the eclipse gate, but Ziref did not listen to it. After all, Ziref's current obsession is to resurrect his only younger brother Natsu. Ziref doesn't care about other things now, and everything will be discussed after he resurrects his younger brother Natsu. Even if he is cursed by God, Ziref Dragnil do whatever it takes. There is no way. Yunfei has already said that it has reached this point, and Yunfei also has nothing to do with Ziref, and Yunfei also really wants to be able to research the eclipse gate. Yunfei also thinks that fairy tale will start 400 years later. It's time to take a good look. Yunfei is also very entangled. In the end, Yunfei comforted himself with Ziref being able to obtain eternal life. Although he was cursed, it must be very good to be immortal. Such days continued until the senior management of the Mildian Magic Academy unified to expel Ziref, a monstrous genius, from the Magic Academy. Chapter 14. The wind is about to rise, and the destruction is about to come. Second update. In fact, although human beings are full of greed, this does not mean that human beings are irrational. Trying to control things that can only be controlled by gods is an absolute taboo, so after realizing that he is dancing in front of a fire pit, Mildian all the senior leaders of the Academy of Magic have come to their senses. Even if there are still people who have not woken up, it is useless. The general trend, Mildian Academy of Magic believes that if Ziref continues like this, it will bring devastating disasters to Mildian Academy of Magic, the kingdom of Lord Aaron, and even the whole world. In the future, he will not cooperate with Ziref's research and will expel Ziref from the Academy of Magic. The news that the strongest magic academy in the kingdom of Lord Aaron will expel the monstrous genius Ziref spread like a gust of wind, and soon Yunfei also learned the news that Ziref would be expelled from the Mildian Academy of Magic. When I heard the news, Yunfei looked down on those so-called high-level members of the Mildian Academy of Magic. They wanted to master the R system and the Eclipse Gate but were unwilling to pay the corresponding price. Yunfei was 10,000 boogers. The so-called high-ranking members of the Mildian Academy of Magic. On the contrary, Ziref Yunfei is quite admirable. Yunfei had the opportunity to tell Ziref the consequences of researching the R system and the Eclipse Gate, but Ziref didn't care about it at all, or he wanted to revive his younger brother. Natsu, Ziref doesn't care about gods or curses anymore. Is it only now that I have touched a taboo that I shouldn't have touched? It's too late. Yunfei sneered twice. To Yunfei, the senior executive of Mildian Magic Academy, it was all kinds of dislike and ridicule. After all, Yunfei's predecessor was beaten to death by the students of Mildian Magic Academy. As a traveler from the Earth, Yunfei knew that when the Mildian School of Magic announced that Ziref would be expelled, he was already dying. But no matter what, Yunfei felt that he still had to go to Mildian Academy of Magic. After all, Ziref had been expelled from Mildian Academy of Magic. Should go see Ziref. And, I don't know why, Yunfei always feels that by the time he passes by, the Mildian School of Magic and Magic will have undergone earth-shaking changes. Yunfei remembers when he read fairy tale comics before time traveling, and recalled in Ziref when he was a child this is the case. When Ziref knew that all the high-level members of the Mildian School of Magic were going to expel him and no longer supported his research on the R system and the Eclipse Gate, Ziref lost consciousness for a period of time. When Ziref came back to his senses, the former powerful Mildian Academy of Magic has existed in name only, because everyone in Mildian Academy of Magic, including a few old monsters, has lost the breath of life. It was at that time that Ziref knew that he was cursed by the legendary Anxel Ramel, the god who controlled life and death. Although he gained eternal life, he lost everything. Thinking of this, Yunfei directly spoke to Uncle Caleb, and then rushed towards Mildian Academy of Magic. By the way, what needs to be mentioned here is that Yunfei did not do it after doing coolies outside for a period of time. It was low, so Yunfei went back to Uncle Caleb's dim sum shop again. Of course, this time Yunfei is just staying at Uncle Caleb's pastry shop temporarily, and occasionally helping Uncle Caleb, and he is so familiar with Uncle Caleb, Yunfei feels that even though Uncle Caleb's face is ugly on the surface, but in his heart there will be no dissatisfaction, and I will help Uncle Caleb occasionally, and I don't need Uncle Caleb to pay him. Yunfei, are you going to Mildian Academy of Magic to see Natsu's brother? Uncle Caleb's eyes flickered twice when he heard that Yunfei was going out to stop vomiting, and he asked with a serious face while looking at Yunfei. Yunfei has never seen such a serious Uncle Caleb. Even when he heard the news of Natsu's death last time, Uncle Caleb was not so serious. However, Yunfei also felt that he had nothing to hide about his going to Mildian Academy of Magic, so fortunately, he nodded and agreed. I know you have a very good relationship with Natsu's brother, but, Yunfei, I still want to remind you, if possible, stay as far away from that Natsu's brother Ziref as possible. Uncle Caleb said after seeing Yunfei nodding. Said with a serious face, it can be seen that Uncle Caleb really knows something. Well, I know, after this incident, I will definitely stay away from Ziref. Yunfei nodded, looked at Uncle Caleb and said with a smile. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Uncle Caleb to say anything else, Yunfei hurried to the direction of Mildian Magic Academy. If he was late, God knows what changes would happen. About the news about fairy tale 400 years ago, Yunfei didn't know much about it, but Yunfei deduced a very important thing, that is, the kingdom of Lord Aaron, which has never been heard before, came out after the destruction of the Mildian Academy of Magic. Destroyed, that is to say, after the destruction of the Mildian School of Magic, the entire city of Dan and the entire kingdom of Lord Aaron may be destroyed. So what will be able to destroy a huge kingdom? Yunfei already has an answer in his heart, that is, the dragon he has never seen since he traveled through time. It will definitely not even be a dragon. Human beings are absolutely weak in this era. No one can kill a dragon. However, it cannot be denied that there are more or less old monsters in every era. They have the strength to stop the dragon. Chapter 15, Shadow of the Dragon Clan 3rd Update. It's just that I don't know how many old monsters are left in the kingdom of Lord Aaron after Zeref's incident at the Mildian Academy of Magic. Some of the teachers teach at the Mildian Academy of Magic, and these classes are all strong. Moreover, the two principals, one principal, one deputy, and two principals of the Mildian School of Magic are two famous old monsters in the kingdom of Lord Aaron. No matter which one can fight the dragon head-on, it can only prevent the dragon from moving forward in a short time. The kingdom of Lord Aaron was able to establish a country in this era when the dragons ruled the world, and to maintain peace to a certain extent as much as possible, and it also has a very strong strength. As Yunfei continued to move towards the Mildian Academy of Magic, Yunfei also gradually heard some news about the Mildian Academy of Magic, such as why is there no sound at the Mildian Academy of Magic? The Mildian Academy of Magic, it seems something happened, the students who were still alive just now lost their breath all of a sudden and so on. From here, Yunfei infers that at this time Zeref is likely to have been cursed by the god Angsa Ramel, the god who controls life and death. There is a contradictory curse called death hunting. This is a rather contradictory curse. The more the cursed person cherishes life and is kinder, the more he will explode a huge dark energy and take away everything around him. Perhaps the only benefit is that the cursed person can get eternal life. But rather than eternal life, Yunfei prefers to understand this as eternal torture. The cursed person is destined to enjoy the eternal loneliness. Sometimes the world of one person is not so beautiful. At this moment, a guy who looked like an ordinary resident ran over crazily from the direction opposite Yunfei, that is, the direction of Mildian Academy of Magic. I can also see clearly. It's bad. Everyone in Mildian Academy of Magic is dead. The big thing is bad, everyone in Mildian Academy of Magic is dead. The man shouted with panic on his face. Basically, everyone on the street smiled disdainfully when they heard what this person said. What kind of existence is the Mildian Academy of Magic? How could it be possible that everyone died? This person is not stupid. Everyone except Yunfei thinks this way. The people of Daner, who have lived under the protection of Mildian Magic Academy all year round, have a blind confidence in Mildian Magic Academy, but someone soon discovered that something was wrong, because there were people running over in a panic from the direction of the Mildian Academy of Magic. Although they didn't yell nervously like the person just now, their faces were still very ugly. After someone stopped the flustered person from Mildian Academy of Magic to ask what happened, they all got the same answer as the person who yelled just now. Everyone in Dian Academy of Magic died, and the face of the person who laughed at the guy who yelled just now became surprised. Could it be that the people at Mildian Academy of Magic are really dead? But you know, the principals and vice presidents of Mildian Academy of Magic are all old monsters who have been famous for many years. Each of them has a record of delaying the dragon and escaping from the dragon several times alone. How could they just die like this? What? The atmosphere of panic finally began to permeate the city of Daner, the royal city of the kingdom of Lord Aaron. Basically, everyone knew what kind of serious consequences would happen if something happened to the people in the Mildian School of Magic. That means that the kingdom of Lord Aaron has lost its most powerful barrier. If Daner City, the original royal city of the kingdom of Lord Aaron, is considered stable and peaceful compared with other cities and towns, then other towns and cities can definitely be called a hell-like life. 1 or 2 dragons will appear to be fine to tease human beings, and the human beings there are living in precarity every day. It can be said that rich people in other cities would rather give up 99 out of 10 of their wealth to live in Daner. From this, we can see why there was such a large slum area when Yunfei first crossed over. Those who are unwilling to live in other cities give up most of their wealth and come here to Daner City to seek a chance of survival. Because of the relationship between the Mildian School of Magic and the old monsters in the city of Daner, in the eyes of many dragons, the city of Daner is indeed a hard nut to crack. The kingdom of Lord Aaron has a lot of fragrant and soft things that can make dragons play very well. Why do you have to come to Daner City, the royal city of the kingdom of Lord Aaron, to chew on this difficult bone of Daner City. This is why Daner City has been able to maintain a peaceful relationship for such a long time, completely sacrificing the happiness of the people in all other regions of the kingdom of Lord Aaron while preserving the happiness of Daner City as a city. It's just that these are not important anymore. Yunfei can know that the matter about the R system and the Eclipse Gate must have been thoroughly fermented and spread all over the world, so it is very normal for the ears of the preaching dragon. Even if the giant dragon came to besiege Daner City Yunfei immediately now, it wouldn't be so strange. The R system and the Eclipse Gate are powers that even giant dragons cannot control. Let alone whether the dragons in the dragon clan will be tempted, but from the perspective of the interests of the race, the dragon clan will never let humans control it. Such a dangerous and terrifying weapon. You must know that the dragons are not fools and their brains will not get wet. Whether it is the dragons who are close to humans or the dragons who are not close to humans, they will stand together at this moment, and together they will completely destroy the kingdom of Lord Aaron. Even if the Mildian school of magic is still there, the fact that the kingdom of Lord Aaron will be destroyed will not change. A hard bone is still a bone, but it doesn't mean it can't be chewed anymore. P.S. Everyone has a great collection. I said that there will be 4 updates every day, and the 4th update will be delivered before 12 o'clock. Chapter 16, Moving Clouds in All Directions, 4th Change. In fact, as Yunfei speculated, more or less dragons have heard the news about the R system and the Eclipse Gate, but most of them are dragons who are close to humans. In a short period of time, these close dragons did not make any moves, and were still in a wait-and-see state. However, there are always a few exceptions. For example, there is a dragon who is not close to humans, knowing the news about the R system and the Eclipse Gate, and is rushing towards the king of Lord Aaron. There are no dragons who are close to humans to stop and persuade. What I am referring to here is that the kingdom of Lord Aaron can keep the royal city Daner City to a certain degree of prosperity and tranquility. In addition to having a certain degree of strength itself, which is a hard-to-eat bone, there is also the most important reason is that there are still many dragons who are close to humans in the dragon clan, so they will help humans to a certain extent. For example, when there are dragons who are not close to humans to play tricks on humans, these dragons who are close to humans will come up to persuade and stop them. At the beginning, everyone is a dragon and will give each other some face. Since you don't want me to play with humans, it's up to everyone for the sake of the clan, I will save face for you and let those ants go. In this way, once or twice, 3 times, 4 times or even a dozen times, everyone restrained themselves as much as possible not to be violent, because at that time and even now, only the dragon clan could hurt the dragon and kill the dragon. When it becomes endless, the violent temper of those dragons who are not close to humans will come. Whether you are a dragon or a human being, I will bear it if you help me once, twice, 2 or 3 times or even a dozen times, but I have given you face so many times, should you be honored by me this time and look at me next to me? How about teasing these ants? In this way, the dragon clan was relatively restrained from the beginning when they just moved their mouths to the later when their tempers came to fight with each other. This is the origin of the Dragon King's sacrifice, and even the dragons who are close to humans in the end fell into a disadvantage, and even ignored the overall interests of the dragon clan and handed over the magic that could hurt or even kill dragons to humans. Of course, these are all things for the future. At least for now, the dragon clan has not reached this level. At this time, the dragons who are close to humans have not abandoned the interests of the dragons in the end, so there is no way to prevent the dragon that is not close to humans from rushing to Daner City, the king city of the kingdom of Lord Aaron. After all, the R system and the Eclipse Gate are really shocking. Even the dragons who have notified the Ishgar continent for an unknown number of years have never mastered this kind of power, so at this time, even people who are close to humans are more or less with a different thought. It is enough for human beings to protect themselves. It is better to disappear such perverted things like the R system and the Eclipse Gate. Even if the dragons don't need this kind of thing, they can't continue. Let it exist. Therefore, it is very rare for this menacing dragon to encounter no obstacles from its own race along the way. A few steps away, you will meet your fellow tribes who will come up to talk shit. Even if you sometimes don't mean to tease humans, you will be made to have such a meaning. It has to be said that the final internal fight of the dragon clan has a lot to do with this kind of thing. All dragons are arrogant. If they really want to tease humans and are blocked, it's fine. Dragons will not deny it, but it would be too embarrassing to be blocked like this even if I didn't have this idea originally. This is how the anger among the dragon clan slowly accumulated, and the result was that the most brilliant and bloody explosion exploded with a bang at the end. At the same time, when the dragon rushed to the king city of Lord Aaron one way with Yunfei to Mildian Academy of Magic, the news of the R system and the Eclipse Gate in the king city of Lord Aaron was also spread quickly among the dragons. Passing it on, after hearing the heaven-defying effect of the R system and the Eclipse Gate, no matter whether it is a dragon that is close to humans or a dragon that is not close to humans, they all focus on the kingdom of Lord Aaron without exception. On the body of the royal city Daner City, there are even many dragons who are not close to humans clamoring to directly pacify the city of Daner and even the entire kingdom of Lord Aaron, but they are temporarily persuaded by the dragons that are close to humans. The vanguard troops rushed to Daner City, the royal city of the kingdom of Lord Aaron, and those dragons who were not close to humans simply sold the face of those close to humans, and watched cursingly from the sidelines. And Yunfei and Daner City finally arrived at the Mildian Academy of Magic. The very lively Mildian Academy of Magic in Wangcheng is indeed dead quiet now, without any sound, and a heavy and depressing breath of death spreads over the surface. Looking at the extremely suppressed Mildian Academy of Magic, Yunfei in front of him hesitated for a moment, but he still tightly held the dagger on his hand and walked in. As soon as he entered the Mildian Academy of Magic, Yunfei immediately took a cold breath. There are human bodies lying on the ground everywhere in Mildian Academy of Magic. There is no trace of scar on the body, as if the soul of the whole person has been taken away long ago. Some plants and trees in Mildian Academy of Magic, the grasslands, have also turned yellow and dry, looking like the end of the world. And Yunfei could see a small figure staring at all this from a distance, and this was Ziref Dragneel, cursed by the god Anchor Ramel. P.S. Ahem, although I'm late for a while, it's still the 4th update. I beg all the judges to reward you with collections, rewards, etc. Chapter 17, The Suffocating Ziref Part 1. Yunfei remembers the last time he told Ziref about the consequences of researching the R system and the Eclipse Gate. Ziref's eyes were full of determination, and Ziref didn't care about resurrecting his younger brother Natsu Dragneel, cursed by what is called the Anxel Ramel god. However, now Yunfei sees hesitation in Ziref's eyes. He hesitates whether he is right or wrong in insisting on resurrecting his younger brother Natsu. With such a heavy price, a whole magic academy lost their lives because of their stubbornness. Ziref. Seeing Ziref's dazed expression, Yunfei called Ziref hesitantly. This is not the time to be in a daze. The panic of the crowd, Daner City is not suitable for living now, so I have to leave here as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Yunfei just subconsciously looked at the sword in his hand. At this time, it has been 3 years since Yunfei traveled from the earth to the world of fairy tale 400 years ago. It took so long, of course, because Ziref spent a long time speculating on the relationship between the R system and the Eclipse Gate. In the final analysis, even if Ziref is a genius and evildoer, if he wants to create the R system and the Eclipse Gate out of nothing, it still takes a lot of time and energy. Research, the time has been unknowingly pot for more than a year. I have to say that it took so long for Mildian Academy of Magic to realize that something was wrong. It was really stupid. Ziref was able to deduce and research the R system and the Eclipse Gate that can defy the sky in more than a year. Yunfei is also a legendary traverser, so it is impossible for him to make no progress at all. A little strength is very difficult to mix, so Yunfei practiced the skills on Goldfinger very hard every day during this period to unlock the next skill. What makes Yunfei a little helpless is that the speed of opening the gold finger has never been fast. Even though Yunfei has been working hard every day to exercise his body and practice skills for more than a year, in this more than a year, Yunfei can only mastered the basics, at least a few basic skills in the game, such as Upward Pick, Collapsing Mountain Strike, and Silver Light Falling Blade. It is too difficult to activate skills. It can be said that every time Yunfei activates a skill, his body will definitely get a lot of exercise in the process of unlocking skills, and this process cannot be completed in a pinch. Yunfei will spend half a year at the fastest. It takes a long time to initially master a skill, which is why Yunfei has traveled here for nearly 3 years before he has mastered 3 relatively basic skills among dungeons and warriors. Of course, Yunfei is about to master the 4th skill, 3-stage slash, and Yunfei finds that as he masters more and more skills, his physique becomes stronger and stronger with endless training, and the accompanying skills when he uses them, the sword attack, is actually getting sharper and sharper. For example, the Upward Pick. Yunfei can now wield a sword energy nearly 5 meters wide with any upward pick, and sometimes Yunfei wonders whether this upward pick is simply drawing a knife or something, and the silver light falls even more powerful. Yunfei casually finds a high point and jumps down, with the sword in his hand pointing down. He can launch a terrifying attack, and after falling inside, he will suffer another sword attack within 10 meters. Chi attack. The most terrifying thing is the Collapsing Mountain Strike. The silver light falling blade needs a special geographical environment to exert its terrifying destructive power, but the Collapsing Mountain Strike does not require any special geographical environment at all. No matter where it is, it only needs to be launched. The attack is not weaker than the silver falling blade under special circumstances. It is so sharp that it has no friends. But even in this way, Yunfei still feels that he is still a weak chicken. Yunfei still remembers the fact that when he watched the first episode of Fairy Tail, that Gai Natsu destroyed half of the city with a fire dragon's roar. Compared with the level of destructive power, Yunfei's sword attack is completely weak, no matter in terms of range or destructive power. It's just that Yunfei may have overlooked one point: the sword energy itself is not an attack with group attack ability. Both Yunfei's weapon itself and the sword energy are all based on the existence of point breaking, so it is completely incomparable with Natsu 400 years later. Sex is just that, each has its strengths and weaknesses. Brother Yunfei, everyone in the Mildian school of magic is dead. Seeing that I am really the same as what you said to me last time, Brother Yunfei, I was cursed by the god Angsul Ramel. Brother Yunfei, you said it was just to revive my brother. Natsu alone paid a huge price, so many people died, is it really worth it? Ziref looked at Yunfei and said with a confused face, facing the crowds everywhere in Mildian Academy of Magic for the first time, Ziref felt hesitant and confused about his research on the R system and the Eclipse Gate. Is it really worth paying the price of tens of thousands of lives just to resurrect a life? Now Ziref is thinking about this kind of thing, and Yunfei also appeared in front of Ziref at this time. Naturally, Ziref subconsciously asked Yunfei the confusion in his heart. You must know that Ziref is an extremely kind person who cherishes life. The consequences of the death hunt cursed by Angsul Ramel made Ziref feel unprecedented self-blame. Life, this feeling suffocated Ziref to the extreme. The whole person seemed to be unable to breathe. Chapter 18, Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon and number 039, S Roar. Second update. The more people cherish life, the more lives will be taken away under such circumstances. The eternal life effect brought by the curse is to let the cursed person enjoy the torture of eternal life. Ziref, I don't know whether this is right or wrong, but if there is a comparison, then in my opinion, the lives of 10,000 strangers are not comparable to the lives of my loved ones. Of course, I won't take the initiative to cause massacres either. Yunfei replied seriously after hearing Ziref's words. Yunfei didn't know how to answer Ziref's question, so he could only try to think from Ziref's point of view. Yunfei is not a holy mother, and Yunfei is just a very ordinary person in terms of personality, even if Yunfei has a supernatural power now. ability, but Yunfei himself is still a very selfish ordinary person. Well, since Yunfei is still a very ordinary person in terms of character, it means that Yunfei has all the advantages or disadvantages of ordinary people, that is, to protect the shortcomings. In Yunfei's view, if he is Ziref, then no other stranger can compare to his own brother Natsu's life. Of course, it is impossible for Yunfei to intentionally cause a large number of killings, but if someone like Ziref did not know that something like Mildian Academy of Magic would happen, then Yunfei would not be entangled like Ziref. At most Yunfei would live in seclusion in the mountains, that's all, but before that, I must resurrect my own brother Natsu Dragneel. If I don't let it, those who died because of this will die in vain. Now that we have embarked on this road of no return, we should go all the way to darkness. The lives of 10,000 strangers are not as good as the lives of my relatives. Yes, Natsu is my brother and my only relative. I must research the R system and the Eclipse Gate and bring Natsu back to life. After Ziref heard Yunfei's words, he was stunned, and murmured Yunfei's words twice to himself. The more Ziref read, the brighter his eyes became, and the more Ziref read, the more relaxed and enlightened his expression became. I don't know why, but Yunfei always feels as if he has done a terrible thing. Yunfei feels as if Ziref, a pure and good boy, has turned black and away ahead of time because of his own false reasoning. Although Yunfei knew that no matter what, Ziref would probably be blackened in the end, but if he blackened in front of him, Yunfei always felt that his little heart would jump up in a normal way. That's right, that's it. No matter what, I must revive my younger brother Natsu. Brother Yunfei, thank you for enlightening me. I know what I should do next. If the Eclipse Gate researches if you come out, I will inform brother Yunfei as soon as possible. Ziref directly bowed heavily to Yunfei, thanked him sincerely, and said something that stunned Yunfei. What the hell, Ziref, how do you know I'm craving the Eclipse Gate? Yunfei widened his eyes, looked at Ziref's sincere face and couldn't say a word. Yunfei remembered that he had never told Ziref that he really wanted the Eclipse Gate. How the hell did Ziref see that he wanted the Eclipse Gate? In an instant, Yunfei felt that some of his little secrets seemed to be exposed to Ziref, a monster. However, it is not impossible for Ziref to see some of Yunfei's ideas. After all, Ziref is the strongest in the history of future magic, and he speculated and researched independently in his childhood and completed the R system and the Eclipse Gate. The restricted area of touch, and even the curse of Ziref by Angsel Ramel may be more of jealousy. From here, we can see how evil and heaven-defying Ziref is. The little things that occasionally flashed in Yunfei's mind were completely seen by Ziref in his daily life and unintentional observations. After all, Yunfei's occupation before time travel was not an actor or movie star, so Ziref didn't have to speculate. You can guess some of Yunfei's thoughts. After all, when it comes to the Eclipse Gate, Yunfei's expression is always more like that. Now that some of the superficial thoughts in his heart have been seen through, there is no need for Yunfei to hide anything. In fact, there is nothing to hide about this kind of thing itself. The world 400 years ago was both dangerous and boring, and Yunfei still has nothing to hide. I want to use the Eclipse Gate to jump to the time point that interests me. With 100 years of life in a hurry, Yunfei feels that he must live a more exciting life. Ahem, cough, well, I'm really interested in the door that can travel through time. If you research Ziref, you must show me. Yunfei looked at Ziref and said with a slightly embarrassed smile, if someone sees the thoughts in my heart and expresses them face to face, no matter who they are, they will feel a little uncomfortable and embarrassed. For a while, the atmosphere between Yunfei and Ziref became more harmonious, but in front of the Mildian school of magic, which was full of dead and soulless corpses, it felt very weird no matter how you looked at it. But before Yunfei and Ziref continued to say something, a loud sound and earthquake-like vibration attracted the attention of Yunfei and Ziref. Yunfei and Ziref noticed that the palace of the kingdom of Lord Aaron, located in the royal city of Daner, became a ruin in such a short time, and at the same time there was a huge dragon. Or something like a lizard hovers and dances above the palace. I am Alfred the Thunder Dragon. Ants who have violated the taboo, repent in the violent thunder, the roar of the Thunder Dragon. P.S. I'm a little busy today and tomorrow, and the update will be a bit late. Please forgive me, but there will be no fewer updates every 4 days. Chapter 19, Facing the Powerlessness of the Dragon Clan. Third change. Looking at the Thunder Dragon or Thunder Lizard floating in the air in the distance, Yunfei couldn't help but narrowed his eyes slightly. After traveling from the earth, Yunfei can hear people around him discussing how powerful and terrifying it is every day. This is the first time Yunfei has seen the legendary dragon. It's just that compared to what Yunfei imagined, Yunfei is quite disappointed. Even when he was on Earth, Yunfei knew that the dragon in fairy tale was not a Chinese dragon at all. But the next scene made Yunfei break out in cold sweat. That Brontosaur Alfred had no intention of communicating with humans at all. He opened his mouth, and the golden and constantly jumping light condensed in his mouth. This is the dragon's roar that all dragons know. Without giving anyone a chance to react, the kingdom of Lord Aaron was turned into a pile of ruins amidst the thunder that reached the sky. The horror of Alfred the Thunder Dragon made everyone feel the trembling from their hearts. Yunfei looked at it from the side, and the cold sweat was about to drip down. Judging from his own damage level of only a few dozen or 20 meters, the gap between him and the so-called Thunder Dragon Alfred is really a sky and a bottom. There is no comparable meaning. More importantly, if that Thunder Dragon Alfred didn't attack the palace just now, if he directly sprayed himself and Ziref with the roar of the Thunder Dragon, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ziref is fine, this guy has a bug. Such a curse is the existence of immortality, and he will surely turn into ashes and go away. Thinking of this, Yunfei suddenly felt that his cold sweat was about to flow out. This is the first time that Yunfei has seen the horror of dragons in a real sense. He is completely invincible. Let alone in the future, there is absolutely no problem in hanging and beating weak chickens like Yunfei, so now Yunfei, the only thing that needs to be done is nothing else, so it is to run as far as possible, try to stay away from the city of Daner in the shortest time, which used to be the most peaceful place in the kingdom of Lord Aaron. In fact, almost all the residents in Daner City are doing this now. After seeing the Thunder Dragon Alfred destroying the palace of the kingdom of Lord Aaron with the roar of the Thunder Dragon, basically everyone has an idea in their minds, the kingdom of Lord Aaron is probably about to be destroyed like this. Of course, even if it is really going to be destroyed, it will not be destroyed so quickly. Since the kingdom of Lord Aaron was able to establish a country in the era when the dragons ruled the world, it definitely has extraordinary strength, at least it is definitely far beyond Fufa 400 years later. Leo Kingdom, otherwise, even with the help of dragons who are close to humans, it would not be so easy to survive and come back. At least, in the kingdom of Lord Aaron, there are not too few superpowers who can stop the existence of dragons, and even fight against dragons for a long time after fighting for their lives, although humans can't cause any damage to dragons at all. Yes, because I don't know why, the magic power cultivated by humans is naturally several grades lower than the magic power of dragons. Even the magic power of the top human beings is a level lower than that of the dragons. The difference in quality has caused humans to be at an absolute disadvantage in the battle with the dragons, just like they are from the dragons. Bricks falling from a height of 100 meters are like alloy metal blocks. Everyone with the same weight and the same attack power can even kill people. Obviously everything else is the same except itself, but the final result is completely different or even completely different. The bricks are torn apart or even broken into pieces, while the alloy metal block may only be slightly dented or even have no dents. No. This means that the result is that the magic power of a single human and the dragon will collide, even if the destructive power is the same or even the attack power of the human is stronger. It is like a collision between a brick and an alloy metal block. Even if the weight of the brick is higher and the kinetic energy is greater, the final result must be that the brick is smashed to pieces, and the alloy metal block is unscathed. In fact, there have been many human beings who have tried to send a fatal blow at the cost of their own lives, trying to kill 1 or 2 dragons, but all ended in failure, because human beings have an attack power that does not match their own body, can send out that kind of strength attack power, but itself can't bear the kind of strength attack that oneself sends out. Ziref, I don't think the city of Dinar or even the kingdom of Lord Aaron is suitable for us to stay any longer. We have to leave the city of Dinar as soon as possible and be with Uncle Caleb. Yunfei looked at Ziref seriously and said, "It is no longer possible going on with the ink. It would be bad if more dragons or that Brontosaurus solved the powerhouses of the Lord Aaron kingdom and turned their attention to ordinary people." So Yunfei felt that he should leave here with Ziref and Uncle Caleb as soon as possible, and find a safe place to settle down. In this era 400 years ago, the Dragon Clan was the general trend. It is impossible to change the status of the Dragon Clan ruling the world. After hearing Yunfei's words, Ziref shook his head and did not agree with Yunfei's decision. "Brother Yunfei, have you forgotten the curse on me? From now on, the curse on me may break out at any time, so if I stay with Brother Yunfei and Uncle Caleb, then Brother Yunfei and Uncle Caleb, it will be very dangerous. We will part here. If one day I can research the Eclipse Gate, then I will find you, Brother Yunfei." Ziref looked at Yunfei and refused. Ziref knew that he was doomed not to be able to. There is no way to be too intimate with any life, so Yunfei's proposal is rejected. Looking at the dead and silent Mildian Academy of Magic, one knows how terrifying this curse called death hunting is. P.S. The 4th update will be here soon. Chapter 20, Scattered, Bleak Situation 4th more. This is something that can't be helped. In fact, Ziref has been mentally prepared from the very beginning. At least for now, Ziref's mental state is definitely much better than that of Ziref in the original work before Yunfei crossed. It's already done. There is a huge difference between being mentally prepared and not being mentally prepared. Now that Ziref has already talked about this, Yunfei has nothing to say. Ziref's current situation is really not suitable for being with other people. Now Ziref is a ticking time bomb, and the death hunt may start at any time. Ziref's body erupted, and Ziref has now obtained immortality under the curse of death hunting. Yunfei also felt that Ziref was unlikely to encounter any danger alone. Perhaps if others meet Ziref, they should worry about whether they will encounter a death hunting outbreak. As long as they encounter a death hunting outbreak, it can basically be said to be a situation of 10 deaths and no life. No matter what type of life, it is an animal or plants, and even land will be plundered by death hunting. Living things will die, and dead things will dry out. After that, things became easier. Yunfei and Ziref separated at Mildian Academy of Magic, and Yunfei just rushed to Uncle Caleb's snack shop. As for where Ziref went, Yunfei didn't care. "Well, I won't encounter any danger anyway, so what are you doing with so much effort?" To be honest, if he hadn't worried about Uncle Caleb who took him in, Yunfei would have sneaked out of the city long ago. After all, it is human instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Really, I hope that guy can stand up for a while longer. Yunfei said with a little worry while rushing towards Uncle Caleb's dim sum shop. As I said before, the kingdom of Lord Aaron was able to establish a country in the era of dragon rule. How could it be possible that there are not a few strong people who can support and delay in front of dragons for a while? You must know that not all the powerful people in the kingdom of Lord Aaron stayed in the Mildian Academy of Magic, even if the Mildian Academy of Magic, which can be called the cradle of the powerful in the kingdom of Lord Aaron, was given to them by the death hunt on Ziref. It has been wiped out in one go, but the remaining heritage is still not to be underestimated. At least it is not an existence that can be destroyed by a single dragon. Well, at least it is an existence that cannot be destroyed in a short time. And now Alfred the Thunder Dragon was stopped by 2 or 3 people. He was having a good time fighting over the ruins of the palace. Yunfei took advantage of this last safe time to quickly send Uncle Caleb to a safe place where to go, although Yunfei himself didn't know where it was safe in this era 400 years ago. With Yunfei running with all his strength, Yunfei quickly returned to Uncle Caleb, who was waiting for Yunfei in the store with a worried expression on his face. He didn't pack up his things early like other ordinary people. Going is the best policy. Yunfei, you're finally back. The kingdom of Lord Aaron is over. Let's leave here quickly. Uncle Caleb was overjoyed when he saw Yunfei came back. He looked at Yunfei and said with a serious face. He didn't mention a word about the matter, and was about to drag Yunfei to run outside. After all, it has been a long time since Uncle Caleb just waited for Yunfei here. If he didn't leave Daner City, he probably would never have to leave. Don't look at the fact that there are 3 strongest men and Thunder Dragon Al on the human side. Fred fought fiercely and even had the upper hand, but no one thought that the 3 strongest humans on the human side would win. From ancient times to the present, no matter how powerful the strongest person is, they cannot cause damage to the Dragon Clan. Perhaps sacrificing their lives will deal a heavy blow to the Dragon Clan, but at most it will never break the defense. It's just a broken skin and scratches. Compared with the dragon race, human beings are really too small. Even if humans dominate the continent of Ishgar in the future, it will be because of the dragons themselves, relying on the magic of the dragons themselves. If there is no magic of the dragons, it is really a joke for humans to want to defeat the dragons. Well, Uncle, let's get out of here now, but where should we go next? Where is it safer? Yunfei nodded with a serious face after hearing what Uncle Caleb said, and then asked a little puzzled. To be honest, Yunfei is really not very clear about Fairy Tale's geographical location, whether it is the era 400 years ago or the era 400 years later. Yunfei is not very clear. After all, there is no such thing in anime and manga before time travel. Introducing this information, even if there is, it is the same as the era 400 years ago, and it is even more concise. So, if Yunfei is in the deep mountains and old forests as soon as he crosses, maybe Yunfei will starve to death before the gold finger is activated. Please don't question the viability of a weak otaku, it is definitely the existence of harikiri. There is no safe place in this world. Originally, Daner City was considered the safest place. I didn't expect that there would be so many worries today. Now we can only stay in a village with fewer people. The less people there are, the safer it will be. Uncle Caleb looked at Yunfei with a helpless expression on his face and said, Uncle Caleb also wanted to find a safe place to do business with him, but unfortunately in this era when dragons rule the world, it is simply impossible. After hearing Uncle Caleb's words, Yunfei felt helpless. What Uncle Caleb said was indeed true. In this era when dragons rule the world, there is no safe place at all. No matter where you are, you may encounter dragons passing by. When people are in a good mood, they will reward you with a dragon's roar, and when they are in a bad mood, they will tease you and reward you with a dragon's roar, and they will not keep people alive. Only those small villages with few people are a little bit stronger. At least the chances of encountering dragons with few people and small targets are relatively small. Now Uncle Caleb just wants to live every day. P.S. Hey, today's update is a bit late, but it's still the 4th update. I beg all the judges to collect and reward flowers for evaluation. Chapter 21, Yunfei and Number 039, S Confusion Part 1. Basically everyone in the entire Daner City is running away crazily. The shadow of the dragon family hangs over everyone's hearts, especially the roar of the thunder dragon Alfred that directly blew everyone's guts. I was so frightened that the violent thunder that went straight to the sky pressed down on everyone's hearts like a mountain. Yunfei also knows that the current situation has completely reached the point where there is no room for recovery. The thunder dragon has already pushed the kingdom of Lord Aaron to such an extent. Yunfei does not think that only one dragon will come to Lord Aaron. Trouble for the kingdom. If Yunfei guessed correctly, more dragons would probably rush over soon. The deterrent power of the R system and the solar eclipse gate is too great, to the point where it is absolutely impossible for humans to control. and Yunfei may be the one who understands the relationship between the R system and the solar eclipse most clearly in this era 400 years ago. The door is a powerful person, so Yunfei never thought of the idea of fighting ink marks here in Daner City from the very beginning. Afterwards, things suddenly became easier. Yunfei and Uncle Caleb followed the crowd and quickly ran towards the outside of Daner City, and there were constant vibrations like landslides and ground cracks behind them. However, there is one thing that will make Yunfei a little bit relieved, that is, the Dragon Clan does not seem to know where the R system and the Eclipse Gate are, otherwise the Thunder Dragon just now would not have descended on Lordain instead of the palace of the Kingdom of Lun. It will land directly at the Mildian Academy of Magic where Yunfei and Ziref are. Now, this Thunder Dragon seems to be simply looking for trouble with the top forces in the Kingdom of Lord Aaron. Maybe this Thunder Dragon thinks that the royal family of the Kingdom of Lord Aaron is the one that controls the R system and the Eclipse Gate. After all, the gun hits the head. Uncle Caleb, which direction shall we go after we leave Daner City? Yunfei looked at Uncle Caleb and asked with a little doubt. Yunfei was completely blind to the geographical environment in fairy tale, no matter it was for this is true whether it was the era 100 years ago or the era 400 years later. Whichever side has fewer people, go to that side. The less people, the smaller the target and the lower the chance of encountering a dragon. Anyway, I am about the same age, and I have been hiding for most of my life. Now I can let's live every day. After hearing Yunfei's words, Uncle Caleb said helplessly, Uncle Caleb has lived under the shadow of the Dragon Clan for most of his life, and he is at ease in Daner City, the king city of the Kingdom of Lord Aaron. It's just a few years of living, and I have long been a little open about life and death. Yunfei nodded after hearing Uncle Caleb's words, and hurriedly chose a direction with fewer people to run with Uncle Caleb. But because Uncle Caleb's physical fitness is relatively weak, the speed of leaving was not as expected. It's as fast as it should be. Yunfei looked at the surrounding situation and frowned, because Alfred the Thunder Dragon did not attack ordinary people at all, but many people died, basically every one of them was countless. The crowd trampled to death, which made Yunfei very uncomfortable watching. No matter how heartless Yunfei is, this will not change the fact that Yunfei is an ordinary person and a human being. Seeing how weak human beings are in front of the Dragon Clan, Yunfei can't help but tighten the hands that are too few. At the same time, Yunfei subconsciously he turned his attention to the gold finger in his eyes. Now there are 4 golden skill icons in Yunfei's eyes, 3 of which are Up Pick, Silver Light Falling Blade and Collapsing Mountain Strike, which Yunfei spent more than 2 years to unlock in the world. Each skill gives Yunfei far away the power of an extraordinary person, even in front of a dragon, is quite powerless. At the same time, Yunfei put his attention on the 4th lit skill icon, or this is the existence that he lit up, and this icon is called the Devil's Contract, and it is also Yunfei's biggest the whole card. You only need to pay a certain price, and then you can get a contract of power equivalent to the price. If Yunfei is willing, he can spend a lot of life to instantly grasp the power of God, and awaken the power of the Sword God for the second time. Although Yunfei didn't have a specific concept, but Yunfei felt that it would not be a big problem to kill a dragon with the power of the Sword God anyway, otherwise Yunfei felt that his gold finger was too weak. But now there is a trace of, no, a very big and violent shake in Yunfei's heart. No ordinary person can calmly watch one life after another pass away in front of him, or pass away in a bloody way, being forced to live trampled to death, but Yunfei himself has the power to stop all of this, but he doesn't stop it. Yunfei stopped suddenly, watching the people who accidentally fell to the ground never get up again, watching them being trampled to death by the panicked crowd. The situation in front of him is completely different from what Yunfei saw in the Mildian Academy of Magic. After all, the people in the Mildian Academy of Magic didn't have any wounds or even any painful expressions on their bodies, as if they were asleep. In fact, there is nothing other than people feel weird. But now the bloody scene in front of him really made Yunfei feel uncomfortable with jealousy. At the same time, Yunfei also felt that the icon in his eyes representing the master contract was silently tempting him, constantly tempting Yunfei to spend his life in exchange for a powerful one. Strength. Yunfei, what's wrong with you? Why don't you leave? Uncle Caleb looked at Yunfei and asked a little strangely and anxiously. He didn't know why Yunfei didn't move all of a sudden at this moment. You must know that this place is very dangerous now. Yes. Uncle, I have a very confusing question that I want to ask you. After hearing Uncle Caleb's words, Yunfei smiled wryly. He didn't expect that he needed Uncle Caleb to comfort himself just now to comfort Ziref. Chapter 22, Too Unlucky to Drink Cold Water and Stuff Your Teeth. Second update. In fact, Yunfei has been constantly comforting himself since just now, that he is too weak for the dragon clan that rules the world, and it is best to leave now. But no matter what kind of reasons Yunfei uses to comfort himself, it cannot cover up that Yunfei is really capable of repelling the dragons or even killing the dragons on the spot, but the price is too high, and Yunfei is not willing to do so. Hasty flip card. It seems that Yunfei has experienced a lot of things that the uncle doesn't know about. The uncle doesn't know what Yunfei you want to ask the uncle, but the uncle is still in his tens of years. It seems that you can see a little bit of Yunfei's thoughts. Uncle Caleb looked at Yunfei and said with a smile, then shook his head with a serious face. Uncle Caleb didn't know where Yunfei got the confidence to fight against the dragon clan, but Uncle Caleb had lived all his life, and he had never heard of a human being able to defeat the dragon clan, so he probably guessed that Yunfei. Uncle Caleb immediately shook his head at Yunfei after his thoughts and plans, stopping Yunfei from making the next move. The dragon clan, in this era 400 years ago, had only one pronoun, that is, invincible. Uncle Caleb didn't think that Yunfei had any ability to fight dragons, so Uncle Caleb denied Yunfei's unspoken words without even thinking about it or even listening to Yunfei's next words. In fact, from the previous sentence that only dragons can kill dragons, it can be seen that there is no way to understand how terrifying dragons are in this era. Seeing Uncle Caleb's serious expression, Yunfei hesitated and opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but Yunfei found that he couldn't say anything. Yunfei really felt a fire in his heart and wanted to completely to vent out, use the master contract to sign a contract with the devil to gain powerful power, and chop up the so-called thunder dragon Alfred, but Yunfei hesitated. Yunfei wanted to say something open and bright, but Yunfei found that he couldn't do this kind of thing like being a bitch and erecting a torii, because Yunfei is really not life, and he is reluctant to use his life to save all living beings. Yunfei is really just a little selfish ordinary person, even with gold finger there is something unusual. So after hearing Uncle Caleb's words, he nodded heavily, and then walked down the steps given by Uncle Caleb, clenched his hands tightly into fists, and once again led Uncle Caleb's followers to Dan Run outside the city. It's just that sometimes people are unlucky enough to drink water and get stuffed between their teeth, and the unlucky things happen one after another. Alfred the Thunder Dragon has been fighting fiercely with the strongest men of the kingdom of Lord Aaron for a while, and those strongest men are already out of breath and their magic power is slightly collapsed due to excessive secondary damage, but Alfred the Thunder Dragon Fred hasn't changed at all. If it's not that he can't see the expression of the dragon, everyone will think that Alfred the Thunder Dragon must have a calm expression now. It was not so much a battle just now as it was Alfred the Thunder Dragon playing with a few particularly strong ants. Alfred the Thunder Dragon didn't even launch a few attacks. The strong man never dodged the attack, so in the end Alfred the Thunder Dragon had nothing to do, but the few strongest men who were in charge of the attack were out of breath. And now Thunder Dragon Alfred is a bit tired of playing. You must know that Thunder Dragon Alfred ran all the way here not to have fun and fight. Thunder Dragon Alfred came to Lord Aaron. The purpose of the King's King City, Daner City, is for the legendary R system and the Eclipse Gate, so Alfred the Thunder Dragon doesn't have much free time to play with these particularly powerful ants in front of him. After feeling that it was almost done, Thunder Dragon Alfred opened his mouth a little, and a thick and magnetic voice of a middle-aged man came out of Thunder Dragon Alfred's mouth. Ants who have violated the taboo, hand over the R system and the Eclipse Gate, otherwise the fury of the thunder will not forgive any ants. The voice as high as a god spread throughout the entire city of Daner, and basically all the people in the city of Daner heard this voice that penetrated the bone-chilling chill. No one answered Thunder Dragon Alfred's question. Maybe if Thunder Dragon Alfred didn't directly destroy the palace of the kingdom of Lord Aaron with the roar of the Thunder Dragon, maybe everyone in the kingdom of Lord Aaron would, under the pressure of the Dragon clan, actively cooperate with Alfred the Thunder Dragon. Unfortunately, Alfred the Thunder Dragon was too proud. He didn't say anything when he came over, just a roar of the Thunder Dragon destroyed the kingdom of Lord Aaron. Thunder Dragon's roar fell and killed him. Only a very small number of extremely strong people realized something was wrong in advance and managed to survive. Let me ask, how could it be possible to cooperate with Alfred the Thunder Dragon even if they have already torn their skins to such an extent, and want the kingdom of Lord Aaron to cooperate with Alfred the Thunder Dragon? This is simply a fool's dream. Therefore, including the most powerful people in front of Alfred the Thunder Dragon, they all looked at Alfred the Thunder Dragon with a sneer on their faces, and the grumpy ones even started to insult and ridicule directly. If this is the case, then my Thunder Dragon Alfred will destroy all of you, including those ants who are fleeing outside. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Brontosaurus Alfred is not a good-tempered person, so after he didn't hear the answer he wanted, he just casually sprayed the roar of Brontosaurus in a direction with more people, and this direction it is the direction of Yunfei and Uncle Caleb. Yunfei's eyes widened as he watched the dragon's breath Thunder Dragon roaring towards him. Yunfei's face began to become a little distorted, and one violent tendon after another emerged on his forehead. Chapter 23, It was smashed with a knife. Third. This is really unexpected. Yunfei didn't expect that he was already so cowardly. What kind of ghost Thunder Dragon could find his position so accurately, and gave a mouthful of Dragon Raid Thunder Dragon roar in his direction. As the saying goes, even a clay figurine is terribly angry. Yunfei was already very guilty of his inability to avoid the battle, but at this time, Thunder Dragon Alfred vomited in the direction of Yunfei. The roar of a Brontosaurus, this fucking is trying to force himself to 4 directions. Since Thunder Dragon Alfred is not going to let himself go, or even let himself survive, then Yunfei has nothing to hesitate. Why should he cherish that little life at this time, if he is directly killed by that thunder? If the dragon's roar hit, Yunfei felt that he would definitely be carbonized. No. It will definitely be turned into ashes directly. At that time, even if Yunfei has an endless lifespan, it will be useless. Thinking of this, Yunfei directly focused his attention on the icon of the talent contract lit up in his eyes. Yunfei had never devoted his attention to it before. Usually, Yunfei always pays attention to this talent contract. I am very afraid of the human contract, and I dare not devote all my attention to it. I am afraid that if I accidentally sign a contract of 50 years of life in exchange for 20 minutes of sword god power, then don't want to lose blood to death? It's just that at this moment Yunfei can't care so much anymore. When Yunfei put all his attention into the icon of the master contract, Yunfei instantly felt that all the time except himself seemed to be frozen. Get up, and a bunch of information appeared in Yunfei's mind out of thin air. First of all, there are a bunch of introductions about the master contract. Anyway, the master contract is a contract that uses one's own life in exchange for a short and powerful contract. Even if many people feel that they have nothing to love in life, they may try to use themselves. Use all the remaining lifespan to experience the feeling of standing on the top of the world. All in all, this introduction about the master contract is trying my best to make Yunfei feel that exchanging 50 years of life for 20 minutes of the power of the world's strongest peak is a huge profit, although in some respects it is true it looks like this. Of course, no matter how furious Yunfei is, he will not just exchange his 50 years of life for 20 minutes of sword god power. Although the dragon clan is indeed very powerful, there are also strong and weak dragon clans, right? Well, as strong as the Black Dragon Acknowledge after the Dragon King festival in the future. Ahem, it should be considered a dragon, or a little dragon. Weak as in. It seems that Yunfei has never seen any weak dragons, whether it is the dragon Yunfei saw in anime and manga before crossing or the thunder dragon Alfred here. Yunfei feels that it is extremely powerful. Anyway, at least Yunfei felt that the so-called thunder dragon Alfred could not be a strong man standing at the pinnacle of the world, so Yunfei needed to choose a more affordable option, at least able to deal with the immediate crisis, and then Yunfei just subconsciously remembered a skill that he still remembers, that is, when Yunfei played Dungeon and Warriors before, Ghost Swordsman turned to Sword Soul and drew his sword to slash. To be honest, Yunfei has felt that many times when his sword energy is drawn out, it is like drawing a sword. Just a single Yunfei feels particularly hanged, so I don't know how long that Yunfei will have to work hard. It is conceivable how insane it is to draw a knife and cut in the sense. Following Yunfei's thoughts, another series of information appeared in Yunfei's eyes. It was probably his cousin who consumed his lifespan in exchange for the skill of drawing swords and slashing. The minimum lifespan consumption starts from 1 year. Consuming 1 year of life, exchange for cross-level use of the most peak state of the knife drawing skill twice, during which the use of the knife drawing skill will not consume any physical strength. Consuming 5 years of life, exchange for cross-level use of the 10-minute peak state of the knife drawing skill, during which the use of the knife drawing skill will not consume any physical strength. The next step is to spend 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, until the last 50 years of life to permanently obtain the peak state of the sword drawing skill, and the body will also reach the ability to use the sword drawing skill at least twice without any side effects degree. What makes Yunfei feel speechless the most is the jumping feeling obtained by consuming lifespan. It is clear that it takes 5 years of lifespan to get the right to use it for 10 minutes. It created the illusion that spending 50 years of life to exchange for a knife drawing skill is really too cost-effective. All in all, Yunfei really feels that this so-called talent contract is really a profiteer. It takes 50 years of life to get it permanently for a mere colorless skill in the first stage, which is very cost-effective for deliberate creation. A feeling of. And the most important point is that when Yunfei put all his attention into the icon of the master contract, Yunfei could still see a group of green flames burning beside him, and in the middle of the flames there was a string of indications. The number 119 is burning, and as time goes on that 9 keeps becoming unreal. If Yunfei guessed correctly, this number burning with green flames is his lifespan. Yunfei's current lifespan can live to 119 without any accidents. Although 119 seems to be a lot, but if Yunfei used the master contract to get used to it, then it would be a very terrible thing. Thinking of this, Yunfei didn't continue to ink, and directly consumed his whole day. Years of life was exchanged for 2 chances to use the sword to slash. Then Yunfei quickly withdrew his attention from the master contract, and seeing the 20 to 30 meter thick thunder pillar flying towards him, Yunfei suddenly felt that he could smash it with a single blow. Chapter 24, A Brilliant Strike. Fourth change. Before Yunfei quit the master contract, he could clearly see that his previous number burning with green flames suddenly changed from 119 to 118, but after 1 year of life was deducted, Yunfei didn't feel weak or anything. On the contrary, Yunfei's current condition was simply unprecedented perfection. Just like what I said just now, Yunfei felt that the thunder dragon Alfred sprayed towards him could easily cut him off with a single blow, and in addition, he just spent a whole year of life in exchange for 2 because of the skill of drawing a knife and cutting for the first time. Yunfei looked in the direction of Alfred the thunder dragon and laughed. Very early on, Yunfei really wanted to try how awesome the legendary sword drawing is, but because Goldfinger needs to practice the relationship between skill movements and physical exercise to activate the skill, so the speed is really slow. It was delayed until it came up. Now I can finally see for myself how awesome the so-called peak state of drawing a knife is. Looking at Lei Zhu getting closer, the corners of Yunfei's mouth twitched slightly. His left hand held the Taideo that had already been scabbarded, and his right hand gently held the handle of the Taideo. It was obvious that Yunfei didn't hold it too hard. The handle of the Taideo, but the handle of the Taideo was tightly attached to Yunfei's palm, as if it had merged with Yunfei's palm. At this moment, Yunfei could directly feel the breathing sound of the Taideo in his hand, and Yunfei could even feel the wind hanging on the Taideo very clearly. This feeling was the first time when Yunfei just opened the gold finger and swung it in a real sense. The pickup feels exactly the same. Brontosaurus Alfred. Watch me chop you alive. Yunfei directly took a deep breath, and shouted in the direction of Alfred the Thunder Dragon, "You must know whether it is Alfred the Thunder Dragon or the three human beings who are entangled with Alfred the Thunder Dragon. Under the influence of the magical power of night and day, the ears have long become unusual. The sound that is completely impossible for ordinary people to hear is very clear in the ears of Thunder Dragon Alfred and the other three human powerhouses, and the attention of Thunder Dragon Alfred and the other three human powerhouses is very clear. The force was originally placed in the direction of the Thunder Dragon's roar." After finishing speaking, Yunfei came out directly in the direction of Thunder Dragon's roar. At the beginning, Yunfei drew the knife very slowly, even an ordinary person could see it very clearly, but the speed of Yunfei drawing the knife was at an extremely fast pace. Soaring in an unscientific way, without giving others any time to react, Yunfei's arm was pulled out like a rainbow light, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. At the same time, Yunfei felt that the place where the tip of his knife crossed caused a slight wave. After feeling the slightest wave, Yunfei almost subconsciously didn't think about it, and just jumped up in the air, facing the Thunder Dragon's roar. The direction is to slash with the knife, and a swift support wind, lingering like a scorpion, a white sword, nearly 100 meters wide gushes out from the tip of the sword, with a sharp and unrivaled power. The momentum rushed towards the Thunder Dragon's roar. Basically everyone around Yunfei was stunned by what happened in front of them. Although it seemed like a long time had passed, from the time the Thunder Dragon Alfred opened his mouth to attack to Yunfei's volley, it was nothing more than it happens in a few seconds. In such a short period of time, many people's expressions were still stunned. They all realized what happened, or some people saw the roar of the Thunder Dragon rushing towards them, but they didn't even have time to show their expressions of fear. Coming to Yunfei, he directly slashed with a sword chi that looked even more spectacular than the Thunder Dragon's roar. P.S. Is it sword chi or sword chi? The author thought for a long time, and it is better to call it sword chi. Although the weapon is obviously a sword, the skills are all called sword drawing. So, under the watchful eyes of almost all the residents of Dinar City, the sword energy from Yunfei collided with the roar of the Thunder Dragon Alfred. Almost everyone subconsciously believed that Yunfei's sword energy would be directly smashed away by Thunder Dragon Alfred's roar, even though Yunfei's sword energy looked stronger than Thunder Dragon Alfred's in both momentum and movement. Be tough. After all, since ancient times, it's not that humans haven't sent out attacks like Yunfei, and even attacks stronger than Yunfei have been sent out, but the final result is that without exception, they were smashed into pieces during the collision of the breath of the dragons. Soon, a situation happened that made everyone's eyes drop. The sword energy Yunfei slashed directly tore the Thunder Dragon Alfred's roar into pieces and turned them into golden lights. Points dissipated in the air, and even after Yunfei's sword energy completely shattered the Thunder Dragon Alfred's roar, it still had enough momentum to directly smash the Thunder Dragon Alfred, who was caught off guard. Go out. And it's not the kind of simple chopping flying, even ordinary people can see very clearly that Thunder Dragon Alfred's body, which was originally impenetrable to any magic attack, was cut with a huge wound by Yunfei's sword energy. Bright red blood was constantly flowing out of the wound. Yunfei, this is an illusion. Yunfei, you actually split the Dragon Clan into the sky, and also caused such serious damage to the Dragon Clan. Alfred the Thunder Dragon, who got up, just swallowed a mouthful of saliva, as if meeting Yunfei for the first time. He said tremblingly. Humans have never broken through the defenses of the Dragon Clan, never let the Dragon Clan shed even a single drop of blood, and Yunfei actually severely injured the Thunder Dragon Alfred in front of everyone. This is simply heaven and night tan. And the three human beings who were still entangled with Thunder Dragon Alfred just now were also stunned. The Thunder Dragon who just hit himself like a dog was killed by Yunfei's volleying sword. Chapter 25, The Thunder Dragon was flayed again. However, it is not correct to say that Alfred the Thunder Dragon was killed by Yunfei directly with a sword. He received some skin trauma and a little blood. Now Alfred the Thunder Dragon is only in a state of minor injuries at most. The wound looks a bit scary, but even the bones are not seen, which means that the injuries on Alfred the Thunder Dragon are actually nothing. It is equivalent to a human being hacked with a knife that is neither light nor heavy. The force is not too heavy, but the muscles are torn, but the bones are not injured. Even in such a short period of time, the scary-looking wound on Alfred the Thunder Dragon has begun to scab over. It is impossible for Yunfei to kill the dragon with just a single slash. At most, it would cause a slight but not serious injury to the dragon clan as it is now. At this moment, basically everyone, including the dragons who were watching in the dark, fell silent. Both humans and dragons were frightened by the results of the battle caused by Yunfei just now, just like the first time a human appeared a long time ago. Being able to engage in fierce battles with the dragons to a certain extent, Yunfei is the first person in the history of human magic to truly hurt the dragons. This means that perhaps in the near future, human beings will not be ants at the mercy of dragons. The appearance of Yunfei seems to have brought a glimmer of hope to the human beings who are completely shrouded in the shadow of the dragon clan. The way Yunfei slashed the Thunder Dragon Alfred in the air just now made all human beings feel a little bit of expectation. Maybe Yunfei can kill the dragon today? Of course, Yunfei will only do this unless he does not regard his own lifespan as his own lifespan. If there are no special circumstances, Yunfei is going to cut out the remaining one of his own and then quickly withdraw. Anyway, there are 3 with the human Xenos belonging to the kingdom of Lord Aaron in tow. Yunfei had plenty of time to escape. And at this moment, Thunder Dragon Alfred, who had just been slashed by Yunfei in the air, struggled to get up again. Belief and the extreme humiliation in my heart. What Yunfei volleyed and flew Thunder Dragon Alfred got is enough glory to be recorded in the annals of human history. Then what Thunder Dragon Alfred got by Yunfei volleying and flying is enough to be recorded in the annals of dragon history. Dragon Alfred was the first dragon to be hurt by ants like humans, and it was not a small wound. Only Thunder Dragon Alfred could guess how humiliating it was. At least Alfred the Thunder Dragon no longer has the composure of the 3 strongest men who just started facing humans. Now Alfred the Thunder Dragon has been turned into anger by the humiliation of being volleyed by Yunfei, dazed and lost his mind. Thunder Dragon Alfred can no longer take into account the R system and the Eclipse Gate, his real purpose of coming to Dinar City, kingdom of Lord Aaron, and now Thunder Dragon Alfred he just wanted to tear Yunfei apart and wash away all the shame Yunfei gave him. Even if Yunfei, the guy who brought him an unforgivable shame, was torn alive today, Thunder Dragon Alfred felt that he would live in the ridicule of his fellow clan in the future. Damn human ants! Who gave you the courage to dare to attack me, Thunder Dragon Alfred? Thunder is already furious. Let the punishment of the furious thunder, the roar of the Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon Alfred faced Yunfei roared hysterically. The speechless humiliation made Alfred the Thunder Dragon go crazy and lose his mind. Thunder Dragon Alfred's mouth opened wide, golden light surged crazily in Thunder Dragon Alfred's mouth, and a thunder pillar twice as thick as before shot directly from Thunder Dragon Alfred's mouth. It sprayed out from his mouth, and frantically attacked in Yunfei's direction. Looking at the situation in front of him, Yunfei shook his head helplessly. Obviously he wanted to run away with his tail between his legs at the beginning, but what happened in the end? He stood on the cusp of the storm in such a short moment. Yunfei also wanted to try his best to get something longer. Seeing the thunder pillar twice as thick as before flying towards him, Yunfei could only put the Tadeo back into the scabbard again. Yunfei also thought about whether he could pull out the remaining one Dao Zhan is left to deal with possible future crises and so on. Seeing the obvious situation, there is no need to think about saving anything. Just deal a painful blow to that unknown Thunder Dragon Alfred. Moreover, if Alfred the Thunder Dragon was injured as much as possible, those human beings from the kingdom of Lord Aaron would be able to deal with it more easily, and it would buy Yunfei more time to retreat. Thinking of this, the corners of Yunfei's mouth slightly twitched, and he leaped into the air again to see that the thunder pillar, which was twice as thick as the thunder pillar just now, was directly slashed out. Even though it was twice as thick as the thunder pillar just now, Yunfei, there is absolute confidence in the bottom of my heart. Drawing the sword and slashing can deal another painful blow to Thunder Dragon Alfred without any effort. In fact, the development of the matter was similar to Yunfei's guess. Even if Alfred's roaring blow was twice as thick as before, it was still useless. Thunder Dragon Alfred's roar is only twice as thick, but the damage range is increased, and the quality will not be improved too much, and the sword energy is originally best at breaking the surface. The final result was that, while everyone was stunned, the nearly 100-meter-high curved sword energy that Yunfei slashed was like a rainbow across the vast starry sky, without any pressure. The roar was torn apart, and the Leica destroyer remained undiminished and sent the Thunder Dragon Alfred flying again. Chapter 26, The Name of Yunfei Spreads Everywhere. Second update. If the injury on Thunder Dragon Alfred before was considered a slightly serious injury, then after being hit by Yunfei for the second time, Thunder Dragon Alfred was really seriously injured. Maybe Yunfei gritted his teeth cruelly at this time. If you stomp your feet and spend your lifespan in exchange for a few more sword slashes, you might be able to become the first dragon slayer in history. Of course, this is impossible. Yunfei promises that if he really kills this unwitting Brontosaurus directly, then Yunfei will probably face a group of dragons, and Yunfei will not consume a dragon at that time. The decades-long lifespan may really have to be accounted for, so for now, this is the best result. At present, for the Dragon Clan, as long as there are no dead people. Well, the undead dragon, then it's just a small fight. The purpose of the Dragon Clan is the R system and the Eclipse Gate. Yunfei should not encounter any trouble. Just swung the knife twice, and Yunfei just swiped out a whole year of life. Yunfei felt that he was at a loss, so Yunfei felt that since there was nothing that could stop him from escaping here, he should still be 30. It is more appropriate to move quickly as the 6 strategies. But if he ran away so decisively, Yunfei felt that he was a little bit of that, and he still needed to put on a show when it was time to put on a show. Ahem, uncle, let's get out of here quickly, the 2 attacks just now are all my strength. Yunfei coughed twice, just pretending to be weak, and said to Uncle Caleb beside him, "It's a pity that Yunfei's expression it's just a bit fake." If almost everyone hadn't been attracted by the scene caused by Yunfei just now, probably no one could fail to see that Yunfei was lying except children. After Uncle Caleb heard Yunfei's words, he shook his head helplessly. Uncle Caleb was so close to Yunfei, he could tell that Yunfei was telling lies. But having said that, Uncle Caleb really didn't expect that the little boy who was so thin and needed to be taken in by himself is now so powerful that even a dragon can fly with a sword and cause substantial damage to the dragon. The goal that all human beings have never achieved since ancient times. Although he doesn't know why Yunfei left here in such a hurry, Uncle Caleb also feels that Daner City, the royal city of the kingdom of Lord Aaron, is no longer suitable for living. Yunfei directly beat Thunder Dragon Alfred to the ground, and Uncle Caleb also felt that it would be more appropriate to leave the place where the incident happened as soon as possible. Then Yunfei and Uncle Caleb left in a hurry. The departure of Yunfei and Uncle Caleb stunned the 3 human beings who blocked Alfred the Thunder Dragon. They looked at each other and glanced at the Brontosaur Alfred who was lying beside him and couldn't get up for a while. Then Kikai gave a wry smile and dispersed into 3 directions to leave quickly. Even the seriously injured Thunder Dragon Alfred cannot be handled by these 3 human beings, and there is an entire powerful dragon clan behind Thunder Dragon Alfred. If Thunder Dragon Alfred really if the death is at the hands of human beings, then it is very likely that the dragons who were originally on the human side and close to humans will be pushed away. At that time, human beings will definitely fall into an unprecedented catastrophe. So the best decision now is the same as Yunfei's choice, which is to let Alfred the Thunder Dragon lie here and ignore everything. Anyway, Alfred the Thunder Dragon will not die. Wait for Alfred the Thunder Dragon when he recovered. He had already gone somewhere far away, so there was no need to worry. So, starting from this day, the kingdom of Lord Aaron, which had been able to provide human beings with a certain degree of shelter, announced its disbandment, and the city of Daner was completely in ruins after the recovery of Alfred the Thunder Dragon. This city that was able to provide humans with a peaceful life has completely disappeared and become a cloud of the past. At the same time, Yunfei, the name of Yunfei Alsace also began to spread among humans and dragons. As the only human in human history who severely injured the dragons, Yunfei was recorded in the annals of course, and Alfred the Brontosaurus also followed the previous one. Guess it was almost the same, and he became the biggest laughingstock among the dragon clan. This made Alfred the Thunder Dragon's already irritable temper even more irritable. Become more apparent. Of course, these are all things in the future, but now Yunfei is more annoying because of some things, that may be because Yunfei's previous two swords, tongue-twisting, severely damaged the relationship with Alfred the Thunder Dragon. This led to almost everyone feeling that it would be very safe to follow Yunfei, so behind Yunfei and Uncle Caleb there was a crowd of little tails, making Yunfei and Uncle Caleb almost the most eye-catching targets. You must know that at the very beginning, Yunfei and Uncle Caleb's awakening had to be withdrawn in a place with fewer people. As a result of such a series of things happened, Yunfei and Uncle Caleb suddenly became the most eye-catching existence. This made Yunfei and Uncle Caleb a little troubled, but in the end Yunfei took Uncle Caleb and slipped away quickly, otherwise it would be too troublesome to have so many people around. But there is no ability to protect so many people. Yunfei's incident of leaving the crowd behind and taking Uncle Caleb away brought a certain degree of influence and black spots to Yunfei's reputation, but Yunfei just didn't care. Under the leadership of Uncle Caleb, Yunfei and Uncle Caleb soon found a small village with fewer people to live in, and returned to a peaceful life. P.S. Wow Kaka, I beg all the judges to order a favorite. Chapter 27, The True Profound Meaning of Skills. Third change. To be honest, Yunfei is actually not the kind of person who can sit still. The reason why Yunfei was able to work honestly at Uncle Caleb's place in Daner City when he first time traveled was because of the force of life. Relationship, although Yunfei can't say that if he has strength, he can have strength, but there is still no problem in walking the world, so Yunfei felt that life was too boring, so he told Uncle Caleb and left this sparsely populated village. Although Yunfei was a little worried about the safety of Uncle Caleb after he left, Yunfei was still very concerned about Uncle Caleb, who helped him when he needed help most. It's a pity that Yunfei thought for a long time and couldn't come up with any suitable solution. After all, Uncle Caleb is not a particularly powerful expert, just a very ordinary person. It is impossible for Yunfei to tie himself to Uncle Caleb for a lifetime, so in the end, Yunfei still gave up trying to find a way to ensure the safety of Uncle Caleb. Life and death depend on fate and wealth. And besides, Uncle Caleb himself is very indifferent to this kind of thing. In Uncle Caleb's own words, if it weren't for Yunfei, he probably would have died the last time he was in Daner City, so my own life itself was picked up by Yunfei's help, so I don't need Yunfei to talk too much about it. There is no way. Since Uncle Caleb has already said this, Yunfei did not continue to ink in that small village, and left the small village to start aimlessly on the Ishgar continent. After all, in the era when dragons ruled the world 400 years ago, there seemed to be no such thing as a magic guild, so Yunfei didn't have any specific goals, just wandering around and traveling, and contacted the skills that were not activated in Goldfinger by the way. Because Yunfei was about to activate the fourth skill 3-stage / not long after the Ziref curse broke out in the world, so Yunfei reached the fourth skill 3 within a few days after leaving the small village where Uncle Caleb lived in seclusion. The condition of Duan Zhan, and enter the next stage of skill training and stabbing. It has to be said that for Yunfei, training is like traveling around the mountains and rivers, but it is not without benefits. It may be because Yunfei is alone. During the training process, Yunfei always you can meet some enemies with evil intentions. There are humans with malicious intentions, and there are also bloodthirsty and ferocious monsters. Although the world of fairy tale 400 years ago belonged to the era of dragons, humans and monsters are the most likely to be encountered. As for dragons, to be honest, is still quite difficult to come across. After all, most dragons have their own things to do, and human beings are like ants to the dragons. Which human beings would go to trouble with ants all day long? It can be said that a large part of the villages and towns that were destroyed by dragons, even to a certain extent, were all because the dragons occasionally flew over and suddenly spit out such a mouthful of dragon's roar when they suddenly got interested, and walked with people on the road and saw the ultimate ants on the ground. Climbing, subconsciously stepping on the foot, without any deliberate and targeted, just ruthless standing at the highest angle. Of course, there are also dragons that look like a pain in the ass just to tease humans, such as the emerald dragon that appeared in the martial arts stage of Daimodo before Yunfei crossed. All in all, although the shadow of the dragon clan hangs over all human beings in this era, given the rare number of dragon clan and the huge base of human beings, it is still very difficult to meet dragons. As for Yunfei, when he was in Daner City, I can always hear that some dragons haunt and destroy villages and towns in the kingdom of Lord Aaron, all because of the shadow of the famous tree. The kingdom of Lord Aaron is the only kingdom successfully established in this era, and the only kingdom with a small pure land. It is still attractive to some boring dragons. I want to meet them in other places. Dragon is not so easy. Encountering dragons in other places is like winning the lottery, which is why Yunfei has been out to practice for a while but has not met dragons yet. Of course, this is a good thing, otherwise Yunfei would have exhausted his lifespan and died long ago if he encountered dragons from time to time. In the process of fighting the enemy in the experience, Yunfei discovered some small features about Goldfinger skills. Originally, Yunfei always thought that the skills in Goldfinger were similar, whether it was the most basic uplift or the most Naiucha's extremely divine swordsmanship. Wanjian Gazong is full of sword chi. In fact, Yunfei didn't find this kind of problem before he met the enemy who was killed in seconds. If he was cut in two, he could find something. However, when Yunfei met some more durable monsters or humans, Yunfei began to find out that his skills were the sharpest point. It can be said that Yunfei has never discovered the essence of skills such as the upper pick before. For example, the upper pick can allow Yunfei to directly knock a monster the size of a meat mountain into the air. You must know that at that time Yunfei, the dagger in his hand and the sword energy attached to the pick, had already passed the monster without any resistance, but the monster, like a mountain of meat, was indeed knocked into the air in a way that violated scientific conclusions. Short notes. But Yunfei was stunned watching from the sidelines. At that time, Yunfei never thought that his upskilling skill would have such special effects. This is completely forced to fly. If the enemy wants to use magic, Yunfei can go up close and forcefully interrupt the enemy's magic with a slash. With the 3-stage slash, Yunfei will not worry about not being able to enter the enemy's body. So Yunfei made a plan for himself: experience, actual combat, and research skills. Chapter 28, The Devil and Number 039, S News 4th Change. P.S. It's so tiring to stay up all night. The author also worked very hard to make the 4th update. Agreed. For those of you who haven't ordered the bookmark, please bookmark it. The author will be full of energy. Yunfei found that basically every skill has some additional effects besides the very sharp sword attack. There are 2 special effects, short-term shock and bleeding effects. It may be inappropriate to describe it as bleeding. After all, the fairy tale world is not a game. There is no attack that does not bleed when hit on a person. Therefore, Yunfei thinks that when the bleeding effect is smaller, the healing speed will be slowed down, and the wound will heal faster. Slow down as much as possible, or even slow down to nothing. If there had been such a bleeding effect when Yunfei slashed Thunder Dragon Alfred with 2 swords, the wounds on Thunder Dragon Alfred would not have scabbed so quickly. Lie longer on the ruins of Daner City, and become a bigger laughing stock of the Dragon Clan or something. Speaking of the Dragon Clan, I have to mention that the Dragon Clan wanted to find the R system and the Eclipse Gate with great fanfare. At that time, not long after Yunfei and Uncle Caleb left very decisively, 5 dragons came when they arrived at Daner City. They seemed to be looking for the R system and the Eclipse Gate. It's a pity that Zeref didn't know where he went, so in the end the dragons could only return without success, and under the obstruction of the dragons who are close to humans, they didn't massacre humans, and just went back and forth. I went, but there was a feeling of bleakness. I heard that the 5 dragons who came later laughed at Alfred the Thunder Dragon who was lying on the ruins and couldn't get up. After almost recovering from the injury, he used the roar of the Brontosaurus very violently to completely reduce the city of Daner to ruins. Really, I don't know where this guy Zeref has gone. There is no movement between the R system and the Eclipse Gate. I don't know when the Eclipse Gate will be done. Walking in the woods alone, Yunfei was a little helpless and said to himself, after speaking, Yunfei's hand holding the Tadeo was 2 quick stabs to stab everything blocking his way in 2. Although Zeref had already said that when Yunfei and Zeref separated, he would come to Yunfei after the R system and the Eclipse Gate were researched, but Yunfei was still a little worried. After all, Yunfei is currently wandering aimlessly across the entire continent. During the experience and wandering, the location is changing every moment of every day. Yunfei was really a little worried, what would happen if Zeref couldn't find him, but Yunfei let go of his worries after thinking about Zeref's enchanting level. After all, if even Zeref can research the R system out of thin air, if he couldn't find himself with the big pervert and evildoer at the Eclipse Gate, then Yunfei felt that unless he was lucky, it was unlikely that he would be able to find Zeref either. But recently, when Yunfei accidentally put his attention into the master contract, he was surprised to find that his lifespan should have been 117, it took nearly a year to practice. Instead of decreasing, it increased instead of increasing. 125, which means that Yunfei can still live for 125 years. In other words, after a whole year, Yunfei's lifespan became longer. This discovery surprised Yunfei. At the same time, Yunfei added another plan to his daily plan, which is to study his own lifespan. Why do things not decrease but increase after a year? If Yunfei can find a way to increase his lifespan, then even if Yunfei can't use the Eclipse Gate, he can still live until 400 years later. Isn't that how Zeref lived until 400 years later? Obviously I created the Eclipse Gate to travel through time, but I haven't used it even once, which is really incredible. Finally, after various tests, Yunfei certainly knew the reason for his increased lifespan. Probably, every time Yunfei's body became stronger, his lifespan would increase by a little bit. After all, lifespan is generally related to a strong body and soul. If it is said that a strong soul represents the upper limit of lifespan, while a strong body represents the lower limit of lifespan. If the soul can exist for hundreds of years but the body can only maintain vitality for 100 years, then it will decay and die when the 100 years are up, and vice versa, but generally speaking, the soul can survive for a very long period of time. At least it looks like this when it comes to the body, so what Yunfei needs at the moment is to make his body as strong as possible. Yunfei keeps traveling around like this, and occasionally encounters some human villages, towns, and cities. Usually at this time, Yunfei will go in and enjoy it. After all, the experience life of a person is very painful, especially in the food and housing. 2 ways. If it weren't for the crisis of death pressing on Yunfei's head at all times in this era, plus the temptation of the plot starting 400 years later, Yunfei really wanted to live a comfortable life with someone serving him every day. It's a pity the kind of life Yunfei longs for is unlikely to be realized in a short period of time. By the way, basically every time there is a place where people live in Yunfei, Yunfei will go to inquire about some surrounding news, such as where are there bandits and bandits, where are dangerous monsters and so on. Basically where there are the robber bandit and the monster, Yunfei will go wherever they want. Of course, what Yunfei hears the most is about dragons. After all, dragons seldom even deliberately kill ordinary people, so many ordinary people have survived from dragons to some extent. You can get a lot of information about dragons, even if dragons are really hard to meet. It's just that this time Yunfei heard a terrible news by accident, and that was the news about the devil. Chapter 29, The Devil and Number 039, S First Appearance, Kneeling for Collection and Reward. As I said just now, basically every time Yunfei goes, he will inquire about the surrounding news. If he wants to find out the most news about the place, of course it is the kind of place to eat like restaurants. Not only you can have a good meal, and you can also get some news from the people who eat and chat around you. And Yunfei can also chat with the boss or the waiter after the meal and ask for gossip, which is not too convenient. This time Yunfei is of course no exception. As soon as Yunfei arrived in this town, he ran directly to the place to eat, ready to eat and drink, inquire about some gossip around him, and then set off to continue his worldwide experience tour. Finding a more comfortable seat near the window, Yunfei pricked up his ears and began to listen to the people around him chatting nonsense. Most of the people were chatting about some extremely boring and unnutritious nonsense, but occasionally Yunfei you will also hear some news that you are very interested in. For example, right now, at a table near Yunfei, there are two people drinking and chatting happily. According to Yunfei's usual experience, generally this kind of people can always hear some unexpected news from their mouths, so Yunfei, after discovering that there were two fiery guys chatting not far from him, he focused his attention on it. Although it is unlikely to hear any useful news, it must be great to hear some interesting news. Overhearing other people's conversations is not too exciting, and people who are a little drunk after drinking have a very loud voice. Great, even if Yunfei didn't need to eavesdrop, he could still hear the voices of the two guys next to him. But having said that, this time Yunfei really heard some incredible news. Originally, Yunfei was a little careless, but after hearing the sound of two guys chatting carelessly next to him, he suddenly became attentive. Hey, did you know? It seems that something called a demon has appeared recently. In many villages, the entire village has died because of the demon. Demon? What is that? Could it be more terrifying than a dragon? Actually, I don't know what a demon is, but it was said by those survivors. It seems that the demon can control people and make people kill each other. Manipulating people to kill each other. Well, manipulating people to kill each other, parents kill their children with their own hands. Hearing this, Yunfei couldn't sit still anymore. He didn't expect that even the demons had come out. You must know that there were no such things as demons in this era 400 years ago, and even in 400 years afterwards. The demons of the era when the fairy tale story officially started were created by Ziref, the only strongest person in the history of magic, the ancestor of the Black Mage, through the R system. In other words, Ziref, who has been separated from Yunfei for a while, can already create demons, but Yunfei still has a little bit of doubt in his heart. Yunfei clearly remembers that when he was watching anime and manga before time travel, Ziref's purpose of creating demons is not to end his own life? Could it be that after more than a year of separation, Ziref already has the will to seek death? Probably not. Yunfei quickly shook his head and denied the speculation in his mind. After all, even if Ziref wants to seek death, he must seek death when Natsu is resurrected. Could it be that there have been many incidents that have hit Ziref particularly hard during this period of time? No matter what, Yunfei thinks that he should find Ziref as soon as possible. As for the cursed death hunting on Ziref, it's a big deal to keep a certain distance from Ziref. Yunfei remembers that he read the original book before time travel at this time. You only need to keep a distance that is not too close to Ziref to avoid death hunting. Thinking of this, Yunfei immediately got up and walked over to the two guys who were drinking and chatting. May I ask, has that demon that can control people to kill each other haunted that direction? Yunfei looked at the two and asked with a smile. Now Yunfei doesn't know where Ziref is, but luckily he can only look for it. Asked about the demon created by Ziref. Maybe those demons created by Ziref will know where Ziref is? At least I know the general direction of Ziref. Anyway, Yunfei can practice anywhere, so I feel that he should practice in the direction where Ziref may be. If he finds Ziref, it will be a big surprise. Where are the demons haunting? Why are you asking this? Are you going to find the demons? The gossip person was taken aback when he heard Yunfei's words, and asked with a strange expression on his face. A little curious why Yunfei suddenly came over to ask this question. That's right, this is a very important matter for me, so please tell me the direction of the demon that can control people to kill each other. How about my invitation to your meal today? Yunfei nodded and smiled. Afterwards things became very simple. Yunfei is not a very important person to those two guys, and telling Yunfei such insignificant news can still make Yunfei pay. The two guys naturally have no reason not to tell Yunfei Sai. If Yunfei wants to die, he can do it. It has nothing to do with the two of them. All in all, the final result was of course a happy one. Yunfei was very happy to know the approximate location of the demons, and the two guys were also very happy to have a free meal. Is it magic that can control people? Yunfei chuckled twice, and focused on an icon that was lit up in his eyes, but it was not gold but cyan. Ancient Will. Chapter 30, The First Passive Skill Second Update. The reason why Yunfei is so confident in looking for the demon that can control people is because of the ancient will of the blue skill icon. If it weren't for the blue icon, Yunfei would not dare to go to the demon created by Ziref so casually. You must know that all the demons created by Ziref's explosive characters are big dicks, and they don't care much about humans. If he didn't know the ability of that demon, Yunfei would not have asked for trouble. But having said that, Yunfei is also quite confused about the appearance of his first passive skill, Ancient Will. Just like the appearance of the Master Contract, it all appeared suddenly without Yunfei knowing it. After all, it is impossible for Yunfei to fail. Put your attention on those little icons in your eyes every now and then. But Yunfei still more or less guessed some reasons. Yunfei thinks that it may be related to his difficult life in this period of time. After all, besides the cities or villages where Yunfei meets human beings, he will take a little rest. The rest of the time, they were trained and tempered by themselves, eating and living alone and fighting several times all day long. Yunfei guessed that this is how the ancient will suddenly appeared. As for the manipulative magic used by demons, Yunfei knows that the demons are not using magic, but Ziref's original spells for the demons. Although the power is not necessarily stronger than magic, the demon's spells are better than magic. In addition, the relationship between the devil itself is very powerful, so in the era 400 years later, the devil is basically a taboo word. At the same time, through the two people's description of the demon's ability just now, Yunfei has already confirmed the identity of the demon. You must know that Yunfei was a very loyal fan of fairy tale before crossing. It can be said that he knows fairy tale quite well and can use manipulation. There is only one demon of human spells, and that is Liang Tianyu Sila. In the future, without Yunfei's interference, Ziref dragged Neil, who wanted to think about it, created all kinds of powerful demons through the R system, and Liang Tianyu Sila is a very powerful group of these demons, who belong to Tartaros in the future. One of the members of 9 demon gates, in addition to being cold towards human nature, Yunfei still has a good impression of Liang Tianyu Sila, a slightly intellectual demon. Of course, Sila's super good looks is also a very important part. If it's too ugly, Yunfei won't even look at it. Because of Liang Tianyu Sila, Yunfei, who hadn't crossed over at that time, checked a lot of information about Liang Tianyu Sila on the internet, and had a considerable understanding of Sila's own abilities. Otherwise Yunfei would not have then ventured to find Sila, the demon created by Ziref. After all, Yunfei cherishes his own life very much. There are so many beauties in this world, there is no need for Yunfei to hang himself on the tree of Sila. Sila's manipulative mantra is called command mantra, which can freely control objects and human beings, but can't control the dead freely. As long as the man who has been ordered can be remotely controlled by him at any time, in a certain way to a certain extent, it is really a rather terrible spell. It can make Sila play with people's hearts to his heart's content. I have to say that this spell alone can make Sila live up to the name of a demon. Among all the demons, although Sila is not the most powerful one, he is definitely the scariest one. Sila can easily make any human being controlled by him feel like dying, but it is very difficult for other demons to do so. At most they just kill human beings. If Yunfei hadn't unknowingly activated the science skill Ancient Will, Yunfei really wouldn't have dared to go to Sila. Speaking of this, I have to talk about the effect of the Ancient Will. Yunfei has also played Dungeon and Warriors for a while, so Yunfei still has a considerable understanding of the skills provided by Goldfinger. Yunfei remembers the Ancient Will in the game. It can increase a considerable degree of intelligence in a short period of time, but I don't know why it has become a passive skill here. And the effect is quite different from that in the game. The Ancient Will in the game is to increase intelligence for a short time, so the current Cyan passive skill Ancient Will can make Yunfei immune to most of the control ability. Maybe it can't help Yunfei in head-to-head battles. This passive ancient skill can indeed provide Yunfei with considerable help. At least many plots can't work on Yunfei, and the Order of the Demon Liang Tianyu Sila. The spells are also unable to control Yunfei under the interference of the Ancient Will, which gives Yunfei a great advantage in case of confrontation with Sila. At that time, no matter whether you run or stay, you will have a certain degree of autonomy, and even if you die, it is better than being played by Sila. Ahem, a little evil. Finally, Yunfei bought a geographic map of the vicinity and rushed towards the direction where the demon Liang Tianyu Sila used to haunt. According to Yunfei's speculation about the demon's psychology, Yunfei can be sure that Sila's goal is to play with humans, so it is directly advancing to the next human city. With the previously destroyed villages and towns, it is quite easy to speculate on Sila's destination. Yunfei is a little excited when he thinks that he will soon meet the beautiful character in fairy tale that he is interested in. You must know that all the plot characters that Yunfei met after traveling from the earth are 100% pure men, Ziref Dragneel and Natsu Dragneel, and there are only these two in total, and Natsu even knelt down to receive a temporary box lunch, and now I finally want to meet. When it comes to the beauties in the original book, of course Yunfei will be excited. It's just that Yunfei will be poured down with cold water after seeing Liang Tianyu Sila. After all, she is a demon. Chapter 31, The Devil Reading in the Library. Third update. After all, the reason why demons are called demons is because of the nature of demons. No matter how good-looking Liang Tianyu Sila is, it can't change the fact that Liang Tianyu Sila is a demon, and at the same time, it can't change the fact that Liang Tianyu Sila is holding hands. The fact that it was stained with human blood. After Yunfei left the town, he walked according to the map he bought. It didn't take long before he came to the next town, but this town was a little too quiet compared with the last town. When Yunfei walked to the gate of the city, he didn't hear any sound at all. Yunfei immediately felt that something was wrong. You must know that it is still daytime, and according to Yunfei's usual experience, generally speaking, the towns at this time are not to mention how noisy they are, but there will definitely be a little noise, and it is not the case that there is no sound at all like this. I haven't met them before, and they all belong to the situation where something happened in the town. Thinking of this, Yunfei's expression immediately turned one side, and he quickly ran towards the gate of the city. After all, the city was too quiet, and Yunfei didn't even need to guess to know what must have happened in this city. Damn it, why did it become like this? Who did it? After Yunfei ran into the town, he burst into anger when he saw the situation in front of him. The buildings in the town were not damaged at all. If you only look at the buildings, it seems that nothing happened in the town. The scene was a bit horrible. There are hideous corpses everywhere. There are men and women, old people, and children. They all fell to the ground with hideous faces or fear, and their hands were tightly clutching their necks until they died, which made people shudder. What's even more weird is that it looks like everyone in the town is already dead, but Yunfei can't smell even a little bit of blood in this town. Negative, ice crystals, whether they are dragons, monsters, or humans, will cause a lot of bloody smell. It is impossible for the whole town to die without any bloody smell like now. Then there is only one possibility. Yunfei is almost 100% sure that the murderer who caused all this is Liang Tianyu Sila, one of the demons of Tartaro's 9 demon gates in the future. Even though Yunfei has experienced on the Ishgar continent for a while, and encountered many times similar to the situation where entire towns and villages were wiped out by dragons, magic, or human bandits and robbers, but Yunfei can feel it was the first time I was so angry. Because in the past, everyone died more happily, even if it was painful, it was just a momentary pain, and there would be no torture, but now the scene in front of Yunfei really made Yunfei feel angry from the bottom of his heart. Yunfei saw the couple who were full of pain but killed each other, the mother who looked desperate but buried her son with her own hands, and the son whose expression collapsed to the extreme but strangled his father to death with her own hands. This kind of taste can be found everywhere in the whole town. Yunfei never thought, really never thought that Liang Tianyu Sila would be so cruel. Tianyu Sila's cruelty to the extreme has not been drawn, which is why Yunfei still has a certain degree of affection for Sila as a demon. It's just that now Yunfei has a strong murderous intent towards this demon named Liang Tianyu Sila. Yunfei's good impression of Sila has long since been lost because of this hell-like scene in front of him. What Yunfei wants to do now is to punish Liang Tianyu Sila and kill him on the spot. Liang Tianyu Sila? What makes you so unscrupulous? Yunfei sneered, and said to himself with a little bit of gnashing of teeth, and then walked towards the largest library in this town. Yunfei has done quite a lot of research on Sila, a demon that belongs to one of the Tartaro's 9 demon gates. Yunfei knows that if Sila came out not long ago, after Sila killed the entire town and there is a library in the town, then Sila will go to the library and read all the books in the library before leaving. As a demon, Sila loves books so much, which is quite rare. If it is not so bloodthirsty and cruel, Yunfei thinks Sila is quite good. Yunfei's lower body is thinking. At the same time, Yunfei inevitably has a little bit of complaints about Ziref in his heart. After all, Ziref created all the demons, and he must have created more than one. Basically each of them can bring considerable casualties and disasters to human beings. Yunfei doesn't quite understand why Ziref allows the demons he created to cause trouble outside. It can be said that Yunfei is most dissatisfied with Ziref. He is so kind and cherishes life, but he allows the demons he created to be in trouble. Do whatever you want outside. Soon, Yunfei came to the library of this town. The library of this town is quite eye-catching, right in the center of the whole town. After arriving in front of the library, Yunfei didn't hesitate, and just walked in. The anger in Yunfei's heart had already burned away his fear of goddess of the chill moon Sila. As soon as Yunfei entered, he saw a girl who was tapping on Erlang's legs, sitting on a stool and reading a book quietly, but the horn-like thing on the girl's head let Yunfei know that this girl was the demon created by Ziref, goddess of the chill moon Sila. Chapter 32, Hands-on Fourth Change. The dark purple hair falls down the shoulders, with a different kind of beauty. The 2 huge horns on the head add to the same sense of charm. The crystal clear skin makes Yunfei feel a little dazzled, and the 2 raised legs are dressed in pitch black color stockings, coupled with wearing less relationship. Sila now looks very seductive. To be honest, Sila is a devil, but she does have a temperament. She sits on a stool quietly and looks at the books in the library. People who don't know the truth of the matter would never think that this looks a bit cold and quiet. The young girl has been stained with the blood of countless human beings in a short period of time, and every drop of blood is full of endless grievances and hatred. It can be said that every human being who fell into Sila's hands died of mental breakdown and torture, and it was not physical torture, but Sila defeated them mentally. Yunfei looked at Sila, who was quietly reading a book in front of him. Obviously Yunfei didn't have even the slightest resistance to beautiful women, but Yunfei looked at Sila and became furious in his heart. Countless ordinary people outside received the humiliation, tortured to death, and you, the chief culprit, are still here reading a book leisurely. It turns out that this is the devil in the true sense. It turns out that the devil can really be so cruel. It turns out that the devil is really more terrifying than the Dragon Clan, even if the strength of the devil is not as good as the Dragon Clan. Looking at Sila as if nothing had happened, Yunfei felt a burst of suffocation, and the uncontrollable anger made Yunfei's breathing a little difficult. Yunfei has never been so angry before, even though the city of Daner was destroyed by Alfred the Thunder Dragon last time. Even though Yunfei has experienced more than a year on the continent of Ishgar and has seen many deaths of whole villages and even whole towns, because those things are different from things now. Because those people died very happily, there would be no unnecessary pain, and they would not suffer from the condemnation of their own conscience while feeling endless pain before the temporary. The tragedy Yunfei saw on the way to the library just now made him. Yunfei's anger rose again and again. May I ask, what is it like to be forced to manipulate your body to kill your brother, sister, father, mother, wife, lover, and the entire family while suffering endless pain before dying? What kind of feeling is this? Yunfei really dare not even imagine. Yunfei's eyes had already turned blood red under the support of endless anger. Why? Staring closely at the leisurely Sila, Yunfei asked in a cold voice, with a piercing chill in his tone. Even though Yunfei had roughly guessed what kind of answer Sila would give him, but when Yunfei saw Sila as leisurely reading after the gesture, he still couldn't help asking out his doubts. After hearing Yunfei's inquiry, Sila finally stopped focusing on the book in her hand, but glanced at Yunfei lightly. Don't you know that it's very rude to disturb others reading? Sila looked at the angry Yunfei and said indifferently, and didn't answer Yunfei's question, and directly ignored Yunfei's question, revealing in his tone with a full of aloof fan. For some reason, Sila suddenly gave off a strange vibe of a well-mannered, well-behaved kid. Isn't polite. Killed so many people and you tell me this kind of nonsense. Triple cut. If it doesn't die in silence, then it explodes completely in silence. Yunfei immediately let out a loud shout, and pulled out his own katana suddenly, and instantly slashed in front of Sila with the anger that broke through the sky. Above the katana, the extremely rich and almost substantial sword energy attached to Yunfei's Taideo, slashing towards Sila with unparalleled momentum. As I said last time, the skills of Goldfinger or the skills of Dungeons and Warriors each have their own additional characteristics in addition to the sword attack that comes with them. Is the forced shock and so on. The 3-stage slash is not particularly outstanding in terms of sword energy attack, even a little weaker than the upper pick, but the 3-stage slash is almost invincible in terms of short-range charge speed, and it can contact the charge 3 times and contact the trigger 3 times slash and not weak sword attack. Seeing Yunfei, who was still a little distance away from him just now, appeared in front of him in an instant, Sila's pupils shrank for a while, and he immediately used his command spell to forcibly control any human being who was weaker than him or mentally weaker than him. But soon Sila's beautiful dark eyes flashed a bit of disbelief and horror, because Sila found that her command spell was useless to Yunfei at all, and Sila's mental strength was stronger than her own. Many times, since Sila was created and became conscious, besides Zeref Sila, I really haven't met anyone who can ignore his command spell. I didn't expect that it was just an unbelievable thing that I just ran into a stunned young man casually and ignored my own command spells. However, the situation is more urgent. Yunfei's Taideo, which contains the real sword energy, is about to be chopped off, and there is no time for Sila to continue thinking. As soon as the book was closed, a gloomy light flashed on the book, and Sila blocked it in the direction of the sword. When? It was obviously the collision between the Taideo and the book, but there was a sound of collision like iron being smashed. Every time the book with dark purple light collided with the Taideo, some cracks appeared. Suddenly, the book in Sela's hand shattered like glass and shattered all over the floor. Finally, it turned into a puff of dark purple smoke and disappeared. Chapter 33, For the Devil, Death is a Joke. Sela looked at the book that was chopped into pieces by Yunfei with 3 knives, and once again a trace of horror flashed in Sela's eyes. She didn't expect that the book she used for defense was chopped into pieces by Yunfei so easily. You must know that there used to be a lot of magic. No matter how hard Master tried his best, he couldn't do such a thing. Although Yunfei's sword looks particularly sharp and unparalleled, in fact, the ghost swordsman's skills are not blindly seeking the most attack power. On the contrary, the most outstanding skill of the ghost swordsman is the unparalleled continuous attack ability. So Yunfei didn't have any hesitation at all. Seeing that Sela's temporary defense was defeated by him, he immediately used it with an upward pick. There is also a special effect of forced knock-up. Once again, Yunfei's katana was covered with a solid white sword energy, shining with a deadly cold light, and directly picked at Sela, who was still a little dazed by the broken book. This time Sela never unable to make any resistance movements, he could only allow Yunfei's Taideo to slash in his direction. Of course, Sela will not have any fear, because as a demon created by Zeref, death is just another beginning for Sela. Even if Sela is killed by Yunfei here, he can also go back resurrection in the base camp. Apart from feeling the pain of death, there will be no loss at all. Thinking of this, Sela fortunately did not make such an indistinguishable resistance, and directly let Yunfei's upper spear hit her body, and at the same time, the substantial white sword energy attached to the Taideo also followed Yunfei. After picking it, Yunfei threw it out, and it just sent Sela flying and smashed the wall of the library and flew out of the library. You must know that there is no function such as cooldown time of skills here. The reason why Yunfei can use the skills in Dungeon and Warriors is not only the function of Gold Finger, but also the physique that Yunfei has trained for a long time. Therefore, as long as Yunfei can cover his body and perform 10 upward moves in an instant, there will be no pressure at all. After seeing Sela being slashed by himself and flying out of the library, Yunfei didn't give Sela any time to breathe, and quickly moved in front of Sela with another 3-stage slash and put his Taideo on Sela's neck. To be honest, Yunfei originally planned to kill Sela directly. After all, Sela's hands were covered with human blood, but Yunfei suddenly thought of a very serious thing, that is, it seems that killing Sela doesn't seem to be very useful, but Yunfei big fan of fairy tale. Yunfei, who watched fairy tale anime and manga before crossing, knew that a demon member like Sela who belonged to one of the Tartaro's 9 demon gates can be resurrected in a place called the base camp, so if Yunfei kills Sela directly now, if it is not, for Sela it is just teleporting back to the city, and there will be no loss at all. Thinking of this road, Yunfei immediately started to have a headache. Yunfei really didn't know how to deal with Sela. If he killed Sela, Yunfei would not be too reluctant. After all, so many people around died because of Sela, but now Yunfei, the problem that needs to be faced is that death is a painless thing for the demon Sela, and it would be too cheap for Sela to just kill Sela like this. In fact, the best way is to use sealing magic to seal Sela for a long time or even permanently, but there is one thing everyone should not forget. The reason why Yunfei traveled to this era 400 years ago is entirely because of Yunfei's predecessor. He's a good-for-nothing with 0 magic aptitude. It was because Yunfei's predecessor wanted to forcibly go to Mildian Magic Academy to learn magic despite the fact that he was a waste of magic, so he was beaten up by the students of Mildian Magic Academy, and then died of his injuries. In order to travel back to the era of fairy tale 400 years ago, he became a pickup hero. Of course, Yunfei's predecessor is alone, and there is no good plate for Yunfei to take over. All in all, Yunfei doesn't have to think about the magic seal, so the situation Yunfei needs to face now is that it is too cheap to kill Sela, and Sela himself can't do the magic seal. And there is another very thing that needs to be reminded. Don't look at how decisively Yunfei defeated Liang Tianyu Sela, one of the strongest demons in the future Tartaro's 9 demon gates just now, but if you observe more carefully, you can find that, Yunfei's attack just now did not hurt Sila at all, except that Sila was a little more embarrassed, and the clothes on his body became more torn and more revealing. After all, no matter what, Sila was created by Ziref, the most powerful dick in the history of magic in the future, to kill himself. Since Sila was created to kill Ziref, how could it be weak? The reason why Yunfei succeeded just now is that besides the sharp displacement speed of the 3-stage slash, Yunfei's only passive skill, the Ancient Will, also played a very important role. You must know that Sila's command spell is actually very effective for Yunfei's time-traveling ability. The previous Otaku was invalid, and Yunfei couldn't think of anything else except for the passive skill of Ancient Will. Another very important point is that Yunfei knew that Sila did not use his full strength just now. Yunfei specifically searched for information about Sila. Sila's command spell can not only command objects and humans freely, but also orders Sila to break through himself and transform into the legendary demon form, making Sila unleash the most powerful fighting power. And Sila still hasn't used her own trick. None of the demons created by Ziref are weak, and all of them are created with the goal of killing Ziref himself. Can this be weak? After all, Ziref is the strongest existence in the history of magic in the future. Maybe Ziref is already there now. Chapter 34, Suicide if there is a disagreement. Second update. All in all, if you start all over again, it will be very difficult for Yunfei to defeat Sila without losing his lifespan. Perhaps Yunfei may not be able to defeat Sila and needs to slip. Hey! Humans, why don't you continue to fight? Presumably killing me will calm the anger in your heart. Sila lightly glanced at the Tadeo resting on his neck, looked at Yunfei and asked a little strangely rude. At this time, Sila can suddenly explode and knock Yunfei away at any time, but Sila suddenly became a little interested in Yunfei, because Sila found that the method Yunfei knocked himself into the air just now does not seem to be the magic used by humans, and it is not the spell used by the devil as a power that is different from magic and spells. In addition, death has nothing to do with Sila, so Sila just followed Yunfei's will. Anyway, death is a joke to Sila, but Sila was a little curious about Yunfei's sudden stop. It was obvious that Yunfei had a look of deep hatred just now. Kill you? Humph, don't be kidding, you want to die quickly and then go to the base camp to revive. Yunfei snorted coldly after hearing Sila's words, and said with a displeased face when he looked at Sila, this kind of killing, the feeling of not being able to kill or move, really made Yunfei extremely depressed. And after Yunfei vented on Sila with a series of attacks just now, Yunfei unexpectedly found that his anger that was still raging before became not so angry all of a sudden. Of course, this is also because Yunfei and Sila have nothing to do. Who told him that even if he was killed, nothing would happen? Base camp? Humans, how do you know about this kind of thing? Sila narrowed her eyes slightly after hearing Yunfei's words, flashing an extremely dangerous look, looking at Yunfei and asking seriously. After all, the 3 words base camp are not casual words. The reason why a demon like Sila can be resurrected from the dead is entirely because of the existence of the base camp. He was really about to die, so when Sila heard Yunfei talking about the base camp, that extremely dangerous look would flash in Sila's eyes. Just now Sila really had the urge to kill Yunfei directly, but in the end Sila endured it, not only because Sila was curious about Yunfei, but also because Sila wanted to know from Yunfei where Yunfei came from. Who knows about the base camp? Sila is going to kill everyone who knows about the base camp. How do I know the base camp? How do I know? Where is Ziref? You must have just been created by Ziref, so you should know the approximate location of Ziref. Of course, it was impossible for Yunfei to tell Sila where he knew about the base camp, so Yunfei just changed the subject and asked Sila. Since Sila had already been created, Yunfei felt that Sila must have met Ziref before. Yes, so Yunfei now needs to know exactly where Ziref is and go find him. Ziref. Human, how do you know his name? Sila's pupils shrank instantly after hearing Yunfei mention Ziref, and a strong sense of fear rose in his heart, and hearing Yunfei's tone of addressing Ziref, it seemed to be quite familiar. Yunfei was instantly in Sila's mind. It just becomes unfathomable. When Sila heard Yunfei's refusal to answer, Sila's arm, which was still ready to move, suddenly stopped. It can be seen how important the three words Ziref occupy in Sila's mind. How do I know his name? Ziref is going to call me brother. Why do you think I know his name? Yunfei looked at Sila and just sneered a few times, and started bragging without caring about the surrounding situation at all. But having said that, Ziref really does call Yunfei brother, but Yunfei's meaning to Sila is a little bit inaccurate. Don't. Afterwards, things suddenly became simpler. After hearing Yunfei's answer, Sila didn't say much, and she was directly in front of Yunfei committed suicide. My lord's brother? It seems that the little girl and I have really provoked some terrible existence, so my lord's brother, the little girl will not accompany you. By the way, you human storybook little girl likes it very much. The ending is so happy. Sila looked at Yunfei and chuckled twice, then said to Yunfei with a smile, and then committed suicide while Yunfei was stunned. A palm pierced through his heart directly, and Yunfei died without giving him any time to react, and his body turned into a dark purple mist and disappeared. Looking at the situation in front of him, Yunfei really felt like 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping past. Do you want to be so crazy that people fight when they disagree with each other? Are you committing suicide at the slightest disagreement? Even if death is a joke to you, don't be so willful, okay? Yunfei is really helpless now. Originally, Yunfei wanted to ask where Ziref was headed, but he didn't expect Sila to commit suicide so decisively. Or it would be more easy to understand to explain it by returning to the city independently. What's all this called? In the end, there are only corpses left in this city. Yunfei looked at the scene under his feet and the surrounding scene and said to himself helplessly. After working for a long time, Yunfei's work was completely in vain. But at least there is one thing that Yunfei is more pleased with, that is, Yunfei doesn't have to worry about whether to kill Sila or not. Anyway, Sila has already made multiple choice questions in advance and chose death for himself. Chapter 35. Helplessness and the Name of the Devil. Third change. To be honest, Yunfei doesn't even know who to get angry with now. Yunfei is the only living person left in the whole city. It seems that he has no choice but to lose his temper with himself. It is really depressing thing. Afterwards, things suddenly became simpler. Since all the dead people in the city except Yunfei himself, then Yunfei didn't have any hesitation, and left the city directly to continue his journey of experience. As for the dead people in the city, Yunfei can really live in silence. If there are not many people, Yunfei can use his humanitarian spirit to help dig a pit for them to bury or something, but if it is a whole town, then Yunfei can only express that there is nothing he can do to help Jingxiebuman. You have to know how many villages and towns that Yunfei encountered were brutally massacred after more than a year of experience. Some of them were killed by bandits and robbers. What a pity! Yunfei was stunned to see the village end from the head of the village, but he didn't see a complete body. At that time, Yunfei felt nauseous and wanted to vomit, let alone collecting corpses. In fact, if Sila hadn't been too cruel to kill people and torture bad people, even if Yunfei was angry, he would not be so angry. After all, Yunfei has seen many similar scenes. Of course, after explaining so much, Yunfei just doesn't want to collect the corpses of the people in this town. If there are fewer people, there are only dozens of people or hundreds of people. It's done, but the number of people in a whole city is not hundreds or thousands, at least it is calculated in units of 10,000. There are so many people, even if Yunfei blasts a hole with his skills, it's useless. Just moving the corpses is enough for Yunfei. Fortunately, Yunfei is fairer. Someone will come and clean up the body. In fact, it is almost the same as what Yunfei guessed. After meeting Liang Tianyu Sila, the name of the devil spread completely. Originally, the news about the devil was just a gossip and did not spread too far. But as the news of the town where Yunfei and Sila met spread, the name of the devil spread throughout the entire continent in a very short period of time, and the speed of news transmission was actually faster than Yunfei's 2 blows to the thunder dragon Alfred. The news is even faster. I don't know if this counts as a typical example of good things not going out and bad things spreading thousands of miles. Of course, Yunfei doesn't care about these things. Yunfei just doesn't care much, because with the appearance of the devil, Yunfei once again felt a sense of urgency. Since the devil has appeared, it means that Ziref revives his younger brother Natsu. The day will not be far away. At least now the R system must be researched and manufactured by Ziref, otherwise there will be no demons appearing. To create life, in addition to having extremely powerful abilities, you also need the assistance of the R system. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a person is, they will not be able to create life. Now that the R system has been researched and manufactured by Ziref, it means that the days of dividing the era will not be far away. Yunfei remembers that the internal war among the Dragon Clan began not long after Natsu's resurrection, and the Dragon Clan who is close to humans, the dragon, once fell into an absolute disadvantage, and finally the dragon who was close to humans opened the taboo and taught humans the magic that can defeat or even kill dragons, which is the dragon-slaying magic of later generations. As long as the dragons who are close to humans start teaching humans to learn the magic of dragons, the punishment of gaffes will go to a very extreme stage. The war, the Dragon King Festival. Anyway, the Dragon King Festival is a very dangerous thing. Yunfei plans to get out of this dangerous era before the Dragon King Festival happens. A war that can affect the entire continent or even the entire world is really terrible. Even if Yunfei has a master contract, he can burst seeds anytime and anywhere, and he is not confident that he can last forever. After all, Yunfei's lifespan is not long. Even after such a long period of training, it is still only 120 years. It's not enough for Yunfei to consume it wantonly, and Yunfei is not willing to consume it. In this way, time always passes unknowingly. Yunfei wandered around the continent of Ishgar to practice as usual, and also experienced various killings and bloody scenes everywhere. Such days, probably almost 2 more years passed. During this period, Yunfei experienced many unexpected things, fighting with people, fighting monsters, and killing demons. The name of the devil has been thoroughly spread on the Ishgar continent, and even became a more fearsome existence than the dragons at one time. If the dragons have never actively wanted to kill humans, then the devils are actively looking for humans. The city and made killings in it. Although the strength is not as strong as the Dragon Clan, it is very formidable. With the spread of the name of the devil, the name Ziref has also been passed on, because Ziref is the existence of creating demons. In the eyes of all human beings, the word Ziref itself is a heinous existence. I don't know how many people hate it. The demon also hates Ziref who made the demon. After meeting Sila last time, Yunfei thought for a long time and gave up the idea of looking for Ziref. After all, the world is so big, it is really difficult to find a Ziref who hides from humans, and Ziref himself said, after researching and manufacturing the Eclipse Gate, they will come to look for Yunfei. Who is Ziref? Ziref is the #1 person in the world in the future, the absolute super big dick in the history of world magic. Will such a super big dick not find him if he wants to find him? So after Yunfei figured it out, he gave up the idea of looking for Ziref, and devoted himself to his own experience, waiting for Ziref to find his own day. Chapter 36, the title of Yunfei, the strongest human being. Rolling 4 Collection. Fort. During this period of experience, Yunfei suddenly discovered a very serious problem, that is, Yunfei found that he seemed unable to learn skills with magical attacks such as Ghost Slash, Split Wave Slash, and Wave Sword. Neither can learn. Because Yunfei has learned almost all the basic skills, and there is no magic attack similar to Ghost Slash, so Yunfei began to speculate whether all the skills in the future will only have magic attacks I can't learn by myself. Yunfei is very suspicious. The reason why he can't master magic attack skills is entirely because he doesn't have the slightest aptitude to learn magic. Yunfei still has a very clear memory of how his predecessor kneeled, "Isn't it just because I am a magic waste material, so I can't learn magic at all?" So Yunfei related the fact that he is a magic waste wood to this. In fact, besides this, Yunfei really couldn't think of any other reason why he couldn't learn the ghost swordsman skills with magic attacks. After all, the pure explosive skill of Ghost Slash is still very useful. Before learning the skill of drawing a sword, the destructive power of Ghost Slash can definitely be called a small sword slash. At least Yunfei remembers that when he was playing Dungeons and Warriors on Earth before crossing, he still had a fresh memory of the high-intensity burst skills that Ghost Swordsman possessed from birth. Who exists, otherwise Yunfei wouldn't regret not being able to learn Ghost Slashing. In fact, there is another more important reason, that is, Yunfei remembered that when he was playing Dungeon and Warriors before he traveled, the so-called small colorless crystals were needed to release those big moves. Yunfei didn't know that in this fairy tale world do you need to consume such things as small colorless crystal blocks to release skills such as drawing swords and chopping in the game? If it is really needed, Yunfei really doesn't know where to get the legendary small colorless crystal. Not counting, Yunfei felt that his entire year of life would not be worth as much as a few small colorless crystals. Now Yunfei has almost mastered the basic skills, and has already started to practice the first colorless skill, which is the first big move, It is indeed time to consider the prerequisites for releasing the big move. The matter of the crystal block, otherwise, if Yunfei has learned how to draw the sword but does not have the colorless small crystal block to release the sword, it will be really bad. But soon Yunfei felt that maybe he didn't need to worry about this problem in a short time, because when Yunfei started to practice the sword drawing skill and tried to activate the sword drawing skill as soon as possible, he knew that this time was really not enough for a short time. Too likely mastered. For example, what kind of basic skills Yunfei has practiced since he crossed over until now, all of which require Yunfei to strike with his own strength as many times as possible. It seems quite difficult to strike with all his strength. It's quite difficult to deal with, but in the final analysis, a full blow is just a power that Yunfei himself possesses. No matter it is a baby or a strong man, they can swing their own full blow, so to some extent, a full blow is actually a relatively easy thing to achieve, but the condition for opening the sword is to use with 110% strength. He swung the knife 4,000 times. I'll go, isn't it, 110% power. After Yunfei noticed the activation condition of drawing the sword in his eyes, he said with a face of disbelief, let alone 110% power, even 101% or even 100%. 101.1 is the power to break the limit, which is not at the same level as a full blow. As long as he exerts the power beyond his own, Yunfei's body will be damaged to a certain extent, and it will definitely not be serious. Not to mention this alone, it is destined that Yunfei will not be able to master the skill of drawing a knife so quickly. However, when Yunfei thought that he severely injured Alfred the Thunder Dragon with 2 slashes last time, Yunfei suddenly woke up. If it can be obtained, Yunfei will doubt whether the power of drawing a sword is reliable. By the way, during the period of Yunfei's experience, Yunfei's reputation has spread completely. In addition to Yunfei being the first human to cause serious damage to the Dragon Clan in human history, Yunfei also beheaded many times Devil's relationship. Yunfei often encounters demons that cause trouble everywhere in the process of practicing everywhere, and all of them are killed by Yunfei one by one. This is why Yunfei's reputation can spread throughout the entire Ishgar continent. Of course, except for the very powerful Sela that Yunfei met for the first time, the other demons were a bit unsatisfactory, more like the work of Ziref's practice, and were basically killed by Yunfei with a relatively easy attitude, and afterwards, Yunfei never met the weaker demon that he beheaded. Yunfei speculates that it may be because the demons he killed were relatively weak, so they were not revived by consuming resources. After all, resurrecting people also needs to pay a considerable price. In this way, Yunfei's reputation spread among the horrific-looking demons who kept beheading one after another, and Yunfei was even crowned the title of the strongest human being by troublemakers. But Yunfei really likes this title. And when Yunfei was sitting on an unknown tree thinking casually, a very familiar voice came from behind him, the voice of Ziref. P.S. The author is really, very, very sincerely seeking to collect it. Try to update it every day, just a great collection for everyone. Chapter 37, Ziref, who was misled by Yunfei in advance, for collection. Long time no see, brother Yunfei. Hearing this familiar voice with a trace of unfamiliar voice, Yunfei instantly stood up from the tree, turned around in surprise and looked at Ziref, who appeared behind him at some point. Ziref? When did you come behind me? Yunfei looked at Ziref and asked in a little surprise, how Xian was not scared to death by Ziref, who suddenly appeared behind him. Yunfei didn't expect that Ziref has become such a powerful existence. Thinking of this, Yunfei just looked at Ziref a little bit. Although Ziref's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes, Ziref still hasn't changed much in appearance. At most, he has grown a lot taller after being separated from Yunfei for 3 years, and his expression is much colder than before 3 years ago, just like a 3-no man. As for the other things, it's still the same as Ziref 3 years ago: black hair and grey eyes, boats and black clothes and white long cloth. Everything is the same as Ziref 3 years ago, it's just that Ziref's eyes became a little more lifeless, and even revealed a little indifference of ignoring life. It can be seen that in just 3 years, Ziref has really experienced many things. I just came behind you, brother Yunfei, and I happened to be nearby. I saw you sitting here, brother Yunfei, so I came over to say hello to Yunfei. Ziref smiled when he heard Yunfei's doubts, and turned to Yunfei explained. Yunfei went to practice in some rare places all day long, and Ziref also searched for places where he could see no one, preferably even life, so it is not a big deal that 2 people with exactly the same destination can meet together to a certain extent possible things. It turned out to be like this. Let's not talk about it, Ziref. I have a very serious question to ask you. Why did you create a demon? Yunfei nodded suddenly, sighed secretly. It was really a coincidence, but soon Yunfei's expression became serious. It was fine if he hadn't met Ziref before. Now that he met now, then Yunfei needs to carefully ask Ziref why he wants to create things out of the devil. It's okay to create demons, but the most incomprehensible thing for Yunfei is that Ziref actually created the demons and left them alone, allowing the demons to wreak havoc in the outside world. Yunfei really wants to know what Ziref thinks. When I first met Ziref, I never saw through the thoughts in Ziref's mind. It's just that Ziref didn't answer Yunfei's question directly, but instead talked about all irrelevant things on his own. Brother Yunfei, do you still remember what you told me last time about the curse of God Angsel Ramel, the death hunt? Ziref looked at Yunfei and smiled wryly, and said helplessly to Yunfei. I know, what's the matter? Yunfei was taken aback after hearing Ziref's words, and then asked a little strangely. Yunfei didn't quite understand why Ziref suddenly mentioned this matter. Of course, soon Yunfei knew what Ziref was talking about. The matter started from the time when Yunfei just traveled here from the earth for more than a year. At that time, Natsu had been dead for a while. At that time, because I knew what Ziref would dare to see for a long time, I found out that Ziref wanted to study about the R system and the Eclipse Gate. To be honest, Yunfei still hesitated for a while at that time. After all, what if Yunfei told Ziref the effect of the contradictory curse of death hunting, and then Ziref did not study the R system and the Eclipse Gate? Forget about the R system, Yunfei has no interest in the R system at all, but if Ziref doesn't study the Eclipse Gate, then Yunfei will cry to death. Yunfei doesn't want to just wait for 400 for many years. Even if Yunfei's lifespan has reached more than 160 years after a lot of training and practicing skills, even if Yunfei can live for more than 400 years with such a step-by-step increase in lifespan, God knows that Yunfei has experienced more than 400 years. Have you seen through the world of mortals? Just because Yunfei has traveled through the past 6 years, Yunfei feels like a completely different person, completely different from himself who was an otaku before the time travel. However, the final result made Yunfei breathe a sigh of relief. Even though Yunfei told Ziref the series of consequences brought about by the death hunt, Ziref still did not give up the idea of resurrecting his younger brother Natsu. The matter seemed to Yunfei at the time in the good direction. Everything has not changed from the original, and Ziref is also psychologically prepared for his future end. I have been thinking that the kinder the person in the death hunt is, the more he cherishes life, the more powerful he is, and vice versa, so I try to be a person who ignores life. The devil is what I made to achieve indifference to life. At the same time, I was trying to create a powerful demon to kill myself. Ziref explained to Yunfei, with a chill in his look. Although Yunfei didn't do anything to Ziref, it can be seen that Ziref has been led astray by Yunfei without knowing it. Ziref is still the kind Ziref, but he has become more decisive or indifferent. Yunfei looked at Ziref in disbelief. He didn't expect Ziref to become like this. The most important thing is that it was because of Yunfei himself that Ziref became like this. Yunfei was really speechless. Ha ha ha, Yuan, so it looks like this. That's right. Ziref, since you can create demons, when are you going to revive Natsu? Yunfei quickly laughed dryly twice, and then quickly changed the subject and asked Ziref. Chapter 38, Ziref on the verge of collapse. Second update. In fact, Yunfei has seen too many bloody scenes in the past few years. As the saying goes, good habits come naturally. Maybe when Yunfei first met Sila, he would be very angry when he saw the scene at that time, and even lost his mind. Now Yunfei would definitely be very calm if he didn't, and cut Sila to vent his anger. Yunfei doesn't like women who are only sexy and beautiful, and even Yunfei is quite afraid of such women. All in all, what Yunfei wants to express is that Yunfei can face scenes or things that Yunfei could not accept before with a very normal attitude. Therefore, compared to Ziref randomly creating a large number of rubbish demons and not caring about them, Yunfei has to talk to Ziref about when to revive Natsu. After all, as long as Natsu appears, it also means the arrival of the Dragon King festival. And there is no way around it. Who told Ziref that he would create a large number of demons and ignore them, so there is a certain connection with Yunfei? If Yunfei hadn't prepared Ziref mentally to face some problems that he might not be able to accept more objectively, perhaps Ziref might still be an ostrich hiding in the deep mountains and old forests and dare not show his face to others. Sometimes a sane person is really scary. If you have to use an analogy, then use the character in a novel that Yunfei lived on Earth before crossing over. This character left a deep impression on Yunfei, a deep to the extreme image. That is Senior Colonel Chu Suanchu in The Infinite Terror. Does it make you break out in a cold sweat just thinking about the feeling of facing Senior Colonel Chu Suanchu? Now Yunfei feels that Ziref has a bit of Colonel Chu Xianchu's temperament, and the feeling of suppressing IQ is really quite uncomfortable. Come on, I'm a disaster for this world, I shouldn't exist in this world, so Natsu is the strongest demon I will create, who has the power to live while killing me. Listen, after Yunfei's words, Ziref said seriously. In Ziref's plan, using the R system to revive Natsu is something that can be done at any time, but Ziref does not plan to simply resurrect Natsu. If it is simply to resurrect Natsu, then the resurrected Natsu will not have any power, is still the kind of existence that can be slaughtered at any time, and may die at any time. This is not what Ziref wants. Ziref has paid such a heavy price for the resurrection of his younger brother Natsu. Wouldn't it be too bad to just resurrect a Natsu who has no power at all? So Ziref is going to do his best to give his younger brother Natsu the most power possible, and give his younger brother Natsu the power to defeat and kill himself even beyond himself. Okay, Ziref, let's meet once, don't make such a serious expression, after we parted from the Mildian Academy of Magic, where have you been, Ziref? Seeing that the topic and the atmosphere became so heavy unconsciously, Yunfei quickly tried to change the topic to make the atmosphere a little bit more cheerful. It was obviously the first meeting with Ziref after so long. It's too embarrassing if it's heavy. It's just that Yunfei may be a person who is not very good at chatting. Whether it's the question about Natsu just now or the current question, it seems that Ziref's scar was torn off instantly without any pause. After all, he is a fool. I also know that Ziref's recent life is definitely not going to be good. Obviously possessing invincible power, but to avoid the whole world, this is really a very scary thing. As a result, the atmosphere between Yunfei and Ziref became completely frozen and became more depressing. It can be seen that Yunfei's successive questions made Ziref recall some bad things. Yunfei also found that he seemed to ask an inappropriate question again, and laughed a few times. Yunfei didn't know what to talk about with Ziref. In fact, even in the part where Natsu didn't die time, although Ziref is very polite and courteous to himself, but Yunfei has always been less interested in Ziref, a monster with a high IQ who can suppress his own IQ, so even before, Yunfei had nothing to talk to Ziref. Brother Yunfei, you don't have to do this. In fact, I am really grateful to you, Brother Yunfei. If it wasn't for Brother Yunfei, you told me in advance that I would be cursed by the god Angsil Ramel and hunted by death, so that I would have been mentally prepared in advance. Maybe now I really have collapsed. Ziref smiled at Yunfei's mouth and didn't know what to say, and then said a little bit melancholy. In fact, even if Ziref is already mentally prepared and even avoids places where humans live as much as possible, Ziref is still on the verge of collapse. Otherwise, Ziref would not let the demons he created leave alone. On the one hand, Ziref was tormented by guilt because he unintentionally took a large number of lives. On the other hand, Ziref was very disgusted because he got immortality and had unlimited time to study magic and rush to satisfy himself. I have been wandering in the maze of thought. Being mentally prepared does not mean that Ziref really doesn't care about it. As the saying goes, a good country is easy to change and one's nature is hard to change. This sentence is not only for those bad guys, but also for those good guys. Ziref, who is kind, gentle, and cherishes life, is placed here, and no one can change it. Otherwise, God Angsil Ramel would not have cast such a curse on Ziref. Even if the calculation is accurate, Ziref will be tortured infinitely because of gaining eternal life. Otherwise, if it is replaced by a heartless person, wouldn't it be too cheap for the other party? You must know that this curse can bring eternal life. Chapter 39, Unreachable Sword / for collection, 3rd update. But having said that, there is a reason why Ziref came to Yunfei after meeting Yunfei. The last time Ziref told Yunfei before parting at Mildian Academy of Magic in Dinar City, it can be seen that Yunfei is very interested in the solar eclipse gate that can travel through time, so Ziref is going to research the solar eclipse gate. I will inform Yunfei later to see if there is any place where Yunfei wants to use the eclipse gate, and I can lend it to Yunfei. Now that the R system that Ziref pays most attention to has been researched and manufactured, the next step is naturally to research and manufacture the eclipse gate, not only for himself, but also for Ziref, who promises something. It's like throwing out water, it can't be taken back. Since Ziref has promised what he promised, Ziref will definitely do it, so Ziref will come to find Yunfei directly after meeting Yunfei by chance. Under normal circumstances, as long as Ziref meets humans or animals, he will definitely just turn around and leave, the farther away the better. As for why not give it to Yunfei, in fact Ziref doesn't care about this kind of thing. After all, Ziref is a person who wants to seek death other than resurrecting his younger brother Natsu. What about the R system or the eclipse gate? Actually don't care at all. It's just that the eclipse gate is too huge and not suitable for carrying around, so Ziref didn't plan to give Yunfei the eclipse gate. After all, it's not convenient to take it away even if it is, and Ziref is also needed the place of the eclipse gate. By the way, I have made considerable progress in the research on the solar eclipse gate. I know that Brother Yunfei really wants the solar eclipse gate, so I left a space mark on you, Yunfei brother. Wait for me to put the eclipse gate will come to you when it is made. Ziref tried to relax his expression as much as possible, and then smiled at Yunfei. Ziref's smile, who has been living alone all the time, looks a little weird, stiff and forced. Kindness. Yunfei was taken aback when he heard Ziref's words, and then became surprised. He didn't expect that Ziref had reached this level, and the gate of the eclipse was almost finished, so it meant that the time away from the Dragon King festival was getting closer and closer. Near. How dangerous is the Dragon King festival? Yunfei really doesn't know about this question, whether it was when he stayed at home before time travel, or after time travel to the era when the fairy tale dragon clan ruled the world 400 years ago. Yunfei only knows that the Dragon King festival is very, very dangerous. You must know the vast majority of dragons in the dragon clan don't like humans very much, and the dragons that are close to humans are only a very small part after all. You know, in this era when the dragon clan ruled the world 400 years ago, only dragons could kill dragons, so at the beginning of the Dragon King sacrifice, everyone of the dragon clan is still very serious in their actions, and they will never be heavy. Death, at most, is nothing more than a serious injury. At the same time, at this time, there is a very serious question that needs to be considered. There are far fewer dragons who are close to humans than those who are not. A dragon must not be a particularly serious problem. The strong hold the strong, and the weak hold the weak. In this way, when the dragons who are close to humans are dragged down, there are still a large number of people who are not close to humans who have no opponents, and everyone is a dragon. What will happen to the human race? Under such circumstances, human beings will never end well. There is no need to guess. The human beings who are the root cause of the dragon clan's infighting will definitely kill those dragons who are not close to human beings. At this time, no one can stop this carnage. All in all, once the Dragon King festival really comes, the middle and late stages are fine, but the early stage is definitely the most dangerous moment for human beings, and Yunfei is going to run away with the eclipse gate at that time. Regarding this kind of thing beyond his ability, Yunfei can only express his helplessness. A good man is afraid that a tiger will not be able to hold back a pack of wolves. Even if Yunfei can kill a dragon or two, it will not help. He was the first human being to kill the Dragon Clan and was besieged by the Dragon Clan. Anyway, when it comes to the Dragon King festival, it is right to use the Eclipse Gate to run away. This is the choice of the wise. Of course, if all the running equipment is properly prepared, Yunfei would not mind killing a few dragons openly before running away if there is a chance. No, just kill a few lizards. Afterwards, things became simpler all of a sudden, because Yunfei and Ziref really couldn't fart a few farts, so there was nothing to talk about. So after setting the space coordinates on Yunfei, Ziref left without saying anything. Yes, Yunfei naturally shrugged indifferently, what to do or what to do. However, Yunfei is not as carefree as he imagined. Yunfei is also quite brain-burning about how to quickly practice the skill of drawing swords and slashing. If he continues to progress at the current slow speed, Yunfei feels that he will definitely be punished when he arrives at the Dragon King festival. The existence of the Dragon Clan hanging and beating. But this kind of thing can't be done quickly if you want to, and Yunfei's 110% strength can't be released casually, even though Yunfei is still very strong after several years of experience and exercise. To a certain extent, it is more casual to play a full blow, but if you swing too much with a full blow, you will get a muscle strain. Even the body's full strength blow is not fully adapted, and Yunfei still wants to swing a blow with 110% strength, which is sure to cause severe muscle strain. So even though Yunfei has been able to practice drawing a knife for a long time, the day when he can use the skill of drawing a knife is still so far away. P.S. Cough cough cough, if there are typos, you can comment and explain, the author will modify it. Chapter 40, Find the shortcut to Goldfinger, for collection, 4th update. Anyway, Yunfei, as a dig player who never pays for playing games and only relies on cheats to beat all local tyrants and gods, is going to use his brain a little bit. After playing games for so many years before time travel, Yunfei understood a very simple and easy to understand truth, that is, at some point, you can't get into a dead end. It's not necessarily good to obey the rules of the game, and it's not necessarily suitable for you. You know, it was an era when materialism was all about money, and as a dig player who didn't spend any money on money, Yunfei had only one way to play the game happily and beat all kinds of local tyrants. Cheat. That's right, that's it. This is the winning rule for Yunfei as a dig player before time travel. Whether it's Crossfire or Dungeon and Fighter, whether it's Warcraft or League of Legends, Yunfei will try his best to break the rules of the game and enjoy the pleasure of playing everything if he's not happy with the game. Of course, the League of Legends game is more rigorous. As a game that does not rely on local tyrants but local turtles, Yunfei found an opportunity to play CD-free healing for a day. The author has played it before, and the memory of this cheat is still fresh all the time. It's so cool, that is, the account has been permanently blocked. All in all, what Yunfei wants to express is that you can't continue to practice skills in a regular manner like now. Just starting from a small big move like drawing a knife and chopping, you need to exercise beyond the limit to be able to activate the skill. Yunfei knows, if you don't think of strange tricks, I don't think there are dozens or hundreds of years, so don't even think about being completely awesome. Yunfei's entire life on Earth plus the 6 years after time travel is still close to turning 30. Anyone can wait for tens or hundreds of years, but Yunfei can't afford to wait, and doesn't want to wait. After seeing Zeref and knowing that the progress of the Eclipse Gate is almost done, Yunfei also put out the idea of continuing to practice on the Ishgar continent. Anyway, in 3 years, Yunfei also visited most places in the Ishgar continent. After that, Yunfei has almost consumed the novelty of the era 400 years ago in the past 6 years, and there is no place in particular he wants to go, and Yunfei himself is very familiar with the world of fairy tale 400 years ago. Not particularly cold. So after careful consideration, Yunfei decided to build a log cabin with local materials near the grove where he met Zeref, and lived in it. He is going to enjoy the leisure time, and the world will be chaotic soon. Yes, the Dragon King festival is more terrifying and bloody than anyone imagined. What kind of situation happened to make the dragons who are close to humans teach humans the magic that can kill dragons regardless of the interests of the dragon clan? You know, people who are close to humans are also dragons, just like humans teach ants how to kill people, which in itself is an anti-human behavior. There is no second possibility that this situation can occur, that is, in the early days of the outbreak of the Dragon Civil War at the Dragon King's festival, human beings, as the fuse of the Dragon Civil War, definitely suffered catastrophe, even to the extent of genocide. Only in this way can the dragon who is close to human beings be able to teach humans the magic of killing dragons. Even though Yunfei seems to be very powerful now, he has the title of the strongest human being and has killed countless demons when encountering demons, and he has the record of severely injuring Alfred the Thunder Dragon. But don't forget, the premise of all this is in a one-on-one duel situation. If Yunfei is besieged by most of the dragons, if he doesn't spend 50 years of his life to borrow the power of God, then he won't even think about run. This is the general trend. Yunfei remembers that in the chapter of Daimo Do Yanwu, the world of Lucy in the future was attacked by a total of 10,000 dragons, which means that there are at least 10,000 dragons that are not close to humans. It would be even more terrifying if there were people who were close to humans. Without the power of gods, even the future Black Dragon Aknologia would have to kneel. It is estimated that only Zeref, who was cursed by the god Anxel Ramel, can survive, but it is definitely a group of hangers. After all, Zeref cannot defeat the Black Dragon Aknologia. So what Yunfei can do is to master more Ghost Swordsman skills as soon as possible, and give some limited support during the Dragon King festival as much as possible. I swung the knife 4,000 times with 110% strength, and every time I suffered severe or even slightly severe muscle strain. Yunfei sat alone in the wooden house and meditated, his brows slightly frowned. He muttered to himself a little bit puzzled. At the same time, if you look carefully, the muscles on the right arm and palm of Yunfei's knife swing are being touched from time to time. This is a slight serious muscle strain. Just now Yunfei swung the knife with 110% strength. The side effects brought about. If you use the power to break through the limit, it will cause serious backlash to your body, and this is the price. In fact, the use of strength that breaks through the limit is just a backlash to the muscles, which is definitely the lightest of all backlashes in the body. After all, it is just a muscle strain, and it will be fine in a few days. However, if you use a force that greatly exceeds your own limit strength, then it is very likely to cause serious damage to the muscles, bones, blood vessels, and even internal organs. At that time, it is just a matter of a day or two of self-cultivation. Fortunately, if you don't receive treatment in time, even your life will be lost. Etc. Thinking of this, Yunfei instantly felt as if he had thought of something extraordinary, that is, treatment. Damn it, why did I think of such a method? It's not too sharp to treat myself with healing magic for a small injury like a pulled muscle. Yunfei's index finger that was knocking on the wooden table came to a sudden stop. Murmured happily. Yunfei thought that he might have found a cheat about Goldfinger. Chapter 41, Cheat. Find the shortcut to Goldfinger. First update. Since the muscles and body will be injured, it only needs to be healed with magic. Isn't this kind of minor injury can be fixed in minutes? It's just a muscle strain injury. It may be broken if you rely on your own recovery power alone, and your body will be a little slow, but if you use external force, it won't be long before it can be repaired. Is it equivalent to opening a plug-in for gaining experience? Yunfei is a little excited when he thinks of the future of gaining experience by himself. No, the flying appearance of practicing skills. Colleague, Yunfei also slapped himself on the head a few times vigorously. If he could have thought of this method earlier, the drawing of the knife and cutting must have already started, let alone drawing the knife and cutting. Even if it is an even more awesome phantom, it is not impossible to activate the sword dance or other big moves. It's a pity that the idea is very good, but the reality is much crueler than what Yunfei imagined, because after Yunfei planned the beautiful future, he realized that he seemed to be a magic waste, and even magic could not be used. In fact, in this case, a lot of training to end the power of magic seems to be empty talk. Of course, nothing is absolute. Yunfei's inability to use magic does not mean that others cannot use magic. The vast majority, but magicians are the mainstream of the times. Even if they are relatively small compared to the huge base of ordinary people, they are still not much less. Otherwise, human beings would have no way to become the most powerful clan other than the Dragon Clan in the era when the Dragon Clan ruled the world 400 years ago. There is no other way. If you can't use magic, you need to move. I don't know if Ziref will come to find me in a place where humans are dense. After thinking that he had no way to use magic, Yunfei shook his head a little helplessly. Finally, he thought of a way to speed up the speed of his Goldfinger skill. How could Yunfei give up so easily? No matter what, Yunfei is going to find a larger human city to live in first, and hire a magician who can heal magic to cast healing magic on his arm that has been strained due to excessive exercise every day. If the healing magic is activated for Yunfei, if the skills have a boosting effect, then Yunfei plans to settle down in the human city. The only thing that is a little worrying is that Yunfei is a little worried whether Ziref will come to the human city to look for him. After all, Ziref will always avoid places with crowds as much as possible. If Ziref sees Yunfei in the human city with "if you don't come in and look for it," then Yunfei will be a little troubled. After all, the matter of the Eclipse Gate is more important. However, Yunfei thinks that Ziref is such a genius and so evil, and he can research the R system and the Eclipse Gate. It should be a simple thing to inform himself. In addition, it is really urgent to accelerate the activation of skills, so in the end, after careful consideration, Yunfei decided to live in a city with more people. If healing magic doesn't work for muscle strain or practicing skills to activate skills, then Yunfei will come back and live in seclusion in the mountains. Do whatever comes to mind, and after deciding where to go for the next period of time, Yunfei didn't bother to bring anything, and just rushed to the nearest city with his sword. By the way, now that Yunfei has strength and ability, he can get it at any time. Dabi lost his money, so Yunfei was going to exchange himself for a sharper sword. Old man, it's really hard work for you. Looking at the Taideo in his hand, Yunfei felt quite a bit of emotion in his heart. Before he knew it, the Taideo that Yunfei had just crossed over and spent more than 4 months' salary had been with him for more than 5 years. It's time, and Uncle Caleb probably wouldn't have imagined that this sword, which Uncle Caleb jokingly called a toy, had drank all kinds of blood in the past 5 years. Whether it is dragon or demon, whether it is human or monster, this sword that doesn't even have a magic circle has killed countless people. Of course, this is to exclude the dragon race. Yunfei has only slashed the dragon Alfred the Brontosaurus since he crossed over until now. The entire Ishgar continent is so big, and the number of dragon races is so small, even if Yunfei encounters a dragon by chance, Yunfei will not go up to kill the dragon desperately, and the dragon generally doesn't bother to pay attention to ants like Yunfei. If Thunder Dragon Alfred hadn't been too bullying back then, Yunfei would never have fought with Thunder Dragon Alfred, and would have secretly dragged Uncle Caleb away. After all, in the final analysis, who the hell would wantonly squander his limited lifespan, whose number is clearly visible, would really feel a pain in his bones, okay? After that, things became easier. Of course, Yunfei rushed all the way to the nearest city, and the target was of course a magician who could perform healing magic. In fact, Yunfei didn't spend too much time at all, and quickly rushed to a human city closest to Yunfei. After all, Yunfei's body was updated synchronously with the gold finger skill. How powerful the skill is, it represents Yunfei's body. How powerful! The body has become stronger, and of course the driving is smooth like a duck to water. As soon as he entered the city, Yunfei quickly came to a treatment institution similar to a small medical clinic in the city. Generally speaking, magicians who can heal magic will work here to earn money, but generally there will be no one. Just ask a magician from the healing department, but magicians are very expensive. Muscle strain? Sir, please forgive me. If it's just a muscle strain, I personally suggest that you should heal yourself, sir. It will be very expensive for us to do so. The healing magician looked at Yunfei's muscle strain. Injured arm, just said with a strange face. Chapter 42, Feasible Shortcuts, Feasible Bugs. Second update. This magician who uses healing magic is really the first time to see a wounded person who came to him just because of a small muscle strain, even if it is not an injury at all, it is just a muscle strain, that's all. Even if it's only 2 days, you'll get better on your own. The last and most important point is that because Yunfei often spends his life outside, he doesn't actually dress himself up very much, so no matter how you look at Yunfei, he doesn't look like he is rich. If Yunfei can't pay, this Cure the magical magician is really not in the mood to talk nonsense with Yunfei here. You don't need to worry about this, you just need to know that I can definitely afford the money. By the way, how do you charge here? Yunfei laughed when he heard the magician in charge of healing magic said. Other Yunfei may not dare to make any guarantees, but only in terms of money, Yunfei is quite confident. You know, Warcraft can have a lot of valuable materials and so on, and these things are recycled at high prices by various people in need, and Yunfei spends all day practicing outside, either killing demons or monsters, and occasionally killing some human villains, so Yunfei often the materials before being able to get meaning from monsters are sold in human cities, and Yunfei can always get some inheritance from those unsightly bandits and robbers, so Yunfei is really not short of money. Surely you can afford the money? Sir, then I will cure you with magic, but there is one thing I need to remind you, that is, if the husband has no money by then we are not here to let you play tricks where to play. My name is Owen Bell, and I am very happy to serve you. The magician, that is, Owen, didn't bother to say anything after seeing Yunfei's sloppy look. Since Yunfei wants a lot of money to let him use magic to heal some muscle strain, then let him do it. Well, anyway, for Owen, there is no problem as long as he can make money. Even if Yunfei couldn't come up with the money at that time, Owen still has a way to make Yunfei take out the money, so after seeing Yunfei insisting so much, Owen didn't say much, and a green magic circle directly appeared on his hand, revealing there was a strong breath of life, and then Owen put the magic circle revealing the breath of life on Yunfei's muscle-strained arm, and then he didn't move. Yunfei only felt a warm breath circulating in the sore part of his arm that was so sore from practicing a sword slash, and with the warm breath circulating in the arm uploaded the soreness that comes is also decreasing at a very rapid rate. Soon, Yunfei felt that his arm, which had a muscle strain before, really didn't have any discomfort at all, as if he had never been injured by a muscle before. Thinking of this, Yunfei became excited in an instant, and directly pulled out the taideo he was carrying with him, and used a force that was 10% or 110% stronger than his own to slam the sword in his hand. Taideo swung out. If the progress bar about drawing the sword in the eyes has advanced a bit, it means that the idea of letting the magician who can heal magic cast healing magic on himself to speed up the recovery of the arm is completely feasible. Will be greatly increased by this discovery. It may even be possible to activate Goldfinger's skills in a very short period of time. In this way, Yunfei will be truly invincible, although Yunfei knows that the future Ziref and the Black Dragon Aknologia are very terrifying existences, but this does not affect Yunfei's admiration for Ghost Swordsman. The power of the Sword God is very terrifying. The final result is of course similar to what Yunfei had guessed in advance. After using the arm healed by the healing magic to connect with the sword drawing slash, the progress of the sword drawing slash has improved a little. In this way, use the healing magic to speed up the practice of opening skills. The method is very feasible. Just thinking about Yunfei makes me feel a little excited. The time to gain experience and fly away is finally coming. Cough, cough, sir, if you want to be in a daze, you can do it after paying the payment, sir. Because your injury doesn't have anything to do with my energy consumption, so this time I will charge you 10,000 J. That's enough. Owen interrupted Yunfei's reverie, and said with a smile. Owen is already ready to take Yunfei down immediately if Yunfei can't get the money out. Although an ordinary person can afford 10,000 J even if he gritted his teeth, seeing Yunfei's foolish appearance, Owen feels that it is very likely that Yunfei will not even be able to get 10,000 J, so Owen has already thought about Yunfei's work in the next few months. I have to let this idler look like a guy who is probably here to play with me and work until he repays his 10,000 J debt. Of course, if Yunfei admitted his mistake with sincerity, it's not that Owen hasn't considered the possibility of letting Yunfei go. After all, it's just treating a muscle strain, and Owen didn't spend much magic power at all. 10,000 J, isn't it? It's really not very expensive. No, 10,000 J. Of course Yunfei didn't know what the smiling guy in front of him was thinking, so when he heard Owen say that the fee was 10,000 J, he immediately said he took out a check of 1 million J and handed it to Owen, which was the smallest denomination check in Yunfei's possession. It is too troublesome to carry coins and other bits and pieces with him, so Yunfei has never had the habit of carrying money, and usually carries checks with him. He has been outside for so long and killed so many monsters and robbers. Thief, Yunfei didn't even know how much assets he had, so Yunfei really didn't feel at all about the money he had to work for Uncle Caleb for 10 months before he could save it. Seeing the check that Yunfei handed over, the healing magician Owen was stunned for a moment. Chapter 43, Draw the Sword and Slash Third Change. Originally, Owen was going to detain Yunfei directly, because no matter how he looked at it, Owen felt that Yunfei was not like the kind of person who could casually hand out 10,000 J, so when Yunfei handed him $1 million check, this huge contrast at the time made Owen feel like he was dreaming. Although 1 million J is really not a lot of money for a magician like Owen, after all, Owen dared to charge 10,000 J for just waving a magic just now, and 1 million J is really not a big deal for Owen. However, if it is taken from the hands of someone who looks like a beggar like Yunfei, the contrast will be great. 1 million J. Owen looked at the 1 million check in Yunfei's hand and said hesitantly, even the smile on his face became a little stiff. After all, just now Owen was going to directly detain Yunfei, but fortunately Owen didn't do it, otherwise the situation would be really bad. Well, that's right, it's 1 million J, how about it? Irving Bell, would you mind finding a place to chat? I have a big deal for you. Yunfei looked at Owen's slightly demented expression. He just smiled, and then asked seriously. Since there is no problem in using healing magic to heal a muscle-strained arm, then Yunfei decided to hire a healing magician to follow him. It is impossible for Yunfei to make a special trip here every time a muscle is pulled. Not to mention the complexity, it will take a long time, and relatively speaking, it is not worth the candle. After that, things suddenly became simpler. The prosperity of the world is for profit. The world is full of profit. Money is not everything, but it is still very good in most cases. Yunfei and the healing magician Owen casually found a coffee shop and had a long friendly exchange in it. Finally, our healing magician Owen was hired by our Yunfei at a price of 20 million J per month and became Yunfei as a healing magician with him, and once there is any damage, he must use magic to heal it. In this way, Yunfei lived temporarily in this city. Every day, Yunfei would do as much training as possible. Because of Owen, a healing magician, who was by his side to treat muscle strains, Yunfei could at least do some training every day. Hundreds of times of drawing swords and chopping practice. This is because Owen's strength is not very strong, and the magic power he can use is not as much as Yunfei imagined. But even with nearly 100 exercises every day, it is quite fast, and the progress of the opening of the sword drawing is also progressing rapidly under the practice of Yunfei's observation. Of course, with the passage of time, Yunfei quickly discovered the disadvantages of frequently receiving healing magic, that is, the effect of Owen's healing magic on Yunfei seems to decrease as the number of times increases, and Yunfei's body is still affected by Owen's healing magic. A considerable amount of immunity has been produced, just like taking too much medicine will defeat the resistance to the medicine. The effectiveness of the medicine will gradually weaken with the increase in the number of uses, until the last bit of effect will be gone. Originally, at the beginning, under Owen's extremely powerful healing effect, Yunfei was able to practice hundreds of sword drawing and slashing exercises every day, but it became 50 times a day in less than half a month. 1 month later, it changed to 30 times a day, and by the time Yunfei fully activated the sword drawing skill 2 months later, Yunfei had almost reached the point where he was completely immune to Owen's healing magic. Just like in the original book, Natsu can get rid of motion sickness and seasickness under Wendy's magic, but after Wendy casts more magic on Natsu, Natsu itself will beat a feeling similar to drug resistance. The consequences are nothing more than shorter duration and lower magic effects. This is almost the case with Yunfei now. Owen's healing magic has almost no effect on Yunfei, so after paying off Owen's salary of 40 million J for 2 months, he once again invested in experience in the refreshing feeling of drawing a knife and cutting. After exhausting all kinds of methods, Yunfei finally turned on the drawing of the knife and cutting a long time in advance with the assistance of healing magic. Of course, Yunfei must experience the feeling of drawing the knife and cutting well. Yunfei still remembers the feeling of almost killing Alfred the Thunder Dragon with 2 knives in Daner City, and Yunfei still feels a little bit burnt just thinking about it. Looked around, in order to experience the feeling of explosive combat power, Yunfei purposely came to an inaccessible forest. Draw your sword and chop. Pretending to be cool, Yunfei snorted coldly, and directly used the drawn knife to slash at an uninhabited mountain. The milky white sword energy surged crazily on the blade of the Taideo, and as the knife slashed down, the milky white sword was like a substance. The general sword aura just escaped from the blade of the Taideo, forming a nearly 40-meter wide sword aura and flying towards the target just now, splitting the mountain in half without any accident. Looking at the sharp and unparalleled sword energy that swept across everything, Yunfei frowned slightly, not particularly satisfied, because the width of the sword energy alone was 60 meters worse than the sword energy that Yunfei displayed in Daner City last time. In this way, Yunfei was a little suspicious that when he faced the dragon again, he would not be able to cover the scene with his sword and slash. At the same time, Yunfei felt his physical condition, and it was still a bit weak, and he couldn't use the sword drawing as a regular move. Perhaps the only thing that made Yunfei feel a little bit relieved was that the ability to use the sword drawing chop, which consumes small colorless crystals in the game, does not need to consume anything, otherwise Yunfei would really have a little headache. P.S. This book will be on the shelves at midnight on Sunday. And the 10th series will explode even more. I hope that all book friends will support you. Chapter 44, The Gate of Eclipse, Kneel for Collection, 4th update. Although the sword drawing slash I have mastered now is far from the 2 sword drawing slashes that I had used up my lifespan 3 years ago in Daner City, but overall it is quite good. At least Yunfei doesn't need to waste his lifespan, only then can he use the skill of drawing a knife and chopping, which is not even a big move. After all, drawing a knife and chopping is sharp, but compared with the real big move, it is still a little bit worse. At most it is a small big move. In Yunfei's opinion, every big move really has the ability to kill the dragon with one blow. Formidable power, drawing a sword is still far behind. Even the most powerful level can only take 2 attacks to severely injure a dragon. It is indeed very useful if it is used in heads up, but if Yunfei is facing many dragons, then drawing the sword is a bit limited. Drawing the sword is a blow with power, and it is not particularly suitable for face-to-face. Against the siege. Before Yunfei could continue to think, there was a burst of applause behind him, and at the same time, a cold voice with a hint of surprise came from behind. I didn't expect that guy who didn't have any manners and etiquette to be so powerful. It really opened my eyes, little girl. Basically, the moment Yunfei heard this voice, he knew who it was. For this person, or the voice of the devil, Yunfei still had a fresh memory. It was Liang Tianyu, one of the Tartaro's 9 demon gates in the future. Sila was also the first demon to make Yunfei rage. Turning around quickly, looking at the woman or demon appearing in front of his eyes, Yunfei's eyebrows furrowed deeply after seeing Sila. It can be seen that Yunfei has no interest in Sila, a beautiful demon. Very much it looks like you don't have a cold. But this is also a very normal thing. As a demon, Sila has a lot of human blood on his hands. Liang Tianyu, Sila, what are you doing here? Yunfei looked at Sila's face and asked impatiently, and at the same time subconsciously held his right hand on the hilt of the Taideo at his waist, his eyes revealing a look of vigilance color. Unknowingly, Yunfei has been in the world of fairy tale 400 years ago for 6 years. It has to be said that human beings are really very adaptable creatures. During these 6 years, Yunfei got used to the life without TV, mobile phone, computer, and internet, and during these 6 years of life, Yunfei successfully changed from the timid homeboy to a relative tough guy. At least Yunfei won't want to kill Sila after seeing Sila like that. And Yunfei is not a fool. Sila can take the initiative to come to him at this time, then it must mean that there is indeed something important to find him, and the person who made Sila is Ziref. So Yunfei still wait a little bit, see what Sila has to do with herself. If there is nothing important, even if Sila can be revived to the base camp, Yunfei will personally send Sila for a ride. After all, sending Sila to their own base camp is much better than Sila wandering outside. If you encounter any human city, then it will be terrible. Hehe, it seems that we haven't seen each other in the past few years. The frizzy little devil has matured a lot. I thought I would be attacked by you as soon as I appeared in front of you. Sela looked at Yunfei. This vigilant look, just chuckled twice, just said with a smile. Okay, what did Ziref ask you to do with me? Don't talk about such nonsense. Yunfei looked at Sela, who seemed not in a hurry at all, raised his brows, with a positive expression on his face, and asked a little seriously. Looking at Sela's extremely leisurely look, Yunfei knew that it was definitely not Sela himself who was looking for something to do with him, but Ziref who made Sela was looking for something to do with him. Forget it, my lord. Ziref wants me to take you to meet him. By the way, my lord has already studied the Eclipse Gate. Seeing that Yunfei really didn't want the ink to go down, Sela's expression suddenly became serious, that is to say in an extremely respectful and extremely cold tone. It can be seen that Sela seems to have an instinctive respect for Ziref who created himself. Yunfei stared at Sela, who looked like a different person suddenly, then shrugged helplessly, and followed Sela to the direction of Ziref. There was no one talking along the way, and the atmosphere seemed a bit depressing. However, Yunfei and Sela had nothing to talk about. Although Sela seemed to be a very rare beauty, there are many beauties in the world. The beauty really doesn't have a cold, and she doesn't want to have anything to do with it. The embarrassing atmosphere didn't last long. Yunfei and Sela were physically strong and the other was not human at all. They soon arrived at the place where Ziref lived, in an unusually magnificent castle. Okay, my lord, Ziref is waiting for you inside, you go in. After Sela brought Yunfei to the gate of the castle, he glanced at Yunfei lightly, and then said coldly. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Yunfei to say anything, he just turned around and left, as if he didn't intend to care about the matter between Yunfei and Ziref. Although it is indeed a bit weird for a magnificent castle to appear in a forest without any human habitation, but considering Ziref's enchanting level, Yunfei feels that things have become normal. Even the R system and the Eclipse Gate can be researched. The evildoer, what else can't be done by oneself? Thinking of this, Yunfei didn't have any hesitation, and directly pushed open the gate of the castle and walked in. It's just that as soon as Yunfei walked in, he was attracted by a huge thing. The door frame was a mixture of dark gold and silver, and the upper part was like a silver clock and the lower part was like a throne of dark gold and dark purple. The general door is placed in the center of the castle hall. This is the Eclipse Gate that can travel through time. Chapter 45, Ziref and number 039, S request. This is the Eclipse Gate. Yunfei looked at the building in front of him with a look of surprise and said, almost from the moment he crossed it, Yunfei started talking about the solar eclipse, the gate of the eclipse, but this is the first time Yunfei has seen the real gate of the eclipse. At the same time, there was a sound of footsteps changing from light to heavy in the empty castle. Ziref slowly appeared in front of Yunfei, still the same, wearing black clothes and wearing a long white cloth, grey. There was no gleam in the eyes, as if Ziref was always in a daze. That's right, this is the Eclipse Gate that can travel through time, brother Yunfei. Ziref looked at Yunfei and explained with a smile. If Ziref has any friends now, Yunfei is probably the only friend left. So every time in front of Yunfei, Ziref can't help showing such a slight smile. After hearing Ziref's explanation, Yunfei didn't pay attention to the Eclipse Gate that he had been talking about for several years. Looking at Ziref's smile, Yunfei's expression flashed a trace of complexity. Maybe Ziref is in great pain now, but as a time traveler and a time traveler who likes to watch fairy tale, Yunfei knows that for Ziref, all this is just the beginning. Ziref has gained eternal life, endless time, and even almost invincible power, but it needs to pay a price far beyond what others imagined. In fact, it can be seen from Ziref's continuous death-seeking. Infinite time has almost invincible power, but Ziref wants to die. From here we can see how much Ziref has paid. Ziref, are you ready to revive Natsu? Are all the preparations ready? Yunfei hesitated for a while, but didn't say anything, and asked directly by changing the subject. Now that Ziref has even researched the Eclipse Gate and made it can be seen from the fact that Ziref puts his brother Natsu first no matter what. Ziref must have revived Natsu. Only when all the things are settled can we research and create the gate of time and space. After hearing Yunfei's words, Ziref's reluctant smile quickly subsided. The death of Natsu was a pain in Ziref's heart. Even if he could use the power of the R system to revive his dead brother Natsu, but Ziref still couldn't hide the sadness in his heart. No matter what Ziref has and what he has lost in front of him is not what he wants. Because even if Natsu is resurrected by the R system, and the personality and soul are the original Natsu, there is nothing wrong with it, but Natsu is still no longer the original Natsu, because even if Natsu is successfully resurrected by Ziref with the R system, originally, Natsu's memory will also be reset to a real baby, or a baby-like heart. After all, even if Natsu is resurrected and has the pure heart of a baby, this does not mean that Natsu's body will be a baby after resurrection. Natsu's body will still be the original body at that time, but he has lost everything. Let's start from scratch like a baby. You must know that there is almost uniqueness in cultivating a person, and it is never possible to have two people who are exactly the same. Even Natsu himself is the same, and different living environments will have different Natsu. In any case, even if Ziref revives Natsu, he will not be able to see the former Natsu. Well, everything has been prepared, now I just need to find a way to give Natsu a power that surpasses everything, at least surpasses me and kills me. Presumably in this way, Natsu will be able to live happily in this world forever. Yunfei, I know you will take care of Natsu, right? Ziref looked at Yunfei and begged slightly. At present, it seems that Yunfei is the only one who can take care of the resurrected Natsu. Ziref has the curse of Angsul Ramel God's death hunting on him. It is really not suitable to be worn by Natsu's side. As for those created by Ziref, if you are a demon, then you don't have to worry about it. In addition, the relationship between Natsu and Yunfei is very good, so Ziref is going to let Yunfei take care of the resurrected Natsu, and there is no hesitation at all. Yunfei froze for a moment, then pointed at himself in disbelief and asked Ziref. In fact, there was still one thing Yunfei didn't ask, that is, in the original book, should Natsu be thrown to Fire Dragon King Ignir? What? Why do you have to leave it to yourself now? Yunfei doesn't want to be Natsu's godfather or something. That's right, I really can't find anyone except you, Yunfei, please. Seeing Yunfei's unbelievable expression, Ziref said seriously, and from Ziref's point of view, entrusted Natsu, it is a perfect thing to give Yunfei, who is known as the strongest human being. Ziref is more or less aware of Yunfei's reputation, and as early as 3 years ago in Daner City, Yunfei had a record of severely injuring the Thunder Dragon Alfred twice in the air, becoming the first one in the history of human magic to severely injure a dragon. Human beings, not only human beings but also so strong, are really very suitable. But... Yunfei hesitated a little and wanted to decline, but Ziref had even researched the Eclipse Gate for himself, so it was really inconvenient to refuse. Okay, that's it. Yunfei, you can stay here. I can control the death hunt to a certain extent. As long as you don't get too close to me, there will be no danger. Ziref quickly interrupted Yunfei. He said with a smile, and walked away without waiting for Yunfei to come over after speaking. As if he was really afraid that Yunfei would reject his request. Chapter 46, Natsu Resurrected, the Strongest Demon and Second Update. Seeing Ziref leaving in a hurry, Yunfei just shook his head a little helplessly. Let's talk about the future, it should not be time to revive Natsu. Thinking of this, Yunfei hurriedly followed in the direction Ziref left. After all, Ziref is probably the only person in the entire castle besides Yunfei himself. Following Ziref, Yunfei soon came to a place like a laboratory. The laboratory was full of strange things that Yunfei couldn't understand, but Yunfei knew the things placed in the center of the laboratory. That is the body of Natsu, who has long been dead. perfectly preserved by Ziref, and has reached the point where he can be resurrected anytime, anywhere. Ziref? This is Natsu's body? Are you going to resurrect Natsu? Yunfei looked at Natsu, who seemed to be asleep, and asked with a little sigh. Years have passed, and Natsu is still the same as the one who met Yunfei for the first time. It looks normal, nothing has changed. That's right, for this day, I have been keeping my brother Natsu's body well. Originally, I didn't plan to do it so soon, but since you have come, Yunfei, then it doesn't matter. Ziref smiled when he heard what Yunfei said. Originally, Ziref planned to prepare more fully before resurrecting his younger brother Natsu through the R system. But if we really want to talk about preparations, there is actually nothing to prepare. Ziref has already prepared all the things that should be prepared early. In addition to resurrecting my younger brother Natsu, I also know that my hands have already unknowingly caused uncountable blood, so my younger brother Natsu has enough power to kill me and is also the strongest demon I created, and Aetherius Natsu Dragneel. However, it's a bit too much to call it creation. After all, Natsu originally had a human body, so it's better to say that I realized the creation of the strongest demon and the resurrection of my younger brother Natsu. Ziref explained to Yunfei with a smile after speaking. Without waiting for Yunfei to say anything, he just made some movements that Yunfei didn't quite understand. Then Yunfei was surprised to find that Natsu, who had closed his eyes tightly as if he was asleep, slowly opened his eyes. Although Natsu opened his eyes a little bit dazed, but this cannot be denied the fact that Natsu, who had long been dead, was finally resurrected under Ziref's efforts. And Natsu also possesses powerful power under Ziref's creation. Natsu, as Ziref's younger brother, is also the most powerful one among all the demons created by Ziref, and possessing the ultimate powerful fire spell. If you want to evaluate it with the level of strength in this era 400 years ago, the newborn Natsu Dragneel has the power to kill dragons, but there is one thing that is a pity, that is, Natsu does not. There is no memory like a baby. If it weren't for Natsu's instinct to go to the toilet and wipe his ass, Yunfei would be really annoyed to death. Originally, Yunfei thought it would be a while before Ziref revived Natsu. The younger brother Natsu was revived. The troublesome thing is that after Ziref revived Natsu, he threw Natsu, who was still in a state of confusion, to Yunfei, and he didn't know where he went. It really made people angry. Incredible. To be honest, if it was just like this, Yunfei would not be unacceptable, but after taking care of Natsu for a period of time, Yunfei suddenly found himself as if can't beat Natsu, the brat. You must know that children always cry and fight when they cry, and they are extremely moody. If there is something about Yunfei that makes Natsu unhappy, then Yunfei will have a big fight with Natsu, and the final result will be all it was Yunfei who was beaten away by Natsu's fire spell, which really made Yunfei lose all face. Of course, although Yunfei and Natsu fight all day long, the relationship between Yunfei and Natsu does not get worse because of the fight all day long. On the contrary, the relationship between Yunfei and Natsu becomes better as the number of fights increases. Ha 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 ha, Yunfei, you are still far behind. Since you lost again today, Yunfei, then hurry up and honestly be my little brother for a day. Ha 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 ha. Natsu looked at being angry by himself. Yunfei, who was knocked out by the spell, just said carelessly, and the expression on which he was fighting seriously just now became extremely frightening. Hiss. It hurts, Natsu, you bastard. Forget it, I'll fuck you again today, my little brother. My sword drawing is too weak, but Natsu, you bastard, wait for me, phantom sword dance. I will hang you when I come out. Yunfei touched his head and stood up from the ground, looking at Natsu with a frightened face. He said unhappily. I don't know when it started, Yunfei and Natsu basically fight several times a day. If Yunfei doesn't want to fight, Natsu will find various reasons to fight, so the scene just now is basically in the big castle of Ziref every day. One side is staged. And every fight will be a bit of a prize, and the person who loses in a fight every day must be the younger brother of the winner and work hard within a reasonable range, but it is a pity that Yunfei never beat Natsu once. At this time, it has been more than a year since Natsu's resurrection, and Ziref also disappeared for nearly a year shortly after Natsu's resurrection, and it still disappeared without saying hello. At that time, Ziref specifically told Yunfei not to let Natsu run out casually, so Yunfei lived with Natsu in the castle for a year except when necessary, and had intense battle training every day. Compared with Yunfei's training alone, Yunfei's progress in unlocking skills is much faster during fierce battles. In just 1 year, Yunfei has reached the point where he is about to activate Phantom Sword Dance. You know, Yunfei has no experience in using healing magic or anything to brush, and he did it step by step. Chapter 47, Ziref and number 039, S return third update. Phantom Sword Dance? It looks so powerful, Yunfei. I found that although you are not very powerful, the names of the moves are very handsome. Natsu said with a smile after hearing Yunfei's words, and immediately gave Yunfei a blow pounding from the heart. In a way, Natsu is really right. Facing the current Natsu, or the strongest flame demon end, Yunfei is really an existence to be beaten. Cough cough cough, as long as you are happy, you want some water, right? I'll get it for you. Yunfei looked at the corner of Natsu's mouth twitching, and said a little helplessly, then got up to give Natsu and himself poured a glass of water. It is estimated that there are not many people who can say such things in front of Yunfei, except for Natsu, a pervert who has reached the full level since birth. You must know that Yunfei's sword slash has long since changed from the 40-meter wide sword aura at the beginning to the current one. Even the Dragon Clan Yunfei is confident that he can kill one of them without using up his lifespan due to the 70-meter wide sword energy. After all, the most outstanding sword energy is not its destructive power but its unparalleled sharp armor-piercing ability. Extremely strong individual skills allow Yunfei to be invincible in one-on-one situations. When he is at his best, Yunfei doesn't need to draw a sword to slash, but just keeps using skills such as upward pick and silver light drop. It took Natsu more than an hour, but the end result was that Yunfei collapsed on the ground and was repaired by Natsu. I have to say that Ziref has really prepared a lot for Natsu. The powerful fire spell and incomprehensible body are so helpless, at least for Yunfei who doesn't even have a real big move at the moment. For those who have not mastered it, it is indeed an insoluble and invincible existence. Haha, thank you, but having said that, Yunfei, why do you think my brother doesn't want me to leave this castle? I've been here for a year, and I really want to go out and have a look. Natsu ended up taking a sip of the water glass that Yunfei handed over after working on it. He said to Yunfei a little depressed and yearning. Because Ziref asked Yunfei to be optimistic about Natsu, not to let Natsu run around before Ziref suddenly disappeared, so Yunfei didn't let Natsu run around in this year. Don't think that Natsu can beat Yunfei in various ways, but for Yunfei Natsu it is still quite respectful, so Natsu did not run around this year. At most he was a little curious about how wonderful the outside world is. You say Ziref, I don't know what he is thinking, but since Ziref has already said that he wants Natsu to stop running around, then there must be a reason for him, so before Ziref comes back, Natsu, you'd better stay in the castle honestly. After hearing Natsu's tone full of yearning, Yunfei just gently brushed Natsu away, and then said indifferently, with a trace of light quietly appearing on his face. The proud color of silk. Always suffering under Natsu and being beaten up by Natsu, Yunfei thinks it must be good for him to find a sense of superiority in other aspects. Unlike Natsu, Yunfei has already explored the era of 400 years ago, so he can still sit still. Really, why can you, Yunfei, travel around the mainland, but I can't? Obviously I am so much better than you, Yunfei. Natsu looked at the vaguely smug look on Yunfei's face and said unhappily, no matter what it is said that Natsu, as the strongest demon created by Ziref, the flame demon end is definitely the kind of extremely strong existence in terms of strength alone. Since Yunfei can travel around, it doesn't make sense that Natsu can't, so Natsu feels that he has the ability to travel around the mainland and learn what Yunfei can do, because Yunfei will tell Natsu what he has experienced when he has nothing to do. Of course, if you want to think that you want to pretend to be aggressive in front of Natsu after being beaten by Natsu, it's okay. Before Yunfei could return, a flat voice suddenly sounded from behind Yunfei and Natsu. Because the world is going to be chaotic, so I don't want you to run around, Natsu. Ziref slowly emerged from behind Yunfei and Natsu, and then said to Natsu flatly. However, although Ziref's tone was a little calmer, he didn't hide the happy look in his eyes. Yunfei found that after not seeing Ziref for a year, this guy became unfathomable. For some reason, Yunfei suddenly had a feeling that the one Natsu could kill would most likely be the non-resisting Ziref. If Ziref used his own power to fight Natsu, Natsu would be beaten more than 90% of the time. Brother Ziref! Where the fuck did you go, Ziref? Seriously, throwing Natsu, this annoying guy, at me is killing me. Yunfei and Natsu said in unison after hearing the voice behind them. By the way, Yunfei strongly condemned Ziref, who had been running away for a year without permission, and complained about Natsu beside him. Hehe, it seems that you and Natsu get along very well, Yunfei. Ziref couldn't help smiling when he saw that Yunfei and Natsu were good friends. But Ziref, where did you go this year, and what happened when you said just now that the world is going to be chaotic? Without denying Ziref's words, Yunfei looked at Ziref and asked a little strangely, it's strange where Ziref went in the year when he suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, he couldn't help but shudder in his heart. The world is going to be in chaos. Can there be a more chaotic stall than the Dragon King Festival? Therefore, Yunfei felt that during the year he lived in seclusion here, the internal conflicts within the Dragon clan might have reached a point where the greatest level of internal strife could erupt at any time, and humans, as the fuse of this grand internal strife, he will be drawn into this era-dividing internal struggle at any time, and act as a large amount of cannon fodder in the early internal activities. Dragon King Festival, Dragon and Dragon, Dragon and Man, Man and Man's War. Chapter 48, Admonishment, the Dragon King Festival is on the verge of 4th update. Natsu sat next to him without speaking, looking curiously at Ziref, the brother he had never met a few times, the one who had endured everything in order to revive him. Although Natsu spends very little time with Ziref, and even has no memory of before the resurrection, but Ziref has paid so much for himself, Natsu still feels that Ziref is very close to him. There's no way around this. The Eclipse Gate can't be used just after it's made. It's still needed. Ziref seemed to be in a good mood, and directly handed Yunfei a box in his hand, which contained 12 keys, 12 golden keys, the keys to the celestial spirit contracted with the Golden Zodiac Palace. Golden Zodiac? I see, Ziref, you spent a year searching for the contract keys of the 12 Golden Zodiac Celestial Spirit. After seeing the 12 golden keys handed over by Ziref, Yunfei nodded suddenly. If he wants to open the gate of the solar eclipse and travel through time, the one thing he must have is the key of the Golden Zodiac. The key of the palace summons the celestial spirit of the zodiac, and with the power of the celestial spirit, it is possible to travel through time. That's right, with these 12 keys, you can open the gate of the eclipse and travel through time, but, Yunfei, there is a very regrettable thing I need to tell you. The gate of the eclipse can only travel through the gate of the eclipse. If you want to go back to the era of the gate, Yunfei, I think it will be impossible. Ziref looked at Yunfei and explained with a little hesitation. Ziref knew very early on that Yunfei was very interested in the eclipse gate, so Ziref always thought that Yunfei was similar to himself, because he had some unbearable past and wanted to go back and change through the eclipse gate. Ziref is wanting to go back to the time when Natsu was not dead and save Natsu, and casually change his future cursed by the god Angsur Ramel. Ziref thinks it should be the same for Yunfei. As a former student of Mildian Academy of Magic, Ziref still knows that Yunfei or Yunfei's predecessor tried desperately to learn magic but was beaten to death. This is why Ziref thinks that Yunfei wants to pass through the eclipse gate. The reason for going back to the past instead of going to the future, then Yunfei, predecessor, who is in urgent need of strength, must have experienced something terrible. It's a pity that although Ziref's speculation is orderly, Ziref didn't take into account the fact that Yunfei is a time traveler, so his reasoning is completely wrong. Before? Ziref, why do you think so? I don't have the idea of going back to the past, I just want to go to the future era to see, that's all. And, Ziref, you should put this thing away yourself. I don't even know how to use magic, let alone celestial spirit magic. After hearing what Ziref said, Yunfei said a little strangely, and then put back the box containing 12 golden keys. Even if you ask for these things, it's useless. Oh? That's fine. Also, the world is already in chaos. Natsu, you don't want to sneak out, you know? After all, the dragons rule this continent. If it's Yunfei, it's best not to go out if it's not necessary. Ziref was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect that Yunfei didn't want to use the eclipse gate to go back to the past, but that's fine. Ziref just smiled when he thought of this, and put away the 12 golden keys that Yunfei handed back. By the way, once again told Yunfei and Natsu not to take things like running around outside. Afterwards, Ziref explained the external situation to Yunfei and Natsu. Because of the relationship with Alfred the Thunder Dragon, who was severely injured by Yunfei last time, the Dragon clan has completely become hawks and doves, that is, they are not close to humans. The one side and the side close to humans, and the number is extremely unequal. The dragons that are not close to humans occupy a large part of the entire dragon family. Compared with dragons that are not close to humans, dragons that are close to humans are a bit different. Alfred the Thunder Dragon is the hawk among the hawks. After that, Thunder Dragon, who was already very irritable, became even more irritable. Not only the human beings are unhappy, but even the Bront Dragon Alfred, who is close to the human race, is also unhappy. Because he can't find the relationship with Yunfei, the ants who hurt him, so he fights with the fellow human beings from time to time. When you meet a strong one, you get a good repair, and when you meet a weak Thunder Dragon, you double repair it back. In the beginning, Thunder Dragon Alfred knew it was easy to strike, it was just a few scratches, but after he was repaired by his kindred who was stronger than himself and close to humans, Thunder Dragon Alfred inevitably became heavier. It was as if he wanted to vent all the anger he had received on his fellows who were weaker than him. The injury also started from the kind of small injury that is only a little bit lost and can be healed in a few seconds, and it gradually became more serious, bruises, small injuries, and serious injuries, step by step, like this. Under the instigation of Alfred the Thunder Dragon, the Dragon clan was completely divided into two factions, and the anger also rose little by little. After speaking, after getting the guarantee from Yunfei and Natsu, Ziref disappeared again, and he didn't know what he was doing mysteriously. Of course, at this time, Yunfei didn't have the mood to care about what Ziref was doing. Anyway, Ziref, a monster who can crush his IQ, would not understand it himself. The Dragon King festival is finally coming. Yunfei frowned and muttered to himself. P.S. Hey, it's the first time I finished the fourth change within the specified time, I'm a little excited just thinking about it. Chapter 49, Dragon King Sacrifice, Start. First update. Dragon King Festival? Yunfei, what is Dragon King Festival? You keep saying things that I don't understand. Natsu, who was standing beside Yunfei, asked in a vague way, as if he was very powerful. Maybe it's because of Natsu's strength. Sometimes Yunfei can subconsciously talk to himself and be heard by Natsu, even if the distance between Yunfei and Natsu is very far. If you don't understand, don't listen, really. After hearing Natsu's words, Yunfei glared at Natsu and said impatiently. Sometimes Yunfei really thinks that Natsu is a bit noisy, and this guy has sharp ears. Sharp. After finishing speaking, Yunfei went to his room, leaving behind Natsu with a puzzled face. Whether it was Yunfei or Ziref's words just now, Natsu was surprised to find that he didn't understand the meaning at all. Natsu knew every word. Meaning, but it's completely incomprehensible when put together. Afterwards, things suddenly became easier. Although there was turmoil outside and the conflicts within the Dragon Clan were escalating at a rapid speed, Yunfei didn't have any ideas to express, and kept fighting with Natsu every day. Practice skills and try to turn on Phantom Sword Dance as soon as possible. Life has not become any different because of the great changes in the outside world, nor has it become any different because of Ziref's return. But there is one thing that Yunfei thinks is a bit strange, that is Ziref, the guy who stayed with Natsu all day before Natsu's resurrection, became a little indifferent after Natsu's resurrection, really can't see it at all. Ziref is actually the kind of person who can give everything for his brother Natsu. So Yunfei commented on Ziref, by the way, he is really a boring guy. In the end, Yunfei of course did what he had to do, and it was really urgent to activate his skills. By the way, here I have to talk about the opening conditions of the real big move Phantom Sword Dance, that is, Yunfei needs to reach 105% of the power to swing 10 times in 3 seconds. 8 times, although at first glance it seems that the requirements have become lower, from 110% of the power to open the sword to 105%. But I said it a long time ago, let alone 105%, even 100.1% is beyond the limit to exert attack power on the premise of depleting the body, and still needs the power that exceeded the limit just 3 seconds ago swung 18 times in a row. Even if Yunfei was used to exerting 10% more power than his own before, it was a bit overwhelming. At first, Yunfei could barely manage to swing 7 times in 3 seconds. The reason why I am used to the feeling of surpassing the limit when cutting with a knife. Now, after a whole year of fighting and practicing with Natsu, Yunfei can swing 17 times in a row within 3 seconds. It is not far from the day when the first real big move, Phantom Sword Dance. Speaking of this, I have to talk about the sequelae after each practice of Yunfei. Although it is only 5% of the strength beyond the limit, Yunfei swings many times in a very short time every time, so this is also a problem. This caused Yunfei to suffer severe muscle strains every time. Basically, Yunfei would go to human cities every once in a while to buy some medicinal materials and medicines that are good for muscle recovery. As for healing magic, basically it has no effect on Yunfei. The skill of drawing swords and slashing, which can only be activated in more than a year or even 2 or 3 years, has been shortened to the point where it can be activated in more than a month. After receiving too many healing magics in a short period of time, Yunfei is now very resistant to this type of magic. Basically, lower grade healing magic will not have any effect on Yunfei, but higher grade healing magic Yunfei didn't know where to find it. If you really want to say, Yunfei did know a high grade healing magic. That is the Heavenly Dragon Grantine who taught Wendy Marvel the magic of dragon slaying, not only possesses powerful destructive power but also is quite outstanding in healing. If Yunfei can get the help of Heavenly Dragon Grantine, it is absolutely possible to activate several skills consecutively within a certain period of time. It's a pity that Yunfei knows about him but he doesn't know Yunfei, and even if he is a dragon who is close to humans and is willing to help, but Yunfei doesn't know where to find him. Previously, Yunfei has practiced on the Ishgar continent for so many years and has not encountered it a few times. Dragon, from this we can see how difficult it is to find a specific dragon. There is no way, Yunfei can only use some other auxiliary methods, such as using herbs and magic potions to strengthen the healing ability of Yunfei's own muscles. Although it is far behind the healing magic, it can improve Yunfei several times. Workout speed is still out of the question. This is why Yunfei needs to go to human cities to buy medicinal materials and potions every now and then. Even if the journey takes a little time, the overall efficiency has been improved several times, which is quite good. The last thing that needs to be said is that the civil war of the Dragon Clan finally broke out. After the two factions of the Dragon Clan, who had been trying their best to endure, reached the peak of their anger. They finally launched an unprecedented large-scale fighting. No, it was a large-scale battle. As soon as the battle started, the dove dragons who were close to humans fell into an absolute disadvantage. The number and strength of the dove dragons were far less than those of the eagle dragons. There was no comparison at all. Under such circumstances, the result has already doomed the failure of the dove dragon clan. Therefore, at the beginning of the battle, the eagle dragons who are not close to humans suppressed the dove dragons who were close to humans. This is because a considerable part of the eagle dragons did not find their opponents and idled down participate in the relationship of the siege. Chapter 50, Anahofatlia Second Update. After all, everyone is a dragon clan, and fighting belongs to everyone, but it doesn't have to be to the point where you have to divide the life and death, so the scale of the dragon civil war seemed to be quite large when it first started, but everything is still there. Within the scope of restraint, the most is that the dragon who is close to humans is beaten by a dragon that is not close to humans, and his nose is bruised and his face is swollen. It's just that in this way, many dragons who are not close to humans have no opponents. It's too boring to just watch their own clans fight. If they don't have some fun, they will probably fall asleep. Is there anything more interesting than humans at this time? Of course not. Moreover, humans, as the fuse that triggered the dragon civil war, are very eye-catching in themselves, so this has led to basically all dragons that are empty and have no opponents to go to humans for fun, enjoying the panic and struggle of ants. With force, it's simply not too interesting. All of a sudden, gunpowder was everywhere, and many cities on the Ishgar continent were attacked or plagued by the dragons. A large number of magicians died in the process of resisting the dragons, and there were still a lot of magic materials and documents in this large-scale war, lost during the dragon attack. It can be said that just this play from the dragon clan has caused the level of human magic to fall back by more than one level. Many magics that are powerful enough to cause trouble to the dragon clan to a certain extent have been lost due to the fall of the master, and have become lost. Every lost magic represents power and weirdness 400 years later. Because the targets and enemies of all lost magic are dragons, it is not at the same level as those magics that target humans themselves 400 years later. Compared with the lost and lost magic in the Dragon King Festival, the disadvantages outweigh the benefits. Just when the Dragon Civil War broke out, Ziref took Natsu and disappeared without even saying hello to Yunfei. He clearly told Natsu not to run around, but he himself took Natsu to play and disappeared. Yunfei really it's a bit helpless. However, Ziref and Natsu have nothing to worry about. One or two of them are all existences that can hang Yunfei in a fancy way. In this world, Yunfei really doesn't know who can kill Ziref. If something happened to both Ziref and Natsu, Yunfei would probably be useless even if he was there. Of course, this is based on the premise that Yunfei does not use the master contract. If he uses the master contract regardless of the consequences, then it will be different. Although the castle suddenly became empty, but Yunfei still needs to live, so even if Ziref and Natsu suddenly disappeared inexplicably, Yunfei still lives alone in the castle. Anyway, Yunfei is on the continent of Ishgar during the practice. I basically lived alone and I didn't feel uncomfortable, but I suddenly felt that there was no noisy guy like Natsu around, and I was a little disappointed and nostalgic. Such days continued until Ziref came back with a book with the word end in his hand and brought a very beautiful girl. Natsu did not come back with Ziref. Ziref had an extra book about the strongest flame, the demon technique of the demon end. If Yunfei didn't know what was going on, he would be really blind. Ziref, why did you come back alone? Why didn't Natsu come back with you, or this in your hand? What is it? And she is. Yunfei looked at Ziref who came back and the girl next to Ziref. Asking slightly hesitantly, the moment Yunfei saw this girl, a name, Lucy Hofatlia, flashed in Yunfei's mind. As a witness of Natsu's resurrection, Yunfei knows that although Natsu is the strongest demon of flame created by Ziref, Natsu is different from other demons created by Ziref. Natsu does not have demons like Tartaros. The Book of Demons is the real body of demons. But Natsu has his own body, so Natsu does not have a Book of Demons. Ziref did not intend to create a Book of Demons for Natsu at the beginning, but now that Natsu is gone, Ziref actually holds a Book of Demons with the word "end" printed on it. After returning, Yunfei knew that Ziref and Natsu must have been adopted by the fire dragon Ignir, and their original memory and power had been sealed in the Book of Demons. Even though Yunfei knew that all of this was probably Ziref's arrangement and plan, Yunfei still couldn't help but wonder, why did Ziref do this? I met my friend Fire Dragon King Ignir, so I asked Ignir to help me take care of Natsu, and her name is Anna Hoffatlia. I gave the contract key of the celestial spirit of the Golden Zodiac to if you want to use the Eclipse Gate, Yunfei, let Anna help you, and Anna will live here in the future. Seeing Yunfei, Ziref smiled reluctantly, and then explained to Yunfei a little bit. After the explanation, before Yunfei could continue to ask, a dark purple magic circle floated under Ziref's feet and disappeared slowly. Only Yunfei and Anna were left staring at each other here. Ahem. Hello Miss Anna, it's the first time we meet. My name is Yunfei Alsace, please take care of me in the future. Yunfei looked at the face that resembled Lucy and smiled dryly, but said a little embarrassedly. Mr. Yunfei, don't be so nervous. Although Ziref has already been introduced just now, I'd better introduce myself again. My name is Anna Hoffatlia. Please take care of me, Mr. Yunfei. If Yunfei sir, if you want to use the Eclipse Gate, you can come to me at any time. Seeing Yunfei's slightly nervous look, Anna chuckled twice, and then said with a smile.